वो प्रॉब्लम्स जो आपने अटेम्प्ट किए हैं फॉर द AIATS Plus 2025 Phase 1 Mock Test 1 that was conducted on 13th of December 2024, right? Now, just as you went through the paper, as you gave the paper, we at Aakash, we went through your results and we prepared a list of the problems that was most prone to the mistakes. So what we did our homework as well. जैसे ही आपने टेस्ट को अटेम्प्ट किया उसके बाद वी वेंट थ्रू द रिजल्ट्स एंड वी प्रिपेयर्ड अ लिस्ट ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम्स जो कि सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चों ने गलत किए हैं, ठीक है. एंड इन दिस सेशन वी आर गोइंग टू पर्टिकुलरली फोकस ऑन ऑल दोज प्रॉब्लम्स जो आपने सबसे ज़्यादा गलत किए हैं, ठीक है. नाउ आफ्टर दिस सेशन यू मस्ट फील कॉन्फिडेंट एंड प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर योर नेक्स्ट एग्जामिनेशन. इसके अलावा you will be much more clear in your concepts and you will have an extra clarity while attempting any other paper after this discussion, right? And first discussion is all about physics, so I'll start the discussion with physics section and let me present you the first problem that was most prone to the mistakes. And here is the problem. It says that according to the Maxwell's equation, the velocity of light in any medium is expressed as. Now dear students, this is the problem that was most prone to mistakes in this paper that you just gave on 13th of December. Now, what was the problem in this? What was the actual issue in this question that it was prone to mistakes by a lot of number of students? So let me go through the problem. It says that according to Maxwell's equation, the velocity of light in any medium is expressed as, and the symbols have their usual meaning. And we have been given the 4 options. And let me tell you one thing, that most of the students must have ticked the first option as the right answer, because it is very obvious that C it is equal to under the root of mu naught epsilon naught. So this is the answer that most of the students have ticked, right? C, that is equal to under the root of mu naught epsilon naught. Now please read the question very carefully. It says that according to Maxwell's equation, the velocity of light in any medium is expressed as, and you are writing the formula for the speed of light in vacuum. It is not the formula for speed of light in any medium. So you just need to be very clear that here we are being asked the velocity of light in any medium, right? So this is not a correct answer for this problem. That is, option 1 is definitely not going to be the correct answer. Now let me explain to you the correct answer. See, velocity of light or velocity of EM wave in any medium, it is given by the expression 1 upon under the root of mu into epsilon. Now you must be wondering what is mu and what is epsilon. So mu is permittivity of medium, and what is epsilon? Epsilon is, dear students, most of the students उनकी यही confusion रहती है कि mu क्या है और epsilon क्या है. See, mu is permittivity of medium, epsilon is permeability of medium. Permeability of medium. So V, that is velocity of EM wave in any medium, it is given by the expression 1 upon under the root of mu epsilon. I have written over here what is mu and what is epsilon. Now, so this option was given to you in option 2. So option 2 should be the correct answer to this problem, right? Option 2 should be the correct answer to this problem. Now dear students, let me modify this a bit. Let me modify this problem a bit. In this discussion, what we are going to do is we are also going to do some bit advanced problem as well, right? Like what can be the modification in these kind of problems so that you can tackle these kind of problems in a more efficient manner, right? So one term you very well know, that mu r. What is mu r? Mu r is your relative permittivity, and it is defined as the ratio of permittivity of medium upon permittivity of vacuum or free space. So mu r, it is equal to mu by mu naught. Epsilon r, that is relative permeability, it is defined as the ratio of permeability of medium upon permeability of free space or vacuum, right? Epsilon upon epsilon naught. Now in the place of mu, I have written this expression as 1 upon under the root of mu into epsilon. Now in place of mu, I can write mu r into mu naught, and in place of epsilon, I can write epsilon r into epsilon naught, right. This can also be one of the expression to write the permittivity or permeability of the medium. So this expression modifies to V, that is equal to under the root of, in place of mu write mu r mu naught, and in place of epsilon write epsilon r epsilon naught. So dear students, this could be one of the expression that may be asked to you in another problem or in another paper that you must be appearing, right. So just remember this formula, that velocity of light in any medium, it may be given by this expression, it may be given by this expression also. This is the standard expression. We just modified this standard expression into this expression, and the actual expression, the velocity of light in vacuum, it is given by c, that is equal to 1 upon under the root of mu naught epsilon naught. Now what do we learn from this problem is that please go through the problem very carefully. Don't be in a hurry to mark the answer, because that could give you the negative marks as well. See, there is a lot of disadvantage when you take the wrong answer. First, you get a negative answer, because if you didn't attempt that question, you would save your 1 marks, right. So it's better not to take the wrong answer, rather than just leave the problem. Just don't attempt the problem in a hurry, right. So just go through the problem very carefully. Now according to our analysis, the correct answer to this problem should be option 2, and let me verify this with the answer slide as well. And yes, your answer slide tells that the correct answer to this problem was option 2. So a little bit of attentiveness while doing the paper and little bit of presence of mind can save you a lot of marks in the actual paper. Now Praful is saying video is not visible, sir. Please Praful, just refresh your browser, maybe it could be visible. We are all set from here, right. And okay, now let's move forward to the second problem, and this is the problem that was mistakes that was prone to mistake by a lot of students, and I am very shocked to see these problems are not very complex problem. These are basic problems, but you need a little bit of presence of mind to solve all these problems. So the next problem says that the mean density of a nucleus of mass number A is proportional to. Now, I am very tempted, or you students must be very tempted to mark the answer as option 3. You must be wondering that more is the mass number, more should be the mean density. Now dear students, here is the catch. This is the physics that you are dealing with. जैसा आपको लगेगा वैसा कभी होगा नहीं, right? There always lies certain tips and tricks that you need to look in physics. Now we need to find the mean density of nucleus of mass number A. Now what is the meaning of mass number? First of all, what is the meaning of mass number? So dear students, a lot of students are confused only in this. I was also confused. I also remained confused during my student time. What is mass number, right? Mass number. Okay. Abhinandan has just give me the expression for the radius. Okay, very well, Abhinandan. This is the right expression. But let me derive the mean density for you. So mass number, it is defined as the number of protons and the number of neutrons, right? So A, it gives you the number of protons plus the number of neutrons, right? Density, we very well know that density, it is defined as mass per unit volume, right? What is density? Density is mass per unit volume. Okay, we got the right answer also. He is telling that mass number is independent. Yes, very well, Abhinandan, but this problem has been prone to mistake by a lot of students. So let me clear the doubts of other students as well. So A gives you the mass number, density is mass per unit volume. Let me assume that the mass of proton is roughly equal to mass of neutron, or roughly they are equal. Let me take it as small m. So small m multiplied by the number of protons plus the number of neutrons should give me the mass of the nucleus, right? This is very simple. I have assumed small m to be the mass of proton, and it is roughly equal to the mass of neutron. So small m multiplied by number of protons plus the number of neutrons should give me the mass of nucleus, right? So density, for density I need to write mass. So mass can be written as small m, and what is the number of protons plus number of neutrons? It is mass number. So let me multiply it by A. Now radius the expression for radius, we all know that r, it is equal to r naught a raised to the power 1 over 3, right? This you must remember. Avinandan has very well put this in the comment box. So how to find the volume? A very simple volume, it is equal to 4 by 3 pi r cube, right? Now r was given to you as r naught a raised to the power 1 over 3, right? So r cube, let me do the r cube. So r cube becomes r naught cube into a raised to the power 1 by 3 raised to the power 3, it becomes a. So density, it is equal to mass. Mass is small m into your mass number upon the volume, that is 4 by 3 pi r cube r naught cube into a. So let me cancel out this a and a. So you very well see that the density, the mean density is coming out to be independent of the mass number. Now this is the beauty of the subject physics, that जैसा आपको लगेगा वैसा कभी होगा नहीं. जो just don't be tempted to mark option 3 as your correct answer. The correct answer is a raised to the power 0, that is it is independent of mass number, and the correct answer to this problem should be option 4. Okay, Purna is asking कौन से AIATS का question है? Purna, this is not for AIATS, this is for personalized learning for ultimate success. PLTS mock test 1 that was conducted on 13th of December, 13th of November, not December, 13th of November. This is the discussion, this is the live session for the discussion of that paper. Okay, so this is not for AIATS, please be briefed about this. And yes, many students are commenting that mass number independent, density of nucleus is constant. So yes, the correct answer to this problem is a raised to the power 0. Let me verify this with the answer slide as well. And yes, your correct answer to this problem is option 4. Now in the comment box, many students have picked the correct answer, but what happened to you in the paper? आपने paper में ऐसा क्या किया, right? Okay, Ganjan Tiwari is asking me to discuss problem 14 and 15. Yes, please be patient. We have prepared a list of all the problems that were prone to mistakes, and it will be discussed in the upcoming session. Please be patient and look at the next problem. It says that the mean free path of molecules of an ideal gas. Now dear students, again you see that it is a theoretical problem, not a very complex problem, not a problem that requires a heavy calculation or a lot of concepts are involved in this problem. It's a very simple problem. You need to figure out the mean free path of the molecules of an ideal gases. Now what I know is that you students must be remembering this expression, 1 upon under the root of, okay, so let me write it again. L, mean free path, I am representing by L, it is equal to 1 upon under the root of root 2 pi n d square. Now dear students, you must be remembering this expression L, that is equal to 1 upon root 2 pi n d square. Now root 2 is a constant, pi is a constant. What is n? N is the number of molecules per unit volume, d is the diameter of molecule. So n is your number of molecules per unit volume, and what is d? D is the diameter of molecule. Most of the students just remember this expression. Now as a student you must have remembered this expression, and you must based upon this expression you just went to pick the answer. So answer given is directly proportional to pressure on volume, inversely proportional volume, inversely proportional on temperature. Now have a look at the expression. Do you see any volume, any temperature, any pressure term in this expression? No. There is no, no pressure, no volume, no temperature. So this was going to be prone to mistakes, and while setting the paper, it was very clear to us also that this is the problem that most of the students would do wrong. So what are you guys lacking what you guys are lacking? So see, आपको सिर्फ फॉर्मूला याद करने से काम नहीं चलेगा. You just need to understand what is going on in this subject called physics, right? So what I have explained to you is that what is small n? It is number of molecules per unit volume. Now let me do a little bit of modification, not a very large one. I'll do a little bit of modification. I'll write this small n to be equal to n upon v. N is the number of molecules, v is the volume, right? Okay. So some of the students are giving me the answers option 2, option, okay, one of the students has given me the answer as option 2. Okay, let me figure out. So L is given to me as 1 upon root 2 pi nd square. Now I am going to substitute small n as n by v. So L, it is equal to 1 upon root 2 pi. In place of small n I will write n d square into v goes into numerator. So L is coming out to be equal to, okay, just a little bit of glitch. L is coming out to be equal to v upon root 2 pi n d square. Now see, if now you are being asked the dependency on the volume, you can very well answer that it is directly proportional to volume with a little bit of modification. Not your, just don't remember the normal formula, just be patient enough, keep the presence of mind on to modify the formula as per the need of the problem, right? So here I can see that mean free path is directly proportional to the volume, right? Now they have also asked about you pressure and temperature. Now you must be wondering, sir, pressure or temperature kaise aayega? Okay, so dear students, one of the famous equation we all know, that ideal gas equation, PV, it is equal to small n RT, right? Now let me modify this equation. Small n is the number of moles. It can be written as the number of molecules upon the number of molecules in the 1 mole, that is Avogadro number, n upon Na, right? So this ideal gas equation modifies to PV, that is equal to n upon Na into R into T. Now while going through the chapter of kinetic theory of gases, you must remember one of the important terms, that is Boltzmann constant, Kb. Kb, it is equal to R over Na, right? So I can write that PV, it is equal to n, R upon Na, it becomes Kb, so Pb becomes n kBt, right? So this P upon kBt, Kb is your Boltzmann constant, P is pressure and T is temperature, it becomes n by V, right? So you see small n, that was number of molecules per unit volume, it is also being, this can be modified as P upon kBt. Let me put this in the standard expression. So L, it is equal to 1 upon root 2 pi nd square. In place of n, I will write P upon kBt. So P goes here, d square into kb into t. Now have a look at this expression, have a look at this expression as well, and I will write your standard expression as well, 1 upon root 2 pi nd square. Now dear students, please keep in your mind all these three expressions. One of the expression will help you to deal how the mean free path is going to depend on volume. This expression will help you how the mean free path is going to depend on pressure as well as temperature. This is your standard expression जो कि आपको याद ही था, right? Now based upon this discussion, let me go through the problem again. It says that it is directly proportional on pressure, and if you look at the expression, it is inversely proportional to pressure. So first one is wrong, right? First one is wrong. Let me put it a wrong sign over here. Directly proportional on volume. Okay. Yes. The expression tells me that it is directly proportional to volume, right? So option 2 is the correct answer. Yes, option 2 seems to be the correct answer. Let me go through the other options as well. Inversely proportional on volume, obviously it is wrong. Inversely proportional temperature. Now have a look at the expression. It is directly proportional to temperature and inversely proportional to pressure. So dear students, it is not inversely proportional on temperature. So the correct answer should be option 2, that is directly proportional on volume, right? So dear students, just keep in mind these three expressions right in front of you, and even if you don't remember the expression, just know how to modify these expressions to get to the correct answer, right? Just a little bit. Okay, Shreya is asking me, but if temperature increases, rate of collision increases, therefore mean free path should reduce. Okay, Shreya, you just saw the variation, you are just considering the variation with the temperature. What about when you increase the temperature, what about the pressure? The effect of pressure also needs to be kept in mind, not only the temperature. If you increase the temperature, the pressure is also going to vary. How are you going to put the impact of increase of pressure? if you are varying the temperature, there is going to be a change in pressure. So how are you going to, put both these effects will decide how the mean free path is going to vary. It is not only going to depend on temperature. Just have a look at the expression. It is depending on temperature as well as the pressure. So this is not a right explanation that if temperature increases, the rate of collision increases, therefore mean free path should reduce. No, this is not a right expression. The expression over here tells me that कि mean free path सिर्फ और सिर्फ temperature पे depend नहीं कर रहा है. It is also depending upon the pressure, right? So your explanation doesn't seem right at this point of time. Just have a look at the expression. So dear students, let me go through the answer slide, and yes, the correct answer is option 2, that is directly proportional on volume, right? Okay, dear students, I hope this problem was clear to you, right? And I can see a lot of students they have given me the right answer, but yes, this was the problem that was prone to mistakes by most of the students. Now, dear students, let me move to the next problem. Now see, again a theoretical problem, a very simple problem, very simple problem. Two straight parallel wires carrying current in the opposite direction. They repel each other, they attract each other, they do not exert any force on each other, either repel or attract each other. Now, okay, what was I saying you that ये ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं है जिनमें बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्सेप्ट इन्वॉल्व हो या आपको कोई बहुत हैवी कैलकुलेशन करनी पड़ी हो जिसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम्स आपने गलत किए. These problems are very simple problem, just a little bit of presence of mind, just a little bit of attentiveness, and you will get your answer. And some of the students are giving me the answer as well, right? So just a little bit of presence of mind will fetch you the answer, and these are the exact problems that are being asked in the NEET examination as well. So just be very thorough with your concepts and just be prepared, just be attentive while doing the paper as well, right? So it says that two straight parallel wires carrying current in the opposite direction. So let me derive the expression. I'll take a case when when the current carrying wires are having current in the same direction. So I have taken two current carrying wires. One is having a current of I1, other is having a current of I2, right? I'll derive the expression for you. I'll make you understand how to determine. If you don't remember directly, I'll help you to determine how to determine the force between these two wires, right? I'll help you that. Just don't worry. So one of the wire is having a current I1, other wire is having a current of I2, right? Now, if I take a infinite wire, it is having a current I, and I take a point P. So it lies at a distance of D. So what is the magnitude of magnetic field due to this current carrying wire at point P, which lies at a distance of D? Just comment me what is the, just put the answer in the comment box. I'll see what is the magnitude of the magnetic field. So until then I'll write the expression B. Let me denote it by B. It is denoted by B. It is equal to mu naught into, what is the current? It is I over 2 pi D, right? And what is the direction? Just use your right, just put your, okay. So you can very well see that the direction will be into the plane of the paper. If I keep my right hand on the screen, it will appear to you as a left hand. So I am not using this left and right combination to confuse you more, right? I'll just tell you that based upon the right hand thumb rule, the field is going into the plane of the paper, right? And the expression is given by mu naught I upon 2 pi D. This is the expression. And field is going into the plane of the paper. Okay. Now, let me take the distance between these two wires as D, right? And let me take a very small section of this wire which is DL. Let me take it as DL. So this is the one of the expression that I am going to use. Besides that, what is the expression for force on a current carrying conductor? DF, it is equal to I into DL cross B. Okay, I'll take help of these two expressions to get to the relation. Now, dear students, what is the magnitude of magnetic field due to this current carrying wire I1 at a distance D? So over here, the magnitude of magnetic field will be equal to mu naught into I1 over 2 pi D, and its direction will be into the plane of the paper, right? Into the plane of the paper, mu naught I1 upon 2 pi D. Let me write it in a bigger format. B, it is equal to mu naught into I1 over 2 pi D. and into the plane of the paper. Now let me see what is the force experienced by this small length of conductor, that is dl. So df, it is equal to I dl cross b. So the length of dl is taken along the direction of current. So place your right hand, I am not placing my right hand because obviously there will be right left confusion. Just place your right hand on this dl and curl your fingers in the direction of magnetic field, that is into the plane of the paper. If you do that, I have done this, I am doing this. So my force is coming dl cross b, it is coming in this direction. It is coming in this direction. And if I do the same analysis on current carrying wire I1, the force is going to come in this direction. You can very well see that if I take this length as dl, so this is the direction of dl will be along the direction of current, and due to this wire I2, the direction of magnetic field will be out of the plane of the paper, right? If you place your finger, curl it, it will be out of the plane of the paper. And if you do the cross product dl cross b, I hope you know that how to do the cross product. So in that case, the force is going to come in this direction. Okay. So you see that if the two wires are carrying current in the same direction, they are going to attract each other, right? Now from this आपने generalize कर लिया होगा कि अगर वो opposite direction में current carry कर रहे हैं तो they are going to repel each other, right? But we are also going to derive the expression, because in the upcoming examination maybe this question is not asked to you. They are asking you to what is the magnitude of force experienced by one of the wires due to the magnetic field of other wire. So again आप उसको गलत नहीं कर सकते, right? After this discussion you must pick the correct answer for that kind of problem, right? Is it I1 or I2? Okay, it is small I and 1, this is I1 and I2. So df, I am writing the magnitude of df, it is equal to, and df is the force experienced by wire 2 due to 1, df to 1, it is equal to I, so the current in wire 2 is I2. Now angle between dl and b, it is very well known to you, it is 90 degree. So dl into b into sine 90 degree, right? So I'll write it over here, df to 1, I'm writing the magnitude now, I into dl into b into sine 90 degree. Now sine 90 degree, we very well know that it is equal to 1. So df to 1, it is equal to, in place of I, here will be I2. So I2 into dl, what is b? It is mu naught I1 over 2 pi d. So df to 1 by dl, it is equal to mu naught I1 I2 over 2 pi d. So this is the expression for force per unit length between the wires, right? And if the two wires are carrying current in the same direction, they are going to attract each other. And if we do the same analysis on the wires carrying current in the opposite direction, like this, again take a small section dl over here, find the field due to this wire I1 and just do dl cross b. The direction of dl is to be taken along the direction of current. It will give you the force. Even if you don't remember the result directly, I know that sometimes you get confused due to the pressure of examination. Examination का pressure ऐसा होता है कि आप confuse हो जाएंगे कि वो same wires में attraction होता है कि repulsion होता है. But even if you get confused, I am giving you the tool to pick the correct answer, right? So just do dl cross b, you will find the direction of the force. So if the wires are carrying current in the opposite direction, then they are going to repel each other. So the force will be in this direction. And the expression is very similar to this. You can derive this expression while sitting at your home, right? And just practice this few times just to get the hack of it, right? So dear students, the correct answer to this problem is they repel each other. Okay, they are carrying current in the opposite direction, so they are going to repel each other, not attract each other. We just discussed the case when they are going to attract each other. Do not exert any force on each other. No, either repel or attract each other. Obviously this is a wrong answer, right? And let me go through and yes, the correct answer is option 1. So I hope this problem was clear to you, and this doubt whether it was L1 or I2, it was I2. It was small I and 1, small I and 2, right? Now Let me get to the other problem. Now you see the problem again, a theoretical problem, but a little bit of twist, and this was prone to mistakes by a lot of students, right? Which of the following is correct representation of equation of continuity? Okay, dear students, I very well know that where have you gone wrong. So equation of continuity, you must be wondering that most of the students remember the equation of continuity as AV equal to constant. A1 V1 equal to A2 V2 or AV equal to constant. This is the ये expression most of the students याद रखते हैं, AV equal to constant. Now while going through the option, I am not seeing any option that is equal to AV equal to constant. So this problem is going to be this problem was going to be prone to mistakes by a lot of students. We very well knew that while setting the problem, right? So we just twisted a little bit, and the students got confused. So let me clear the air around this problem. Dear students, let me take a horizontal pipe, right? Here is your area of cross section A1, here is your area of cross section A2. Even if they are looking same, but area of cross section is different. This is A1, this is A2. Let me assume the velocity of flow over here is V1. Let me assume the velocity of flow over here is V2. The fluid is entering in this direction and it is leaving in this direction, right? Now just remember this equation of continuity. Bernoulli's equation is based upon the conservation of energy, and equation of continuity, it is based upon the conservation of mass. Equation of continuity, it tells you that whatever is the mass entering should be the mass exiting. If I apply the equation of continuity in this horizontal pipe, it says that whatever is the mass of entering at cross section A1, the same amount of mass should be leaving from the cross section A2. No mass can get accumulated inside the pipe. The mass entering must be equal to the mass exiting, right? This is the basic explanation of equation of continuity. It is based upon the conservation of mass, right? Now there are different kinds of fluids we are dealing with in the fluid mechanics. I am taking a compressible fluid. Now this is a very new term for you. What is compressible fluid? Compressible fluid is the fluid whose density changes with the pressure, whose density changes with the pressure. So if I am assuming a compressible fluid going through the pipe, here let me take the density as rho1 and here let me take the density as rho2. Just be patient and look at the derivation. So here the density is rho1, here the density is rho2. So what is the what is the amount of mass that is entering? So if volumetric flow rate is A1 into V1, this you must know that volumetric flow rate is A1 V1, just multiply it by rho1 and you will get your mass that is entering, and it should be equal to the mass that is exiting. So volumetric flow rate at area of cross section A2 is A2 V2 and multiplied by density rho2, and according to the equation of continuity, rho1 A1 V1 should be equal to rho2 A2 V2. Let me write it in a very big, much bigger format for you. Rho1 A1 V1, it should be equal to rho2 A2 V2, right? Now what was the key concept over here? We are taking a compressible fluid. Compressible fluid, the density changes are going to be there, right? So if I generalize this, I can write that equation of continuity is rho AV to be equal to constant, right? Now if I take a assumption that my fluid is incompressible, I'll remove the density, because for the incompressible fluid there is no density changes, right? आपने जो formula याद किया हुआ है, the formula that you have remembered, that AV equal to constant, that is valid only for the incompressible fluid. We have asked you about the generalized expression, right? So rho AV equal to constant is the generalized expression for the equation of continuity. If I put one more assumption over here that our fluid is incompressible, this expression reduces to A into V to be equal to constant, right? A into V equal to constant, this expression reduces to this part, right? So what should this is the actual generalized expression of the equation of continuity. Please remember that it is based upon the conservation of mass. This can also be asked to you in any examination, that what is the basic fundamental principle behind the equation of continuity. It is based upon the conservation of mass, and just an addition, Bernoulli's equation is based upon the conservation of energy. Now let me go through the options. First one says that P plus half rho V square plus rho GH equal to constant. What is this? This is the Bernoulli's equation, standard expression for what is rate flow, sir? rate flow is, the rate flow unit is meter cube per second. In 1 second, what is the volume flowing into the pipe? So rate, volumetric flow rate, it is given by the area of cross section multiplied by the velocity. Just remember this, A1 V1 gives you the volumetric flow rate, and this is the generalized expression for the incompressible fluid. I just discussed over here. For the compressible fluid, just generalized expression is rho AV equal to constant, right? So P plus half rho V square plus rho G hat equal to constant. Again, this is the Bernoulli's equation. This is, this cannot be our correct answer. Just put it a wrong sign over here. Rho AV equal to constant. The expression that we were looking for is over here, rho AV equal to constant. Yes, this should be the correct answer to this problem. A by V equal to constant. Obviously, this option does not make any sense. This should be nullified as well. Rho A by V equal to constant. Again, no point of being confused in this, right? Rho A by V to be constant. So the only correct answer that I have, based upon the analysis, I will pick is option 2. Now, let me go through the slide. And yes, you see, the correct answer is rho AV equal to constant, right? So dear students, till now, whatever problem we just discussed is a little bit of, modification and tweaks over here, here and there, and you just see, we just modified the problem was prone to mistakes, but keep in mind the presence of mind, just presence of mind, and you should be very attentive while preparing the, while giving the examinations. It is very, one of the key qualities that you need to ace the examination, presence of mind, right? So rho AV equal to constant is your correct answer to this problem, and yes, we have got the correct answer. Now let me move to the other problem, problem 23. This was the problem 23 in the original paper. Now this is based upon the optics, and I very well know that where you must have gone wrong. You must be confused that what is the meaning of graze out, will not emerge out, will emerge out without any deviation, will emerge at an angle 30 degree into air. Okay, these are some of the options that if the options were something like this, what is the angle of deviation, 30 degree, 45 degree, 60 degree, most of the students would have just take the correct answer. But this option tells you that whether it will graze out, whether it will not emerge out, this is a bit confusing to you. So let me present to you the correct explanation for these kind of problems. Okay, we are being okay. So could you mark in a diagram where it would be into the plane of the paper, left or right? Okay, Roshan, I just marked in the diagram where it should be in the left or right. Just be clear that even if you are getting confused, place your thumb along the direction of current, curl the fingers of your right hand. You should get the direction of the magnetic field. If I do it on the screen, you will get more confused. The left, right, the mirror image will come into action. You will get more confused. Just let us avoid the confusion for other students as well, right? And let's focus on this problem. This problem is based upon the optics. Now, let me give you an explanation to this problem. It says that this is the interface. Over here, I am taking a media whose refractive index is mu1, and over here I am taking a media whose refractive index is mu2, and I am assuming that mu2 is greater than mu1. Or what do I mean to say is that mu2 is a denser medium and mu1 is a rarer medium, right? Mu2 is your denser medium and mu1 is your rarer medium, right? So this one is denser, this one is rarer. Now this one is the normal, right? Now if a ray of light goes like this at a particular angle of incidence I, had there been no change in the media, it would have gone like this. Now the ray of light is going from denser to rarer, so it will bend away from the normal. It should go like something like this, right? This very much clear to you. Now if I further increase the angle, let me further increase the angle, and let me draw the diagram again. You must have heard about the concept of total internal reflection. Total internal reflection, you must have heard about this concept. And dear students, this is one of the concept that is very much asked in your NEET examination. So just be very thorough with total internal reflection. Now the first point that needs to be kept in mind while dealing with total internal reflection is that it takes place when the the ray of light is going from the denser medium to the rarer medium. So from denser to rarer, it may result in the total internal reflection, right? So I just showed you the diagram. It is going from denser medium to rarer medium. This at certain angle of incidence I. Now let me take if I keep on increasing the angle of incidence, if I keep on increasing the angle of incidence, the refracted ray will keep bending away from the normal. And just visualize this, that at a particular angle that is known as critical angle, at that particular critical angle, the refractive ray would be something like this. If this is your ray and this is your critical angle IC, this is normal, the refracted ray will go something like this. There goes your refracted ray. And what is this? This is what we call the condition of grazing. The refracted ray is grazing, it is perpendicular to the normal. So this happens at the critical angle. I have represented the angle by IC. Okay. So till now I have told you that total internal reflection is what we are dealing with. It takes place when the ray of light goes from denser medium to rarer medium. Now if we keep on increasing the angle of incidence at a particular angle, that is IC, the refracted ray, this ray will be perpendicular to the normal. This is the condition of grazing, right? Now let me derive the expression for this critical angle. This is mu2, this is mu1. What do we know? Let me apply the Snell's law for you. Snell's law tells that mu into sine I should remain constant. Mu into sine I should remain constant. So let me apply at this interface. So I can write that mu2 into sine of IC should be equal to mu1 into, what is the angle of refraction? It is 90 degrees. So mu1 into sine of 90 degree, right? So sine IC, it is coming out to be equal to mu1 over mu2, right? Now let me take some practical data to you. Here is our media. I am taking a glass media over here. Let me take the refractive index to be √2, and over onto that side your media is air, its refractive index is 1. And let me derive the expression for critical angle for this pair of media. So if this is your critical angle, let me take it as IC. So refracted ray is going to go like this. Now one of the concept over here is that if the angle of incidence increases beyond the critical angle, if I draw the diagram, if it increases beyond the critical angle, the rays are not going to get reflected, not refracted, they are going to get reflected. So no refraction is going to take place. Sir, why online classroom got shut down immediately? Online classroom is right in front of you, Vithal. Just have a look at the online classroom. So beyond, if you increase the angle of incidence beyond your critical angle, the rays are not going to get reflected. They are not going to get refracted. The rays are going to get reflected. So they will not emerge out. Remember, one of the options was that they will not emerge out, right? So if the angle of incidence is greater than critical angle. Now the problem is how to determine the critical angle. So let me apply the Snell's law over here. I can write that √2 into sine IC, it should be equal to mu1 over here is 1 and angle will be 90 degree. So sine IC, it is coming out to be equal to 1 over √2. So IC, it's a very standard expression. When is sine 1 by √2? It is at 45 degrees. So the critical angle of incidence is coming out to be equal to 45 degrees. So for this pair of media, if if the angle of incidence is 42 degree, the ray will be grazing out. It will be normal. This is the condition. It will be grazing out. And if you increase the angle of incidence more than 45 degree, they are going to get reflected, right? And if it is less than 45 degree, obviously normal refraction is going to take place. Now let me have a look at the problem. A ray of light traveling inside a rectangular glass slab of refractive index √2 is incident on a glass air surface at angle of incidence 45 degree. Now just go through this derivation. Just this derivation. I have just derived the critical angle for the pair of media, and you see that 45 degree is the critical angle for this pair of media, and the angle of incidence in the problem is given to you as 45 degree. What does it mean? It means that this angle is the critical angle, and in this case the ray will graze out. Had the angle of incidence been more than 45 degree, they will not emerge out, but for this case this is wrong. Will emerge at angle 30 degree with air, obviously this one is wrong, and will emerge out without end deviation, this one is definitely wrong. So the correct answer to this problem is it will graze out, and let me verify this with the answer slide as well. Okay, one of the students has just commented Shraddha Rawat, graze out. Yes, very well. Okay, Naman Khandelwal, in first problem you told wrong. Okay, Naman, there may be some wrong statements. We all are humans. Problems are going to be, mistakes are done by the humans only. I have a window of doing the mistakes, but you don't have a window of doing the mistakes. So just learn from my mistakes, because the life is very short to to do the mistakes and then learn from my mistakes, Naman. Okay, I apologize for my mistake, but I have got a window for my mistake. You don't have a window for your mistake. Just learn, right? So the correct answer to this problem is it will graze out. So option 2 seems the correct answer. Now dear students, let me move to problem 17. Now this problem seems a bit I'll put it in a bit higher level, not very simple problem and not a very difficult problem. It says that pressure versus temperature graph of 2 moles of neon gas is shown in figure. The ratio of heat absorbed to change in internal energy of gas in process 1 to 2 is. So we need to find it out. Okay. Now dear students, let me highlight the keywords for you. I have 2 moles of neon gas. So 2 moles of neon gas. Now neon is a monatomic gas, right? I'm just highlighting the keywords. I'm just trying to extract the information. Whatever in the data given to me in the problem. I'm just trying to extract whatever amount of information I can get it out. So neon is a monatomic, right? And the pressure temperature curve that is given to me, it is directly proportional. So pressure over here is given to me as directly proportional to temperature, right? So let me if I go to the ideal gas equation, it says that PV is equal to nRT, right? Now if pressure is directly proportional to temperature, it clearly means that volume should remain constant. What I mean to say is that if pressure is directly proportional to temperature, in that case volume is going to remain constant, right? And we need to find the heat absorbed to the change in internal energy of gas in process 1 to 2. Now dear students, volume is going to remain constant. We know that from the first law of thermodynamics, delta Q, it is equal to delta U plus delta W. Delta Q, it is equal to delta U plus delta W. Volume is over here constant. Now let us go through the some concepts to deal with the problem. So you see that, dear students, delta U, change in internal energy, it is a state function. So you can use this expression NCV delta T. If the temperature changes delta T, you can use this expression irrespective of any process. Delta U, that is equal to NCV delta T, right? Delta Q and delta W, they are path function. We don't have a very standard expression to derive for this delta Q and delta W, because they are what? They are path function, and this is a point function. Delta U, it is a point function, depends on the initial and final position. Delta Q and delta W, they depends on the path taken, not on the initial and the final position. Now so for this process, the volume is constant, so I can use that delta U, it is equal to NCV delta T. And what about delta Q? I don't know delta Q. There is no expression for finding out the delta Q directly. What about delta W? If the volume is going to remain constant, the delta W is going to be equal to 0, right? And first law of thermodynamics tells us that delta Q, it is equal to delta U plus delta W. Now if delta W is 0, it means that delta Q, it is equal to delta U, right? Now what does it mean? It means that if the system is absorbing certain amount of heat, if the heat is supplied to the system, all that energy will be utilized to increase the internal energy of the system, right? Or the other case is also possible, if the heat is being rejected by the system, in that case it will come at the cost of its own internal energy, right? Both the cases must be clear to you. What I am trying to say is that अगर system को heat दी जाएगी तो उसकी internal energy बढ़ेगी, and if if the heat is being extracted out, if the heat is being supplied by the system, it will come at the cost of its own internal energy. So अगर heat system reject करेगा तो उसकी internal energy क्या करेगी, decrease करेगी, right? So delta Q is equal to delta U. This is the mathematical expression. The physical meaning I just explained to you, right? Now let us go through the problem. It says that ratio of heat absorbed to the change in internal energy of gas in process 1 to 2. So if delta W is 0, delta Q, it should be equal to delta U. So what is the ratio? You are very intelligent to answer this. What should be the ratio? It should be 1:1, right? So the correct answer should be option 1. Now dear students, let me do a little bit of modification to this problem. Just answer me in your comment box that what should be the ratio of delta Q and delta U for the isobaric process. Okay, Anup ji, he's telling the answer is 1. Yes, Anup, answer is 1. Just let me know what is the ratio of delta Q and delta U for the isobaric process. I am taking pressure as constant. This is isobaric process. Just put in the comment box what should be the ratio for the isobaric process. So let me discuss for the isobaric process. So delta Q for the isobaric process, I have a standard expression which is equal to NCP delta T, and delta U, it is equal to NCV delta T. What was the gas we were dealing with? No one asked me in the comment box. Okay, one of the student Rohit, he is telling me gamma. Yes Rohit, very close. Just take the gas to be neon and put the right answer in the comment box. Gas is neon. Okay, yes, very well. Put the right answer. I have taken the gas to be neon. So delta Q by delta W, I am taking gas to be neon. It is a monatomic gas. So Cp is 5R/2 and Cv is 3R/2. So the ratio of delta Q over delta U, it is coming out to be equal to 5/3. See, this was one of the option. This was one of the option that was given to you in option 3, 5/3. So obviously this is a wrong option. All these options, other options are wrong. But you see, yes, Shraddha, it is very well. The correct answer is 5/3. And just be clear with your concepts. In आपको किसी और पेपर में ये प्रॉब्लम एज अ आइसोबारिक प्रोसेस भी पूछा जा सकता है. फॉर दैट just remember the expression delta Q by delta U, it is equal to 5/3. Don't remember the expression, just use this for the isobaric process. Use this, and please remember that first law of thermodynamics. While going through the problem, highlight your keywords and be attentive. That was my mantra from the problem 1. So yes, the correct answer to this problem should be option 1. Yes, very well. Sir, delta H is only NCP delta T. Okay, delta H is enthalpy change. Tarun, just don't get confused. We are dealing with physics over here. That is a part that you will discuss in the chemistry, and we are not in the physics section. We are not dealing with the enthalpy change. We are only dealing with delta Q, delta U, and delta W, right? So Tarun, just don't be confused. Delta H is an enthalpy change. When there will be a chemistry session for you, just ask your doubt over there. What is delta H is only NCP delta T, right? Just don't get confused. Don't mix the chemistry into physics. Just be in the physics section only, right? Okay, thank you, wonderful explanation. Thank you. Now let us move forward to problem 25. The electric field part of an electromagnetic wave in a medium is represented by. Okay, let me go through the problem. It says that Ex equal to 0. What it means that X component of electric field is 0. Y component is given to me 3.5 Newton per coulomb sine 2 pi into 10 raised to power. It is a very long expression. 2 pi into 10 raised to power 3t minus 2 pi into 10 raised to the power minus 3x. Ez equal to 0 and all the parameters are in SI unit. The wave is, we need to find the wave, and just you need to extract the information about the wave. It is moving along positive x, negative x, positive y, positive z. If you figure out this much information, you need to figure out what is the frequency as well as what is the wavelength, right? Now let me let me go through the concept. Dear students, you must remember that EM wave is a transverse wave. The nature of the EM wave is transverse in nature, and in the chapter of waves in class 11th, you just remember the equation y, that is equal to a sine of kx minus omega t. For the transverse wave, we have dealt at length with all these expressions in our class 11th. Y is equal to a sine kx minus omega t, or this expression can be written as y to be equal to a sine of omega t minus kx, any form you write, or a sin kx minus omega t, any form. Now if I just have a look at this expression y equal to a sin kx minus omega t, from the argument of the trigonometric function, just have a look, from the argument of the trigonometric function I can figure out that whether the wave is going, see if the function over argument में अगर function x का है, if the argument contains the function of x, over here there is x, over here there is also x, so the wave is either going in positive x-axis or the negative x-axis, there is no other option, right? Just have a look at the argument first. It is given to you that it is sin omega t minus kx or sin kx minus omega t. So one thing is very clear, either it is going in along positive x-axis or negative y-axis, right? Now if the if the setup is like omega t minus kx or kx minus omega t, in that case the wave is going along the positive x-axis. Had the setup been like this, y equal to a sin of kx plus omega t, in that case, see the argument of the trigonometric function, it is containing x, so kx plus omega t, in that case the wave is going along negative x-axis. This is the concept that we dealt in class 11th. ये तो कोई नया concept है भी नहीं. This is the concept that I am dealing with. It is it is of the class 11th concept. We are just अभी हम अपने actual concept पे तो आए भी नहीं है. So y it is equal to a sin kx plus omega t. Just have a look at the argument of the trigonometric function kx plus omega t. So argument of the trigonometric function will tell you either it is going in positive direction or negative direction. If the argument contains x is equal to a sin of omega t minus ky, what do you tell? Just put in the comment omega t minus ky. ये किस डायरेक्शन में जाएगा? What is the direction of the propagation of wave if equation is omega t minus ky? Have a look at the argument. Argument contains the function of y. It is going along the positive y-axis because the setup is like omega t minus ky or ky minus omega t. If the setup has been like omega t plus ky, in that case it is going along negative y-axis. So till now we are just clear that argument should give me the answer, right? Okay, Shraddha Rawat has commented plus y. Very well, Shraddha Rawat. So just have a look at the argument. It contains sin, just for time's sake, just take it to be as omega, and for time's sake, take it to be x. So if I take the argument, it is of the form omega t minus kx. Just comment in which direction it should go. Omega t minus kx is the function of the argument. It contains x. It contains x. Either can go in positive x, either it can go in negative x. Function is omega t minus kx. Function is omega t minus kx. It means that it should go in positive x direction. Okay. Just have a looking at the argument. I derived the answer that it is going along the positive x direction. And let me go through the options first. It is moving along negative x. No, it is not moving along negative x. Moving along positive y. Obviously, it is not moving along positive y. Moving along positive. Obviously, it is not moving along positive z. So just by looking at the argument, I have arrived at my answer that my answer should be option 1. This is such a simple problem. Just looks disastrous, but it is not a very difficult problem. So it is moving along positive x direction. So argument tells me that. Now let us move forward. Now dear students, if I say that EM wave is transverse in nature, what does it mean? It means that if the wave propagation is along x-axis, the disturbance of the medium will be along y-axis or z-axis. It means that the disturbance of medium should be perpendicular to the propagation of wave, right? Now EM wave, it contains oscillating electric field as well as oscillating magnetic field. Now if I tell you that EM wave is propagating along the positive x-axis, the oscillating electric field can either be along y-axis or z-axis, right? Either be along y-axis or z-axis, because EM wave has a transverse nature. The direction of the oscillating electric field and the magnetic field should be perpendicular to the direction of propagation, and they should be perpendicular to each other also. This is the property of the electromagnetic wave, which tells us that oscillating electric field and oscillating magnetic field are perpendicular to each other, and they are simultaneously perpendicular to the direction of propagation also, right? Yes. So see that x component is 0, y component is given to you, Ey. What does it tells you? Ey tells you that electric field is along y-axis, right? Electric field is along y-axis. So wave is traveling along the positive x-axis. Wave is traveling along the positive x-axis and electric field is along the y-axis, right? So I have derived from here that electric field is along y-axis and wave is traveling along the positive x-axis, right? And what should be the direction of magnetic field? If the wave is along the EM wave is traveling along the positive x-axis and the electric field is along y-axis, how to determine the direction of magnetic field? Just remember the property of EM waves. The direction of EM wave, it is given by the cross product of E cross B. That's how you determine the direction of EM wave. So cross product of the direction of electric field and magnetic field should give you the direction of EM wave. Now this part was clear to you. Let me tell you how to figure out the frequency as well as the wavelength. So this kx minus omega t, so this k, this is your angular wave number. It is given by the 2 pi by lambda, where lambda is your wavelength, and what is omega? Omega is your angular frequency. It is given by 2 pi f, right? Now if I see over here that 2 pi by lambda, it is given to me as 2 pi over 10 raised to the power 3. So what is the wavelength? Wavelength is 1000 meter, and 2 pi f is given to me as 2 pi into 10 raised to the power 3. So f is coming out to be equal to 1000 hertz. Frequency is 1000 hertz, lambda is 1000 meter. So correct answer to this problem should be moving along positive x direction with frequency 1000 hertz and wavelength 100 and 1000 meter. Now dear students, just put your answer in the comment box. What should be the equation for the magnetic field, oscillating magnetic field? Iski kya equation honi chahiye? Just put it in the comment box. I'll derive that for you. So B, the relation for the we have a relation between the amplitude of electric field and the amplitude of magnetic field. V, that is equal to E naught by B naught. Now this is one of the expressions जहाँ पे आप confuse हो सकते हैं. आप ये सोच रहे होंगे कि why it is not equal to C, that is equal to E naught by B naught. Just be clear, just be thorough that the velocity of EM wave in the medium that we are dealing with, this is the velocity of EM wave in that particular medium. आपको वही velocity लेनी है for using this expression. This is the velocity of EM wave in vacuum, right? And this is the velocity of EM wave in this particular medium. So V, it is equal to E naught by B naught. You have to take the velocity of EM wave in that particular medium. So from here you can find out the amplitude of magnetic field. It will be equal to E naught by V. So the equation should be E naught by V sine of kx minus omega t, right? And omega t minus kx, right? So omega t minus kx, just omega, k I am not writing, E naught by V, it should give you the, and how to find the V? This is one of the V, it is equal to omega by k. Again, from the concept of wave, omega is your angular wave number, sorry, omega is your angular frequency. Okay, just someone has commented E naught by C. No, not E naught by C, it should be E naught by V. Just be very thorough with this concept. So E naught by V sine omega t minus kx, V is equal to omega by k, and to determine the direction, use the concept of E cross B. Now E is along j cap, you need to find the direction of B, and the wave is traveling along I cap. So this should be k cap. So j cap cross k cap should give you j cap, cross k cap should give you I cap. So B is along k cap. So I have discussed in detail all the concepts that are involved in these kind of problems. All these concepts will lead to one problem, right? हर एक concept जो मैंने यहाँ पे discuss किया, it can lead to one of the questions. So just be very thorough with all the concepts that are being discussed over here. So with our discussion, we found out the answer very very earlier. It should be option 1, right? And let me verify this with the answer slide as well. And yes, the correct answer to this problem is option 1. It should be kz because sir, as in B is a dir, z dir. Okay, Anup, just kz. Why it should be kz? If the wave is traveling along the positive x-axis, it cannot be kz. Had the wave been traveling along the z-axis, it should be kz, right? Now dear students, let's move to next problem. The unit of self-inductance. Okay. I know that this is not a very standard unit that you just remember. The SI unit, we all know that. Let me help you how to determine the unit of self-inductance. And for this you need to remember certain expression. Now the first option tells me that it is the unit consists of ohm and second square. Now can you recall any expression of self inductance that involves the resistance as well as time? Just put it in the comment box. Anup ji is commenting about direction. Yes, Anup ji, I have discussed the direction. It is given by E cross B. E cross B should be the direction, right? Now just leave that problem, just come to this problem 28. Tell me, do you remember any expression which relates self-inductance L, resistance R and times T, right? As far as I can recall, the time constant for LR circuit, it is given by the expression L over R. Tau, it is equal to L over R, right? Now this tau will have a unit of second. L, I need to find the unit of L, and this resistance will have a unit of ohm. So from here, if I see that the unit of self-inductance, it is ohm second, not ohm second square, right? So this one, this one seems wrong. Ohm second square is not a right answer to this problem. Okay. Weber per ampere square, and can Weber per ampere square be the units for self-inductance? Just recall any expression where you can relate the magnetic flux, current and self-inductance. As far as my memories go, phi it is equal to Li. Phi it is equal to Li. I can remember this expression, phi equal to Li. Now this is going to have a unit of Weber. I is going to have a unit of ampere. So from here, if I figure out the units of self-inductance, it is Weber per unit ampere. Sorry, not per unit. Yes. So Weber per unit ampere should be one of the units of self-inductance. Weber per unit ampere square is given. Oh, this one is also wrong. Okay. Now let's talk about the option 3, volt, second and ampere. Dear students, just relate. Can you recall any explanation which consists of EMF, current and inductance? EMF, current and inductance. Can you recall any such expression? Yes, I can recall. If phi is equal to Li, if I differentiate this, I can write that E it is equal to L into di by dt. E it is equal to L di by dt. Now EMF, it is having a unit of volt, di current second. So from here the unit should be volt second per ampere, right? E it is equal to L di by dt. From here, this is your volt. You need to find the units for inductance. This is ampere and second. So volt second per ampere is the unit that needs to be there in the option. So this one is also wrong. Volt second ampere, not ampere, per unit ampere. Fourth option. Can you relate the energy term with the self-inductance? Yes, I can recall. I know that magnetic energy stored, it is given by the expression half Li square. Half Li square, right? So this becomes, the unit will become joule. Inductance is what you find, and this becomes ampere square. So units become joule per ampere square. Is this given to you anywhere? Let us go through the problem. Joule per ampere square. Yes, it is given to me in option 4. Joule per ampere square is given to me in option 4. So yes, the correct answer to this problem is option 4. So अगर ऐसे problems आते हैं जिनकी आप units आपको याद नहीं रहती है, if the units are not, you cannot recall the units. Yes, half Li square, Rohit, yes, very well, you are correct. So if you don't remember the units, just take the help of the formulas. So if I had to attempt all these problems, I also don't know the unit. I am attempting right in front of you, and I can very well recall the formulas, and from the formulas I made the unit, and I picked the correct answer. A little bit of lengthy process, but it is going to get you the right answer. So the correct answer to this problem is option 4, that is joule per ampere square. And let me verify this with the answer slide as well. And yes, see, the correct answer is option 4, right? We just we didn't ask you the standard unit, we asked you the unit of self inductance, and that to not SI unit, just units in a different manner, and it's a bit complicated, but not a very difficult problem. Just remember the formulas and you are good to go. Okay, क्या इसका PDF मिलेगा? What PDF do you need? Please just comment what PDF do you need. We'll provide the required PDF if possible. Okay. Now see, This problem consists of the magnetic field lines due to a bar magnet are correctly shown in. So you need to figure out the magnetic field lines due to a bar magnet. Now dear students, how to figure out, let me give you insight into the magnetic field lines. So one of the key concept of what is the distinction between electrostatic field lines and magnetic field lines. The key point of distinction between the both these lines, electrostatic field lines and they are asking the discussion page PDF. Okay, I'll try if the PDF is possible, I'll try that, but you can just note it down. I am giving you the sufficient time to just note it down. Okay, someone is commenting, many students are commenting me the answer. Okay. Yes, Tarun, you are very well right. Let me explain it to other students. Okay. So I was telling that what is the point of distinction between the electrostatic field lines and the magnetic field lines. The magnetic field lines, they always form continuous closed loop. If I tell you about the electric dipole, if this is the positive charge and this is the negative charge, so field lines, let me draw this again. I am not very good at drawing, so just bear with the drawing. Positive and negative. Fields are going like this, and some lines will go like this, some lines will go like this, some lines will come like this, some lines will come like this. Now this is the this is the setup for the electrostatic field lines. The field lines are continuous, but they are not forming the closed loop. Why I am saying that? Because if the field lines are coming from here, they are not going from the negative charge again to the positive charge. They are not coming like this. This is wrong. You don't draw such field lines for the electric dipole. Now let's talk about the magnet. So here is your north pole, here is your south pole. You remember that magnetic monopoles doesn't exist. Like isolated positive charge, isolated negative charge can exist, but the magnetic monopoles cannot exist, right? So you have a north pole and you have a south pole. North pole, it can be treated very similar to the positive charge, positive electric charge. So the field lines will be something like this. It will be going something like this, something like this and this and this. So it will go something like this. South pole, it can be treated very similar to the negative charge. So rays will come like this. They are going to come like this, and again they are going to come like this. Let me draw one more. So they are going to come like this. Now up till here, the field lines, they are very somewhat similar to the electric dipole. Now the key concept over here is that since the magnetic monopoles cannot exist or the magnetic flux needs to be zero, the field lines inside the bar magnet will go from south pole to the north pole. Inside the bar magnet, it goes from south pole to the north pole, and outside the bar magnet, it goes from north pole to the south pole. Why? Why is the difference? Because they need to form continuous closed loop, right? So just remember this. They go like this from north pole to south pole, inside the bar magnet from south pole to north pole, right? Now let us have a look at the option. First option says that it goes from north pole to south pole, but there is no field lines inside the bar magnet. This one is definitely wrong. It cannot form continuous closed loop like this. Second option says that it goes from north pole to south pole, and inside it goes from south pole to north pole. This one seems a bit correct. I'll put this as my correct answer. Okay, option 3, it says that outside the bar magnet they are going from south pole to north pole. Now this one is a wrong, plus no field lines inside the bar magnet, so it is double wrong. This cannot be a correct answer. Let's talk about the fourth option. It goes from south pole to north pole. This one is completely opposite that we just discussed. This one is absolutely wrong. It should be from north pole to south pole, and inside it should be like this. Absolutely wrong answer. So the correct answer to this problem should be option 2. Now let me verify this with the answer slide, and yes, the correct answer is option 2, right? Now dear students, let's move to problem 22. And what this problem consists of, this problem is based on the concept of composition of SHM, composition of simple harmonic motion. You have two coherent waves that are represented by 4 sin omega t, and the second wave 3 sin omega t plus pi by 3. They interfere at a point. The amplitude of resulting wave will be about. Now you know, you have equation as y equal to 4 sine omega t, and the other equation is y2 that is equal to 3 sine of omega t plus pi by 3. These are the two equations that are given to you. Is it compulsory to show the lines inside the magnet? Yes, yes, it is very much compulsory to show the lines inside the magnet. How are you going to determine the difference between the electric dipole and the magnetic dipole in that case? You know, you need to show the lines inside the magnet. If you are not showing the line, then it is completely, you know, wrong, because there lies no difference between electric dipole and magnetic dipole. So you must have, you know, you just missed this point. Always show the lines inside the magnet. Okay, now let's come to this problem. So we have 4 sine omega t, 3 sine omega t plus pi by 3. We need to find the amplitude of the resulting wave. Now how to okay, someone is commenting the formula. Let me show you a very simple method to deal with these kind of problems. Suppose that I have one equation y1 to be equal to a sine of omega t, and y2 to be equal to a1. I am taking a1, it is a2 sine of omega t plus phi. Now you are very well aware that these are the equation of simple harmonic motion, right? I will use the phasors. So if I do this, I can represent, you know, a1 like this. So a1 I am representing over here. I am representing this equation with a vector that is having length equal to a1, and with respect to this a1, this a2 vector will lie at phi angle from a1. So this should lie at somewhat this angle a2, and it is you know, somewhat leading by phi angle. Now if I have made this diagram with the help of vectors, I can you know, what is the formula for the vectors? For the resultant, you just found out that it is equal to a square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta. Just use this formula for the vectors. I can over here, I can write that resultant, it should be equal to under the root of a1 square plus a2 square plus 2a1 a2 cos phi. Just use this expression, you know, I will write in a bigger format for you to note down. A resultant, it is equal to under the root of a1 square plus a2 square plus 2a1 a2 cos phi, right? And phi is this angle. Now according to the problem, a1 is given to me as 4, a2 is given to me as 3, and this angle is given to me as pi by 3, right? So let me use this to find the resultant. A resultant, it should be equal to a1 square. A1 square is your 4 square. So 4 square plus 3 square plus 2 into 3 into 4. What is the value of cos 60? Cos 60 is 1 over 2. So A resultant, it is coming out to be equal to 16 plus 9, 25 plus 12, that is equal to under the root of 37. Now on the problem, what is the value of root 37? You know, if I would be the student, I would have, you know, take a approximation. Root 36 is 6, so root 37 should be, you know, somewhat more than 6. Somewhat more than 6 should give me my answer. Let me go through the options to find out. 7.2, no, not 7.2, it should be what, something to close to 6. Okay, 6.1, this seems to me as correct answer. 6.1. 5, no, not 5, root 36 is 6, so this cannot be 5. 12, obviously not. You know, there could be a case when the answer should be 5. Just comment in the comment box when is the case when you will get the resultant amplitude to be 5. Just, you know, put the answer in the comment box. There is a particular case where you will get your answer as 5 using these two. Using the same equation, if I change the phase angle or the phase difference, I will get my answer as 5. Just, you know, put the answer in the comment box. So I just showed you that you don't need to go into extensive calculation, just, you know, do the little bit of approximation. So root 37, I just figured out that root 36 is 6, and root 37 should be more than 6. Answer is 6.1, you know, 90 degrees. Yes, Shraddha, very well. If the angle between them is 90 degrees, the resultant will be equal to under the root of 4 square plus 3 square plus 2 into 4 into 3 cos pi by 2. Pi by 2 is 0. It becomes under the root of 4 square plus 3 square. It becomes under the root of 25. Answer is coming out to be equal to 5. But for this case, the answer is option 2. Just remember the approximation as well, because the extracting answer from the problem is an art that you need to learn. Okay. So the correct answer to this problem is 6.1. Now let me give you, yes, the correct answer to this problem becomes the option 2, right? Now dear students, okay, this problem it says that, let's move to the other problem. Yes, very well, all of you understood that the correct answer is okay. Sorry for late, sir. No problem, Avani. Just carry it from where have you joined, and just you can put the you just play back the video and you can go through the concept that we discussed. At what height from the surface of Earth the total energy of a satellite is equal to its potential energy at a height of 3r from surface of Earth? Okay. So this involves the concept of satellite and as well as the concept of potential energy. Okay. So dear students, if this is my Earth, I am representing Earth with a very small dot, and a satellite is revolving around the Earth, not a perfect circle, just bear with it. Let me assume that this is my Earth. I will draw it in a very somewhat big sense. This is the radius of Earth, and satellite is revolving at certain distance h from the Earth, h from the surface of Earth. In that case, v0 orbital velocity is given by the expression. Let me assume the mass of Earth to be m. A small satellite is going around the Earth. Its mass is smaller, right? So v0 orbital velocity is given by the expression root gm over r plus h, right? So what should be the kinetic energy? So I am not going into detail. You very well know that if satellite is going around the Earth, the centripetal acceleration will be provided by the mutual gravitational attraction between them. So gmm by r square should be equal to mv square by r. This is the basic fundamentals from which we derive the expression. But just don't go into that part. Orbital velocity is given by the expression root gm upon r plus h. So kinetic energy, it will be equal to half mv square. So half into m into v0 square, it becomes gm over r plus h. So it becomes gmm over 2 into r plus h, gmm upon 2 into r plus h. And potential energy, you can write that potential energy of the satellite, it is equal to minus gmm over r plus h, because it is at a from surface of Earth, it is at a height h. So total energy of satellite, it is equal to kinetic energy plus the potential energy, which is coming out to be equal to minus gmm over 2 times of r plus h, right? Now what the problem says that at what height from the surface of Earth total energy of satellite is equal to its potential energy at a height 3r from surface of Earth. Okay. Now if you say that if this is Earth and something is kept at a height of 3r from surface of Earth, this is the radius of Earth, let the mass be m, its mass be small m. In that case, what should be the potential energy? It should be equal to minus gm into m over r plus the height is 3r. So it should be equal to minus gmm over 4r. And what is the total energy of satellite we just derived? It is minus gmm upon 2r plus h. So both these are equal according to the problem. 2r plus h, it is equal to minus gmm over 4r. Cancel out the common terms. So 2r plus 2h, it is coming out to be equal to 4r. So 2h is coming out to be equal to 2r. So h is coming out to be equal to r. So satellite should be placed at a h equal to r from the surface of Earth. Sir, a NEET 2025 aspirant studying in Aakash only in one of the branch. My marks in term exams are 550 plus average, but can't score much in AIATS. Please, any tips, sir? Sir, where do we get its answer key? Okay, Mayuresh, just be confident. The 550 marks plus is also a very good score. Just keep on working hard. You will get to the point where you will crack the NEET examination. We have seen a lot of students who who were at your score only, but with a rigorous practice and a lot of hard work, they have crossed the score of 680. They have gone till 700 and 710 also. You just be calm and keep working hard. You will get where you need to go, right? Okay. The second says that where do we get its answer key? Answer key should be there with you. It would be provided to you, and if it's not provided to you, just ask your respective branch. You will get your answer key. But for this problem, the height should be equal to r, h is equal to r, and satellite should be placed at a distance h equal to r from the surface of earth, and you will get your answer, right? And let me, okay, so r by 2 is not wrong. Now one of the key mistakes from of this problem is that students sometimes they get confused that the problem is asking you the distance from the surface of earth, not from the center of earth. If the radius is r, your distance from the center becomes 2r, but from the surface of earth it becomes r. So just be very clear while going through the problem, right? Be very clear while from where it is asked to you to calculate a distance. It is being asked from the surface of earth, so the correct answer should be 2r. Had it been from the center of earth, it should be 2r, but it not over here, and 3r is absolutely wrong. So the correct answer is option 2. And yes, the correct answer is option 2. Okay, Ganjan Tiwari. Okay, we will discuss the problem 16 also. It is there in this in this lineup. Just be patient. We'll discuss all the problems that that were prone to mistakes. Just be very patient. Now let's move forward. Okay, now see. Okay, problem 15. Yes, please be patient. We'll discuss all the problems. Don't get disheartened. We have maintained a sequence. These are the problems that were most prone to the mistakes. Problem 15 and 16 will be there. Don't worry. Okay. Now it says that this problem says that the number of significant zeros present in the measured value 0.020040. Now dear students, this is the problem based on the significant figures, right? Okay. Now I know that where have you gone wrong. You very well know that this 0 and this 0, these two zeros, I am talking about this one and this one. All of you must be very clear that these zeros which are lying between two non-zero digit, they are going to be significant, right? If a 0, just remember this rule, write it down somewhere. If a 0 is lying between two non-zero digits, in that case that 0 is going to be significant, right? So these two zeros are going to be significant. The problem is, what about these zeros? Now the rule says that if a number is less than 1, in that case the zeros to the left of first non-zero digit is insignificant. What I mean to say is that agar number less than 1 hai, so the zeros to the left of first non-zero digit is considered to be insignificant. So these two zeros are insignificant. What about the trailing 0? Trailing 0 is significant. So this trailing 0 is also significant. The two zeros between the non-zero digit are also significant. So number of significant zeros in this problem is 3. The number of significant figure is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Just remember the rule. If a number is less than 1, the zeros to the left of first non-zero digit, it is considered as insignificant, right? So there are three significant zeros present in this measured value. So the correct answer to this problem should be option 4. And my tip for acing these kind of problem is that just remember the rule of significant figures. Many a times students skip these part, dimensions and approximation errors, but these parts will fetch you the required marks to ace the NEET examination. Never ignore any kind of topic while preparing for any standard examinations. All the topics are equally important because they are going to provide you the same marks, that is +4, right? So the correct answer to this becomes option 3. And the correct answer to this problem becomes the option 3. So you see, simple problem, a little bit of twist. Now let us move forward to problem 33. Okay. Two conducting plates of plate area A and separation D filled with dielectric medium is shown to you. Given that the dimension of both dielectric are same, equivalent capacitance of the system is what we are required to find. Equivalent capacitance is what we are required to find. Okay. This problem is a bit I'll put in a difficult section. Okay. I'll put in a difficult category. So this problem is a bit a difficult problem, and you need to figure out whether these dielectrics are placed in series or placed in parallel, and we need to find the equivalent capacitance of the system. Now dear students, let me discuss the concept first. So the system given to me is something like this. These are the parallel plates. This is my point A, this is my point B, right? And it is given to me something like this. Here is your K1 dielectric, here is your K2, right? Now let me modify this. I can make this like this also. This is point A, this is point B, this is your K1 and this is your K2, right? Now have a look at this part. This is a conducting plate, right? This is a conducting plate and this is also a conducting plate. So potential is going to be same across the, anywhere you put a point, potential is going to be same, right? Potential is going to remain same. So potential over here is also going to remain same. Potential everywhere on this conducting plate, potential is going to remain same. So what I'll do is I'll break this. I can make it like this. This is my point A. So this is my point A, this is my point B. Both these plates are the part of the same plate, so they are the same potential, and same concept goes for this. Now this is filled with dielectric K1 and this is filled with dielectric K2. Now we very well know that capacitance, it is given by the expression A Ka epsilon naught by D. D is the separation between the plates, right? Series connection. No, it is not a series connection, it is a parallel connection. See the concept, it is a parallel connection. So this is K1, this is K2, right? Now for the upper part, I can write the capacitance to be equal to K1 into how much area this dielectric is covering. It is covering the half area. So K1 into A by 2 into epsilon naught, and the separation between the plates is D. What about this? Again K2 into A upon 2 epsilon naught into D. So area covered is half, right? And for the parallel combination C equivalent, it is given by C1 plus C2. So it will be equal to K1A, Ka, okay, sorry, not epsilon naught will not be here, K1A epsilon naught by 2D, sorry, a little bit of mistake, K2A epsilon naught by 2D. So C equivalent it is equal to C1 by C2, so K1A epsilon naught by 2D plus K2A epsilon naught by 2D. This should give you the correct answer to this problem. No, it is not a series connection. Let me show you. I'll make the diagram for the series connection. So if this is my capacitor, it is something like this. This is my point A, this is my point B. It is filled with K1 and it is filled with K2, right? It is filled with K1 and it is filled with K2. Now this connection over here is your series connection, because over here the potential difference across this dielectric will not be similar to the potential difference across this dielectric. If I break this, I can make this like this. Here is your K1, here is your K2 dielectric filled over here. This is your point A and this is your point B, right? So for our discussion, the it was in parallel. The answer should be K1A epsilon naught by 2D plus K2A epsilon naught by 2D, and let me go through the options first. Okay, so it is K and 2K, so it becomes Ka epsilon naught by 2D plus 2Ka epsilon naught by 2D. So let me take Ka epsilon naught by 2D as common, so it becomes 1 plus 2, so it becomes 3Ka epsilon naught by 2D, and it is given to me in option 2, 3Ka epsilon naught by 2D, right? And yes, see, the correct answer is option 2, right? Now let me give you a problem for the homework. Just attempt this problem. Here this is point A, this is your point B. Let me divide this. Here the dielectric field is K3, here the dielectric field is K1, here the dielectric field is K2. Attempt this problem. Find the equivalent capacitance of the system. Assume the area of plates to be A and separation between the plates to be D, and just find out the answer sir, then directly generalize it when area is divided is parallel. Okay, we are not going into any generalization, just have a look at the concepts. Just have a look at the concepts in this problem just, that I gave you for the homework. Just apply my concept that you learnt in this problem and you will be very good to go. You will be very good to go in these kind of problems. So I'll advise you go with this concept that we just discussed, right? Okay. Now dear students, I'll like to welcome another faculty. Shubham sir will take on the class from here, and he's an expert faculty in his field, very experienced faculty, and he'll clear your further doubts, right? I now welcome Mr. Shubham Swami sir.
Hello sir.
Hello sir. He'll take the live discussion from here. Shubham sir, a very expert faculty.
Thank you sir.
Okay sir. Okay.
I hope it is going great, and a lot of informative things we learned during the session of Ronak sir, correct? Hello everyone, I hope I am audible now. Is it audible now? Okay, so I am Shubham Swami, physics faculty here, and I will be taking the course further here. And I hope the last session with Ronak sir was very informative and you got all your doubts cleared. And let's see what further doubts we have. So in the paper that we have analyzed, I came across a question that was attempted wrong by most of the students, and the question was like, the orbital velocity of a satellite of mass m around Earth is proportional to, and there were 4 options given to us. So here in this particular question, it is talking about orbital velocity of a satellite, correct? So first we must know what a satellite is. So if we talk about what a satellite basically is, so if we have a body with a heavier mass and a lighter body is surrounding that heavier mass body, okay, in a circular path, it is revolving in that particular path, then we can call it a satellite, okay. And if we talk about the orbital velocity, so the orbital velocity of a satellite is the velocity of that particular lighter body around the heavier body, correct? And that particular lighter body is revolving around that particular heavier body because of force of attraction. So that particular lighter body is following a circular path, correct? Therefore, there must be some certain centripetal force that is responsible for that particular body to be following that circular path, correct? So the centripetal force that is provided to that lighter body to revolve around the heavier body is provided by the gravitation. I hope this particular concept you all must know. ये तो आप सब लोगों को पता ही होगा. अब for instance एक हम scenario consider करते हैं where we have a heavier body of mass m and a lighter body is revolving around that particular heavier mass body, correct? And we are considering its mass to be small m, correct? Now for this particular system, if here the orbital velocity is represented by v naught, then we can write m v naught square by r, where r is basically the distance of the orbit from the center of the planet. Okay, so this will be equal to gmm over r square. Correct? This particular concept I think you all know. So now from here, if we eliminate different terms, so V naught square here will be equal to gm by r. Correct? And V naught here will come out to be under root gm by r. So this is the important term here that you must know. This is the prerequisite knowledge that you must have regarding the question that we are dealing with. Now here we have, for instance, we have a body that is at an orbit which is at a distance of h from the surface of Earth. So here r will be equal to re plus h. Correct? So this particular expression can further be written as V naught is equal to under root gm over re plus h. Correct? And if the height from the surface of the satellite is comparable to the radius of Earth, so h is very small as compared to the radius of Earth, then this particular equation can be written as under root gm over re. Okay, so again we know g is equal to gm over re square. Correct? So this particular expression can also be written as V naught is equal to under the root GRE. So this is also important term here. Okay, कभी कभी क्वेश्चन में इस particular term का options भी मिल जाते हैं आपको. So having this particular idea, if we substitute G has to be 9.8 and RE to be the radius of the Earth, then we will be getting V naught to be nearly equal to 8 kilometer per second. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that if I have a satellite, a light body, and I take that particular satellite to certain height above the surface of Earth, and I give that particular satellite a horizontal velocity of 8 kilometer per second, then that particular body will become the satellite of the Earth. Okay, which means it will be revolving in certain orbit around the Earth. This particular idea you all must have. Now from this particular equation, it is pretty much clear that orbital velocity here depends on the radius of the circular orbit, first and foremost. It depends on the mass of the planet around which it is revolving. Okay, then it also depends on the density of the planet, and definitely it depends on the acceleration due to gravity of the planet. So these are the terms on which orbital velocity of the satellite depends. Now let us come towards our question. The question was telling us that the orbital velocity of a satellite of mass m around Earth is proportional to what? So if m is the mass of satellite, then V naught is independent of mass of satellite. So it will be proportional to m to the power 0. Okay, because we just saw all the factors on which orbital velocity is depending. We also saw different relationships as well. This is also an important relationship from which we have got this particular value. Okay, so I hope this particular question is pretty much clear to you. Now the answer here should be option number 1, and let's just verify this particular answer from the answer slide. It is correct. So here Alex Mercer is asking that what will be its orbit when velocity greater than 8 kilometer per second is given to it. So when velocity is given to it 8 kilometer per second, then it will lose the gravitational attraction from the Earth and it will move away from the Earth. Okay. Now here we have another question which says the resonant frequency in a series LCR AC circuit is. So this is the problem on which most of the students did some mistake. So here we are talking about resonant frequency in a series LCR circuit. So if we have a series LCR circuit, this is inductor, this is the capacitor, and we have a resistor here that is connected to certain AC source. Correct. So resonance condition of a series LCR circuit, what does this condition actually mean? This particular condition basically means, first and foremost, XL is equal to XC. Okay, or we can say that VL is equal to VC. Basically, the natural frequency of the circuit is equal to the frequency of the applied source. That condition is referred as the resonant condition of the series LCR circuit. This you must remember. Now here XL is equal to XC, VL is equal to VC. Also, cos phi here is equal to 1, which means phi is equal to 0, which also means that voltage and current are in same phase in this particular circuit. So there are various conditions regarding resonant frequency or the resonant condition of a alternating current LCR circuit, and all those conditions you must remember. One other condition is that the impedance of the circuit is equal to the resistance only, because impedance is given by under root XL minus XC plus R square. Okay, Z is given by under root XL minus XC whole square plus R square generally. So here if the value of these two is equal, then Z will be equal to R only. Correct? Now here in the question it is asking us different thing. It is asking us the resonant frequency expression for the series LCR circuit. So if XL is equal to XC and the circuit is under resonance, then we can write as omega R L is equal to 1 over omega R C, where omega R here represents the resonance angular frequency. Now omega R can further be written as 2 pi FR. L is equal to 1 over 2 pi FR C. Correct. Now if we simplify this, then definitely FR is coming out to be 1 over 2 pi under root LC. So this is the expression for the resonant frequency in a series LCR AC circuit, and it is given to us in option number 1. Okay. So if you have all these knowledge regarding the series LCR circuit and the resonant condition of the series LCR circuit, then you will be getting this particular option number 1 as the clear-cut answer. Here maybe the confusion arise with the expression of XL and XC. Okay, some students do the mistake where they consider XL to be 1 over omega L and XC to be omega C. So this you must eliminate. You must remember that XL is omega L and XC is 1 over omega C. So you will be ending up with the correct option here. So I hope this particular question is also clear and there are no further doubts in this question. Moving on, the other question that was attempted wrong. So the answer is option number 1 only. So this is one another question that came across error analysis, and this particular question says the fundamental frequency in an open organ pipe is equal to the third harmonic of a closed organ pipe if the length of the closed organ pipe is 20 centimeter, the length of the open organ pipe is. So students, in this particular question, firstly you must know the fundamental frequency of both open organ pipe and closed organ pipe. If we talk about the fundamental frequency of open organ pipe, then it is given by V0 over 2L0. Okay. And for closed organ pipe, the fundamental frequency is given by V0 by 4 LC, where LC here represents the length of the closed organ pipe. This you must remember firstly. Now, if we read the question again, it is saying that the fundamental frequency of open organ pipe, correct? So, we know the fundamental frequency of open organ pipe. So, F naught here is equal to the third harmonic of closed organ pipe. So, if we write the sequence of harmonics in the case of organ pipe, so for harmonic in closed organ pipe, the series is given as 1, 3, 5 and 7. Okay. And if we talk about the overtone here, overtone in case of closed organ pipe. So, this is the fundamental frequency only. This will be the first overtone, this will be the second overtone, this will be the third overtone. So, this is the sequence of overtone. Do not get confused regarding overtone and harmonics. If we talk about the third harmonic, then the number only represents the number of harmonic. This 3 here represents the third harmonic only for the case of closed organ pipe. This 5 here represents the fifth harmonic in the case of closed organ pipe only. So, here if we talk about the third harmonic of the closed organ pipe, it will be equal to 3 Fc only. And now we have got our answer. If we know this particular concept, if we know the difference between overtone and harmonics, then we will get the answer to this particular question easily. So, here we can write V naught over 2 L naught is equal to 3 V naught over 4 LC, correct? So, from here this V naught will cancel out and we know the value of LC is given to us. We need to find L naught here, that is the length of open organ pipe is required to be calculated. So, here this will be equal to 4 LC over 6. So, this will be equal to 2 by 3 of 20, which will be giving us the value to be 13.33 centimeter. And this is given to us in option number 1, correct? Now, here if we talk about the case of harmonics in open organ pipe, the sequence is given by 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Okay. So, this is the sequence of harmonics in case of open organ pipe, correct? And if we talk about the overtone, then this will be the first overtone, this will be the second overtone and this will be the third overtone, correct? Okay. So, let's check this answer whether we ended up with the right answer or not. So, yes, option number 1 is correct here. Now, let's talk about question number 43. So, here I think it's a very simple question. This particular question says 2 point charges are placed in air at a distance d and experiences a electrostatic force F. So, there are 2 point charges, let's say Q1 and Q2, and they are separated by a distance d, correct? So, the electrostatic force here is given to us by F. So, here F will be equal to K Q1 Q2 over R square. Here R is equal to D. So, F we can write as to be K Q1 Q2 over D square, or F we can write as to be 1 over 4 pi epsilon naught Q1 Q2 over D square. I hope this is pretty much clear. Now, the question further says, if a dielectric material of dielectric constant K equal to 2 is completely filled in the space between them. Now, this particular space is filled with a dielectric of dielectric constant K. This particular equation has epsilon naught, which is the permittivity of free space. Okay. When the system was in air, this equation was correct. But now this system has a dielectric constant as its medium. There is some material that is filled in this particular system, correct? So, here in place of epsilon naught, we will be using epsilon m, that is permittivity of the medium. Okay. So, this is equal to K times of epsilon naught. And this only you must remember here. This is the difference here only. So, now the force for this particular system we can write as to be 1 over 4 pi epsilon m q1 q2 over r square, or we can say d square for this particular question. And in place of epsilon m we can write 1 over 4 pi k epsilon naught q1 q2 over d square. Okay, so this particular expression 1 over 4 pi epsilon naught q1 q2 over d square is equal to f only. So here f dash is coming out to be f over k, correct. So the net force on one point charge now will become f over k, and k is given to us as f by 2. K is given to us as 2, so this particular expression becomes f by 2. Okay, so the answer here should be option number 4. It's a very simple question, only the concept of epsilon m and epsilon naught must be clear to you concerning this particular problem, and rest the question is very easy. So I think the answer should be option number 4 here. Okay, so आकाश की टेस्ट सेंटर कितनी सिटी में है? बेटा बहुत सारी सिटीज़ में है आकाश के सेंटर्स, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट, एंड वी आर thinking about opening more centers so that we can nurture you more. Moving on, so here we have question number 34. It's also a very simple question here. This particular question says a uniform electric field having strength E, there is a uniform electric field here, okay, exists in a region shown in figure. Okay, consider 3 points A, B and C having potential VA, VB and VC respectively. Then choose the correct option. So these are the 3 points that are given to us. Okay, and we have to choose among the 4 given options. So firstly, you must know the definition of potential. What is potential for a charge? So basically potential is the work done in bringing a test charge or a unit positive charge from infinity to a desired point without change in its kinetic energy. This you must all remember. So understand this particular concept, that if I am bringing a charge from infinity to a point that is inside electric field, then here VA is, here VA point, VC point and VB point, if we talk about point B and point C, they are at the same level. Okay, if I want to bring a charge from infinity to point B, then I will have to bring that charge more inside the electric field as compared to the charge that I am going to bring at point A. Also we know that in the direction of electric field the potential decreases, and A point is in the direction of electric field only, and B and C point are at the same level. Okay, so the concept here is that if I am bringing a charge from infinity to a point that is more inside the electric field, I will have to perform more work to bring that particular charge to that point as compared to the charge that I am bringing to point A. Also the potential decreases in the direction of electric field. So definitely here VB will be equal to VC, and this has to be greater than the value of VA. So this must be the correct answer here. Okay, and this is given to us in option number 1. Let's check this with the answer slide. So yes, option number 1 is clear. Okay, so we have this particular question here, question number 14, and this particular question says in the given circuit current in the branch CD is. So we have to solve for the value of current in the branch CD. It's a case of Wheatstone bridge, and if we talk about Wheatstone bridge beta, and if we do a certain analysis regarding Wheatstone bridge. Okay, so what actually Wheatstone bridge is, it is basically combination of 5 resistances that is shown here. Here we have one resistance like this, this is one resistance, and then we have another resistance here. The third resistance is here, and the fourth resistance is here, and it is connected to certain DC source. Okay. Let me name this particular resistance to be P, this is Q, and this is R, and this is S, and let us name this to be T. Okay. So here, if we take this particular terminal of the battery to be at 0 potential and this to be at V potential, then this will be at 0 potential and this will be at V potential. Correct? And let us take the potential of these 2 points as to be X and Y. Correct? Now here, the condition of the balancing condition, of a Wheatstone bridge is basically when no current flows through this particular resistance. Okay. So in that particular case, P over Q is equal to R over S, and this particular condition you must remember for the case of Wheatstone bridge. Okay. And this particular Wheatstone bridge you can find in various other forms as well. For instance, this is also a case of Wheatstone bridge only. This is also a Wheatstone bridge. Okay, where this is T, this is P, this is Q, and this is R, and this is S. Okay. Also, you can also find this particular Wheatstone bridge to be formed somewhat like this. This is also a Wheatstone bridge. Okay. So these are the alternate type of circuits, the standard circuits that are asked in exams that form a Wheatstone bridge. Okay. So this particular condition you must remember for the case of Wheatstone bridge. Now if we come back towards our question, this particular question was asking us the current across the branch CD. Now here we can clearly see that if this is P, this is Q, this is R, and this is S, then definitely P over Q will be equal to R over S, as we can see in this particular circuit only, because 4 over 8 is giving us the value to be 1 by 2, and 6 over 12 is also giving us the value as to be 1 by 2. So if this particular condition is satisfied, then potential of point B and potential of point D will be equal according to the balancing condition of the Wheatstone bridge. Therefore, no current flows through this particular 10 ohm resistor. Correct? So if no current flows through this particular 10 ohm resistor and we are required to solve for the current in branch CD, then this particular point and this particular point will be at 20 volt potential difference. Correct? So for CD branch, we can directly write the current to be V by R, which will be equal to 20 over the equivalent resistance here for A, D and C part of the branch. And equivalent resistance definitely, because 12 and 8 here are in series combination, so equivalent resistance here will be 20 ohm only. So current here will be coming out to be 1 ampere. Okay, and this is given to us in option number 2 here. Okay, now let's check this with the answer slide as well. So option number 2 is correct here. तो ये व्हीटस्टोन ब्रिज का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, जो बैलेंसिंग कंडीशन है व्हीटस्टोन ब्रिज की, वो आपको पता होनी चाहिए, और डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स ऑफ व्हीटस्टोन ब्रिज भी आपको पता होना चाहिए. ओके, नाउ लेट्स मूव टुवर्ड्स अनदर क्वेश्चन दैट वी हैव कम अक्रॉस in our error analysis. This particular question says energy required for the electron excitation in Li2 positive from the first to the third Bohr orbit is. So here hydrogenic compound is element is given to us, okay, and we have to solve for the energy required for the electron excitation. So we know that in a Bohr orbit, the energy associated with the electron in nth orbit is given by the expression minus 13.6 z square over n square. Okay, and this particular formula you must know while solving this particular question. That is first and foremost. Okay, so here lithium is given to us. So Z clearly will be equal to 3. Okay, and the question is asking the energy required for electron excitation from first to third Bohr orbit. So for that the energy will be equal to E3 minus E1. Correct. So now E3 here will be equal to minus 13.6 into 9 over 9, that is minus 13.6 electron volt, and E1, that is energy associated with the electron that is at the orbit first, it will be equal to minus 13.6 into 3 square over 1 square. So this will be minus 9 into 13.6 electron volt. Correct. So here delta E clearly will be equal to minus 13.6 plus 9 into 13.6. तो यहाँ से 8 into 13.6 इलेक्ट्रॉन वोल्ट आंसर आ जाएगा, और 8 into 13.6 इज व्हाट 108.8 इलेक्ट्रॉन वोल्ट. ओके, सो आंसर हियर शुड बी ऑप्शन नंबर 3. तो इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में ये एक्सप्रेशन आपको पता होना चाहिए, और ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि अगर मैं फर्स्ट ऑर्बिट से थर्ड ऑर्बिट तक एक्साइट कर रहा हूं किसी भी इलेक्ट्रॉन को, तो एनर्जी एसोसिएटेड विल बी इक्वल टू E3 माइनस E1. ओके, नॉट E1 माइनस E3. सो लेट्स चेक वेदर आवर आंसर इज करेक्ट और नॉट. सो यस, ऑप्शन नंबर 3 हियर इज करेक्ट. ओके, नाउ लेट्स मूव टूवर्ड्स अनदर क्वेश्चन. इट्स अगेन अ वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन. बहुत आसान क्वेश्चन है ये पता नहीं गलत कैसे हो सकता है ये क्वेश्चन. ये क्वेश्चन सीधे सीधे कंजर्वेशन ऑफ मोमेंटम पर बेस्ड है, और दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन सेज अ स्टेशनरी बोट हैविंग मास 4m at the surface of a pond. So we have a boat that is at the surface of a pond, and the boat is having a mass of 4m. If a man of mass m jumps out from the boat with velocity v, then velocity of boat after jumping is. So शुरुआत में क्या था, in the initial case of this particular question, the boat was stationary. So whatever my system was, it was at rest. So if we talk about initial momentum of this particular system, it is equal to 0 only. But now if we talk about the final momentum of this particular system, and with respect to ground we are talking about, so the final momentum of this particular system will be equal to 4m into v dash. When the man is jumping outside the boat, then boat will also be moving because of Newton's third law. Okay, and this will be added with m into v, where m here represents the mass of the man here, and v here represents the velocity that is given to us here. Okay, सो फाइनल मोमेंटम हमें मिल गया है यहाँ पर, इनिशियल मोमेंटम हमें मिल गया है यहाँ पर, और हमें पता है कि अकॉर्डिंग टू कंजर्वेशन ऑफ लीनियर मोमेंटम फाइनल मोमेंटम एंड इनिशियल मोमेंटम विल बी इक्वल. सो हियर 0 विल बी इक्वल टू 4m इंटू वी डैश प्लस m इंटू वी. हमें यहाँ पर फाइंड क्या करना है, हमें v डैश की वैल्यू फाइंड करनी है. यहाँ पर वी हैव टू फाइंड द वैल्यू ऑफ v डैश हियर. सो v डैश हियर विल कम आउट टू बी माइनस v बाय 4. ओके, एंड द आंसर शुड बी ऑप्शन नंबर 1. यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा लैंग्वेज यहाँ पर कंफ्यूजिंग है. ये जो 4m मास है और जो मैन का मास है उसको ऐड कर 5m मास नहीं बनाना है, और अदरवाइज यू विल बी एंडिंग अप विद ऑप्शन नंबर 3 एज योर आंसर, विच विल बी करेक्ट, विच विल बी इनकरेक्ट. ओके, क्वेश्चन ये बोल रहा है कि बोट जो रखी हुई थी पॉन्ड में उसका स्टार्टिंग में जो बोट का सिर्फ मास है वो 4m है, और दूसरी कंडीशन दे रहा है जब बोट और मैन भी थे और मैन जंप कर रहा है बाद में, तो तब वाले सिनेरियो में बोट कितना डायरेक्शन में और किस डायरेक्शन में और कितनी वेलोसिटी से मूव करेगी. ओके, सो द आंसर शुड बी ऑप्शन नंबर 1 हियर, दैट इज -v/4. लेट्स चेक दिस विद द आंसर स्लाइड एज वेल. सो यस, ऑप्शन नंबर 1 इज करेक्ट हियर. सो कितने लोगों का सही आंसर आ रहा था ये ऑप्शन नंबर 1? -v/4 काफ़ी लोगों का आ रहा होगा आई थिंक. नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू अनदर क्वेश्चन. दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 24. इट सेज अ कॉन्केव मिरर हैज़ अ फोकल लेंथ 20 centimeter. A real object is placed at a distance 40 centimeter in front of it from the pole. The mirror produces an image from pole at a distance of. So here in this particular question we have been given concave mirror. So सबसे पहले तो कॉन्केव मिरर के रिगार्डिंग हमें ये पता होना चाहिए कि उसकी फोकल लेंथ नेगेटिव होती है. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि फोकल लेंथ उसकी पॉजिटिव लेकर हम सॉल्व कर दें. तो आई थिंक यही कन्फ्यूजन इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में आ रही होगी, बिकॉज फॉर मिरर द मिरर फॉर्मूला इज गिवन बाय 1/f इज इक्वल टू 1/v + 1/u. ओके, सो 1/f here will be 1/-20. So this will be equal to 1/v. We have to find here minus 1/40 centimeter, because object is placed in front of the mirror only. So u will be negative here. Now if we solve this, then 1/v here will be equal to -1/20 plus 1/40. Okay, so now on solving this, -40 plus 20 over 800, so this will be 800 over, this is minus here, 800 over -20, correct? So this is coming out to be -40 centimeter in front of the mirror. And here in this particular case we are only considered about the distance of the image from the pole. So answer here will be straightforward option number 3. So इस क्वेश्चन में तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई होगी आप लोगों को. आई थिंक इट वॉज अ वेरी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन एंड वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन द मिरर फॉर्मूला ऑफ द concave lens, concave mirror. So let's check whether our answer is correct. So yes, option 3 is the correct answer here. Now moving towards another question which is also under the category of very simple question, straightforward formula based question this is. This particular question says a charge q is moving with a velocity v parallel to a magnetic field B. Force on the charge due to magnetic field is. It's a very simple question. If you know the expression of magnetic force on a charged particle that is moving in a magnetic field, which is given by q v cross b. So it is the cross product of v and b here, and the particle is moving parallel to the magnetic field here. So the angle between velocity of the particle and the magnetic field here is 0. This particular expression can be written as qvb sin theta. So if theta is 0 here, then definitely the magnetic force will be 0 here, because sin 0 is 0, and the answer should be option number 3 here. So this particular question is very simple. Let's move and verify this from the answer slide. So yes, option number 3 here is correct. Now if we talk about question number 15, this particular question says a particle is executing SHM of amplitude A. The distance of the point from equilibrium position at which its potential energy is 25% of its kinetic energy. So students, if we talk about a particle that is performing simple harmonic motion, okay, so for that particular particle we can write the restoring force to be equal to minus du over dx. correct? And this du can be written as minus of f dot dx. Okay, now if we integrate this particular expression from x1 to x2 and this from u1 to u2, where here x1 is equal to 0, which we are considering as to be the mean position of the simple harmonic motion. So in that particular case, we know restoring force is given to us by minus kx. So here integral du u1 to u2 will be equal to integral kx dx 0 to x, correct? So from here, if at mean position we are considering the potential energy of the particle to be 0, then u2 will be equal to half kx square. This is the condition when we are considering at x is equal to 0 the potential energy is 0. There may be a case where at mean position of the SHM we have certain value of potential energy. In that particular case, the equation would be half kx square plus u naught, where u naught would be the potential energy at the mean position. Okay, so this is basically the expression that relates the displacement of the particle with the potential energy of the SHM of the particle. Okay, also if we are required to draw a curve between the potential energy and the displacement of the particle undergoing SHM, then that curve can be drawn somewhat like this. And here this particular curve represents that at mean position the potential energy is 0. If at mean position there was certain potential energy, then in that particular case this particular curve would have been drawn somewhat like this, where this represents u naught. Okay, so in some cases this particular curve is also asked. Okay, now here from this particular expression we can also talk about the maximum and minimum potential energy. So the maximum potential energy will be at x is equal to a only, so and its value will be equal to half k a square, and the minimum potential energy will be at x is equal to 0, which will be equal to 0, which we have taken in this particular case as to be the mean position. So this you must have understood that how many things we can ask concerning the potential energy of a particle that is undergoing SHM. Okay, in the same way, if we talk about the kinetic energy of the particle that is undergoing SHM, so for kinetic energy we know it is given by half mv square, where m is the mass of the particle and velocity of v is the velocity of the particle that is undergoing SHM. So for the particle that is undergoing SHM, velocity is given by the expression omega under root a square minus x square, करेक्ट? ये एक्सप्रेशन तो आप लोगों को पता होगी. अगर आपको ये एक्सप्रेशन याद है SHM के लिए तो प्लीज कमेंट बॉक्स में आप बताइए. Now if we substitute this particular expression in the equation of kinetic energy, then kinetic energy is given by half m omega square a square minus x square, correct? And this m omega square is what? M omega square is equal to k only. So this kinetic energy expression is coming out to be half k a square minus x square. Okay, so if we talk about at x is equal to 0, this kinetic energy is equal to half k a square, and at x is equal to a, the kinetic energy is equal to 0. This means that at mean position the kinetic energy is maximum, and at extreme position the kinetic energy of the particle is minimum. Okay, so again if we can draw the curve between kinetic energy and displacement of the particle, then it would be somewhat like this. Okay, and this curve also you must keep in your mind. Now again if we talk about this particular question. Now we have all the knowledge regarding kinetic energy and potential energy associated with the particle undergoing SHM. So this particular question here is saying that a particle is executing SHM of amplitude A. The distance of the point from equilibrium position at which its potential energy is 25% of its kinetic energy will be. So here potential energy is 25% of kinetic energy. Potential energy we know is given by half kx square. This will be equal to 25% of kinetic energy. So 25% means 1 by 4 of kinetic energy. So this we can write as to be half kx square is equal to 1 by 4 of half k a square minus x square, because kinetic energy I just told you from this particular expression is equal to half k a square minus x square. So this particular equation now can be written as, if we cancel out the same terms from both the side of the equation, this x square will be equal to 1 by 4 of a square minus x square. So this 4x square will be equal to a square minus x square. So this 5x square will be equal to a square, and x here will be equal to a over root 5. Okay, so this is the answer that we are getting, and it's a straightforward answer. Option number 3 should be the correct answer to this particular problem. Let's verify this with the answer slide. So yes, option number 3 is correct here. Okay, so now let's move towards question number 46. So here in this particular question, we are talking about the negative of work done by conservative force is equal to change in. So here in this particular question, if we talk about the conservative force, it is basically equal to the negative of potential gradient, potential energy gradient. In previous problem as well, we used the expression F is equal to minus du over dx. So here again we can use the same expression F is equal to minus du over dx, okay, for the case of conservative force. Now here du will be equal to F dot dx in negative, okay, and here if we integrate this from x1 to x2 and from u1 to u2, then we will be getting delta u to be equal to negative of work done by conservative force. So it's a pretty simple and straightforward answer, that negative of work done by conservative force is equal to the change in potential energy. Okay, so option number 1 should be the correct answer here. Let's verify this. So yes, option number 1 is the correct answer. Now students, I have one question for you. In the previous case or in the previous question, we had kinetic energy as to be this particular expression and potential energy to be having this particular expression, half kx square, and kinetic energy was half k a square minus x square. What about the total energy? What about the total energy of the particle that is undergoing SHM? Can anyone answer regarding that? So total, if we talk about the total energy is basically kinetic energy plus potential energy. Yes, Alex, you are correct. So total energy is basically kinetic energy plus potential energy. So kinetic energy is what? If we talk about kinetic energy, it will be equal to half k a square minus x square, and potential energy is half k x square. And if you solve this, the total energy will come out to be half k a square. This will be the total energy, and it is a constant. So if you draw the graph between total energy and displacement of the particle that is undergoing SHM, it will come out to be a straight line. okay, that is parallel to x. So I hope these two questions regarding potential energy are pretty much clear to you, and the answer to this particular question is option number 1. Now let's move towards question number 35 of this particular series. Now here this particular question says, if work done required to rotate electric dipole from stable equilibrium position through 60 degree is W, then torque required to maintain dipole at that position will be. So here in this particular question, the dipole is in uniform electric field, okay, and it is under the stable equilibrium condition. So if we talk about the work done, it is given by PE cos theta 1 minus cos theta 2. So work required to rotate a dipole from theta 1 position to theta 2 position is given by PE cos theta 1 minus cos theta 2. Student, please don't get confused in this particular question regarding the work done by electric field. The work done by electric field would be PE cos theta 2 minus theta 1. But here the work required to rotate is the question talking about. Okay. So here initially theta 1 was at equilibrium position, which is 0. That is the equilibrium position of the dipole in uniform electric field, and theta 2 is given to us as 60 degree. So if we solve this, then this will be PE cos 0, which is 1, minus cos 60, which is 1 by 2. So work done here will come out to be PE by 2. Okay, but in the question it is asking us the torque required to maintain the dipole in the same position, and torque we know is given by P cross E, which is equal to PE sin theta. Okay, and we have to maintain the dipole at an angle of 60 degree from its stable equilibrium position. So theta here is equal to 60 degree. So this will be PE sin 60 degree, that is root 3 by 2. Okay, so now PE by 2 is work done only. So torque here will be equal to root 3 times of work done. Okay, and this would be option number 3. Let's check this answer from the answer slide as well. So yes, option number 3 here is correct. Okay, which one? What did you not understand, beta? Which theta? Actually the dipole which is at stable equilibrium position, in that particular case theta 1 is 0, and now we are rotating that particular dipole to an angle of 60 degree, correct? So theta 2 here is 60 degree, and work required to rotate the dipole in uniform electric field is given by this particular expression, PE cos theta 1 minus cos theta 2, and from that we have developed this particular answer. Okay, so option number 3 should be the correct answer here, which we have got. Now if we talk about question number 36, this particular question says that a conducting sphere of radius r is given a charge q. Okay, the electric potential and the electric field at the center of the sphere respectively are. So we have a conducting sphere here, and this particular conducting sphere is given a charge q. Okay, so that particular charge will be distributed on the surface of this particular conducting sphere of radius r. Okay, no charge is enclosed inside this particular conducting sphere, it will be distributed on the surface of the sphere here. The question is asking us the electric potential and the electric field at the center of the sphere. So here clearly Q enclosed is 0, So here clearly the Q enclosed inside the conductor is 0. So if Q enclosed is 0, then from Gauss law we can say that E dot ds is equal to Q enclosed by epsilon naught. Correct? And Q enclosed is 0 here, then it will be E dot ds is equal to 0, which means that the electric field inside this particular sphere is 0. And if we talk about the electric potential that is associated with this particular conducting sphere, then for a point, let's suppose outside the sphere, which is R, the potential can be written as kq by R. Okay, and for the surface, the potential is kq by capital R, and inside the surface also the potential remains the same as the potential of this particular conducting sphere which is at the surface. Okay, so here the potential that we are getting is V is equal to kq by R, that is at the center also the potential will be kq by R, and the electric field is coming out to be 0. Okay, so here among the given option, firstly we are asked regarding the electric potential. So electric potential will be kq by R, which is given to us in option number 3, and electric field inside the this particular conducting sphere will be 0. Okay, so option number 3 should be the correct answer here, and which is true with the answer slide as well. So Roshan is asking, sir, conducting sphere means hollow sphere or solid sphere? But here in this particular question it is talking about solid sphere. Okay, so now moving on to question number 20. This particular question says the monochromatic light of frequency f1 is incident on a photocell. Okay, and stopping potential is found to be V1. Clear? What is the new stopping potential of the cell if it is radiated by monochromatic light of frequency f2? So it's a very simple question that is based on the equation of Einstein equation of photoelectric effect. You all must know. Sir, do the recording of this class will be available after? Yes, beta. Yes, it will be available after the class. It will be available. So here in this particular question, it is talking about monochromatic light of frequency f1. So here we must know the Einstein's photoelectric effect equation, which is given to us by HF is equal to phi naught plus EV naught. This is the Einstein's photoelectric equation, where F is the frequency of incident light, V naught here represents the stopping potential, and phi naught here represents the work function of the material. In this particular question, they are talking about two different cases. In one of the case, frequency of f1 is used, and in the second case, frequency of light that is used is f2. So for first case, we can write the expression as to be h f1 is equal to phi naught plus E V1, because here stopping potential is V1. Okay, and phi naught is going to be same because it depends on the property of the material, and we are taking the same material here in this particular experiment. For second case, when frequency of light is f2, at that particular time we can write the equation to be h f2 is equal to phi naught plus E V2. And now using this particular two equations, we have to solve for the value of V2. Okay, so what we are doing is we are simply subtracting these two equations. So this phi naught will cancel out here, and here we can write as h f1 minus f2. Okay, this will be equal to E V1 minus V2. Correct. So now this equation can further be simplified as h over E f1 minus f2 is equal to V1 minus V2, and we are required to solve for the value of V2 here. So this will be equal to H over E F1 minus F2 minus V2 will be equal to minus V1. This is minus V2. So again V2 here will be equal to V1 minus H over E F1 minus F2. Now if you look at the options here, none of the option is matching with this particular expression that we have got, because in the expression here plus is given to us. So if we again simplify this particular equation and multiply this part of the equation by minus, then this equation will be V1 plus H over E F2 minus F1. Now this particular expression is matching with option number 1. So I think this particular problem must be coming while solving this particular question. So answer here should be option number 1. Let's check this with the answer slide as well. So yes, option number 1 is correct here. Okay. Now if we talk about another question, here question number 41 is given to us. Now this particular question says the variation of magnetic susceptibility and absolute temperature T for a ferromagnetic substance is best represented by. So these are the 4 options that are given to us. So if we talk about the magnetic susceptibility and its variation with absolute temperature, we have 3 different types of substances: ferromagnetic, diamagnetic and paramagnetic substances. Okay. So in the question it is asking us regarding the ferromagnetic substances. So for ferromagnetic substances, we know that susceptibility variation is proportional to 1 over T minus Tc, and this particular equation is valid for T greater than Tc. So this here means that susceptibility is inversely proportional to temperature, but susceptibility here is inversely proportional to temperature in the case of paramagnetic material. So for ferromagnetic material, what happens is, above certain Curie temperature, the ferromagnetic material they lose their property and they change into paramagnetic material, and the variation of susceptibility with temperature is given to us by chi proportional to 1 over T. So if we look at this particular option, here susceptibility is varying inversely with absolute temperature. So this might be the case where the material is paramagnetic. So for paramagnetic material, this would be true. If we talk about this particular option, for this particular option, in the case of diamagnetic material, we know that diamagnetic material have low susceptibility and their variation with absolute temperature is negative. Okay. So because the value of susceptibility is negative here. But in case of ferromagnetic material, the variation of susceptibility with temperature is correctly depicted in option number 3, because after certain Curie temperature Tc, the variation of susceptibility with temperature is inversely proportional to T. So this particular option should be the correct answer. Option number 3 should be the correct answer here. And if we talk about the variation of susceptibility before the Curie temperature is reached, this particular variation is depicted experimentally. The graph usually you will find somewhat to be like this for ferromagnetic materials. Okay. So let's check this with the answer slide as well. So option number 3 here is the correct answer. Okay. So option number 3 should be the correct answer here. So students, now most of the question Now most of the questions are completed here. So students, जो questions हमने आज deal करे हैं, the questions that we have dealt with today, most of the questions were direct, question based or formula based, and in those particular question, and these type of questions are only usually asked in the examination only. Okay. So here So students, if we talk about this particular question, question number 10, I think question number 10, some students were asking regarding it. So here, this particular question says, if H is the height of liquid column, okay, this is H is the height of the liquid column and rho is the density of liquid column, then average pressure exerted due to liquid on the vertical wall of the container as shown in figure is. So here in this particular question, it is asking us the average pressure that is exerted on the wall of the vertical wall of the liquid. So if we talk about the average pressure, we know the pressure that is exerted due to this particular liquid column of height h is given by rho gh. Okay, but here in this particular question, it is asking us the average pressure only. So for average pressure, the value will be rho gh by 2, correct? Because students, if we talk about this particular liquid column, the average value of this particular liquid column will be, the pressure due to this particular liquid column will be rho gh by 2. So the answer here should be option number 3. I think there is some, this is not P, this is rho here. Okay. So let's check this with the answer slide. So yes, option number 3 is the correct answer here. Okay. Now students, we had one question regarding the Wheatstone bridge. So we had one question regarding Wheatstone bridge that was to be discussed. Yes students, so this was the question that we discussed regarding Wheatstone bridge. So in this particular Wheatstone bridge, we were talking about the balancing condition of the Wheatstone bridge, and we got various queries from the students that how the balancing condition of the Wheatstone bridge is basically reached. So if we talk about a scenario in which we have 5 resistances, okay, we have 5 resistances somewhat like this. So in Wheatstone bridge, we have 5 resistances. Let us name these resistances to be R, Q, S and T. And this particular resistance is connected to a DC supply. Okay, and let us take this particular DC supply to be V. So here let us take this particular resistance to be W. Okay, and this particular potential is 0 and this particular potential is V. So definitely the potential of this particular point will be 0 and the potential of this particular point will be V. Okay, and let us assume that the potential of this particular point is X and this particular point is Y. Okay, now if we are to analyze this particular Wheatstone bridge, then for the analysis we have to apply KCL for point X and point Y, and while doing so we'll be having for point X the potential of this particular point will also be V. So for point X we can write X minus V over R to be equal to plus X minus 0 over S plus X minus Y over W to be equal to 0. Correct? And for Y again we can write Y minus V over Q plus Y minus 0 over T plus Y minus X over W to be equal to 0. Okay, if we apply KCL for point X and Y. So for these two cases, if we use these two equations, and in the case when X is equal to Y, then this particular equation represents the balancing condition of the Wheatstone bridge. And if you use this particular equation, then you will be landing up the balancing condition P over Q is equal to R over S. Okay. So now students, I will request Sukirti ma'am to be continuing this particular discussion regarding botany, and will be joining with you soon.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
sir. Thank you for giving me this stage. Hello, everyone. So, welcome here for the botany discussion. So, why we have gathered here? Because we want to have an open discussion on those mistakes that are frequently committed by students. So, हम इतने सारे papers करते हैं, इतने सारे questions solve करते हैं, but still we are not able to figure out कि हम वो कौन से छोटे से slip ups हैं जो कर देते हैं, and because of that we are not able to score the perfect marks, right? And because we are preparing for the ultimate challenge, that's NEET, so we should know those mistakes, right? We could learn from the mistakes of others also, that what are the small mistakes that we do while attempting a paper and because of which we are not scoring well. Right? So here we are to discuss those concepts, those questions which are being frequently committed mistakes by the students. So when this particular paper was being done on 13th of November, so we have done an error analysis to identify the gray areas, right? कि वो कौन से areas है जो अभी भी lacuna है, जिनके clearance नहीं है, अभी हमें basic concept clearance नहीं है. And we have identified those questions that we are going to discuss here, right? So let's start with it. And the very first one, that's question number 125. The maximum amount of students have committed mistake in this question. So let's see the question and try to figure out that what's the small slip up that we have done here. So this question says that read the following statements and select the option with correct set of statements. And if you could see these statements, all of them are related to sex determination in organisms, right? So what's the entire idea of the sex determination, right? So when we talk about the sexually reproducing organisms and we talk about sex determination in them, we could classify this particular area into few domains. Like the very first one, when we identify or determine the sex by the chromosomes, like what kind of chromosomes are available in the organism. So when we talk about this, we can have two ways to do it. The organisms are having two strategies to do it. One is the male heterogamety and another one is female heterogamety. Right? When we talk about male heterogamety, it simply means that the male is going to have two different sex chromosomes. In this also we can have two domains. those organisms which are having XX, XY type of sex determination. Of course, XY represents the male. So we'll be having X chromosome and Y chromosome in males, right? This kind of sex determination could be easily seen in humans, and we could also see it in Drosophila, right? Apart from that, another type of male heterogamety that could be observed in the organisms are XXXO type, right? Over here, O means that there is an absence of sex chromosome. So half of the sperms, that means 50% of the sperms are going to carry the sex chromosome, while the other 50% are not going to carry it, right? This kind of sex determination could be observed in grasshopper, right? So what is the significance of this particular male heterogamety? The significance is that the sex of the zygote or the child is going to be determined by the males, right? Now, similar to this, if we see the female heterogamety, of course, one of the organism is going to produce heterogametes. But in contrast to male heterogamety, this will be the females which are going to be heterogamous here. So here also we could see two types of distinctions. One is ZZ and ZW, right? Over here ZW represents the female, and this could be easily seen in case of birds, right? And we can have ZZ, ZO type, where again here the females are going to be ZO types. So half of the ovaries are going to have the sex chromosome, half of them are not going to have it. This kind of sex determination could be observed in butterflies or moths, right? Now, what is the significance of female heterogamety? Is that now the sex of the child is going to be determined by the female parent, right? So this is how the sex determination could be done on the basis of what type of chromosomes are being possessed by the organism. We can also determine it with the help of chromosome number, right, as we could see it in case of honeybee, where we can see haplodiploid type of sex determination, where the males are haploid and on the contrary females are diploid, right? Another type of sex determination can be done on the basis of temperature as well, right? Some of the organisms can change the sex of the child related to the temperature conditions or the environmental conditions that are going to be there. But in NCERT, two important areas are being mentioned for sex determination. One is on the type of chromosomes that the organism possess, and another on the basis of chromosomal number, right? So this particular idea you should know about the sex determination in organism. Now, based on this, we are going to solve the question. So getting back to the question, the very first statement says that in birds, both the sexes possess two sex chromosomes, right? So this is a correct statement. How we know that? Because we have just now established the fact that birds are having ZZZW type of sex determination, where ZW represents the female, the heterogametic female. So the sex is going to possess two sex chromosomes, Z and W. So B statement says that in Drosophila, females possess two similar types of sex chromosome. Again, this is true. Why? Because when we talk about Drosophila, what we observe is male heterogamety, right? But the females are homogametic. So of course, they are going to have two similar type of sex chromosome, right? They show XX, XY. Over here, XX represents the female. Now, C statement says moth shows male heterogamety, right? But if we go to this particular chart, really sorry. So if we go to this particular chart, we could clearly see that moths come under female heterogamety, not male heterogamety, right? So that's why this particular statement is incorrect. Now, D statement says that in butterflies, sex of progeny is determined by females, and as the butterflies adopt female heterogamety, so of course the sex of the offspring is going to be defined by the female parent. So this statement is also correct, right? So what we basically missed out here is that we don't know the examples, right? We know the methods of sex determination, but we often skip or just, pass out these examples. So if you know the examples, you can solve this question really easily. So as we can see here now that A, B and D statements are correct, and because of that we could clearly see that the option 3, which is combining all 3 statements, is the correct option, and we could rule out all others because they are saying otherwise. I mean, they are considering statement C to be also true, right? So let's verify this. And yes, we know now that the correct answer is option 3, right? So this is how you will be solving the questions. I hope this particular thing is clear to everyone. Okay, now moving ahead to the next one, we have another question here. Select the incorrect one for polygenic inheritance, right? So when we talk about the polygenic inheritance, it's a very common question that appears in the PYQs as well. And the problem that generally students face with this is that they do not know that whether it's only going to be the genetic phenomena or there is some inclusion of the environment as well, right? So when we talk about the polygenic inheritance, as the name itself suggests, poly means multiple and genic means genes. So there will be the involvement of multiple genes so that they can be additively give certain phenotype, right? So the very first option here says that it is going to be controlled by multiple genes, right? So that's the correct statement regarding polygenic inheritance, right? So what all we know about polygenic inheritance? Firstly, there will be multiple genes. Second, very important aspect is that the effect of all the genes and their alleles are going to be additive, right? Like for example, if let's suppose we are considering a trait, or we could say a character in humans, that's skin color, which basically exhibits polygenic inheritance. So let's suppose there are 3 genes that regulate it, right? These are the dominant alleles of the gene and these are the recessive ones, right? So as we know that dominant alleles are going to express themselves, right? And their effect is going to be magnanimous in comparison to the recessive ones. So again, one important phenomena that I have told you, that the effect of all the alleles is going to be additive, right? So if let's suppose there is a genotype like this, so all the dominant alleles are going to be there, so the color is going to be the darkest, right? So this is a very dark color human if an individual is having this sort of genotype. But on the contrary, if we are going to have all the recessive alleles here, right, again the effect is going to be additive, but because the recessive alleles are not capable to express in the same magnitude as the dominant ones, therefore this will be very light colored individual. And rest of the genotypes, depending upon the additive effect, will have the intermediate colors, right? So this is one such example with which we could understand that how polygenic inheritance takes place. Now, polygenic inheritance not only allows the genes to express completely, but it also takes the inclusion of environment. So environment also affect these type of traits, right? So based on this information, now we'll try to solve the question. So over here, option 1, as we have already discussed, that it is controlled by multiple genes. Now option 2 says it can be influenced by environment, and that's correct. Like in case of human skin color, we could see that if you are near the equatorial regions or the countries over there, tropical countries, you will be having certain dark complexion in compared to the regions which are closer towards the polar areas. Though in those regions we'll be finding lighter skin tones, right? So environment also has the influence apart from the genotype that the organism possess. Now option 3 says it counts expression of each allele, and that's what we are concurrently establishing, that the effect of the alleles are going to be additive. So that's correct. It counts the expression of each and every allele. Now option 4 says in human skin color, the phenotype reflects the contribution of only dominant alleles in additive manner, right? This statement is incorrect. Now, why it is incorrect? Because of the small, part here that says contribution of only dominant alleles. It doesn't negate the effect of recessive ones. So it also takes inclusion of them, and that is why this particular statement is incorrect, right? So that's how you have to read the question thoroughly, only then you can answer it well, right? So the correct answer for this particular question has to be option number 4, because the question is specifically asking about the incorrect one, right? So now let's verify it. And yes, the answer for this particular question is option number 4. So I hope till now everything is clear. So now moving ahead with this, we have another question that is being mistaken by a lot many students. It's a very easy question. So what should be the lacuna, like where we have fall short in solving this question? Because somehow maybe we have skipped the roles of different scientists, right? So over here the question says that the biochemical nature of transforming principle in Griffith's experiment was determined by, right? So we have just, identified transforming principle and we have negated the entire other thing. We don't know the roles of other scientists in the, making of this entire genetics. So option 1 here says Watson and Crick, right? So Watson and Crick are famously known for proposing the double helical model of DNA, right? At the same time, when they were proposing this double helical model of DNA, at the same time they have given the replication mode as well, that what kind of replication would the DNA is going to have, and that's semi-conservative mode, right? They have proposed that as well. So the mode of replication is also being proposed by them. Apart from that, Crick has several other contributions as well. Like for example, they have proposed the central dogma. Crick has basically proposed it. He also given the idea that there must be an adapter molecule for translation, right? So there are so many contribution of these two, big scientists over here. Now option 2 says Hershey and Chase, right? Hershey and Chase are being popularly known for giving the unequivocal proof that DNA is the genetic material, because for a very long period of time people are being confused with that what is going to be the genetic material. So yes, we have different contenders, like we have carbohydrates, we have proteins, we have vitamins, we have nucleic acids, so many biomolecules, and all of them were contenders. But later on 2 contenders were left, and those were proteins and DNA. And for a very long time the discussion was going on that whether the protein is going to be the genetic material or the nucleic acid is going to be, right? That means DNA is going to be. And Hershey and Chase come up with the concrete evidence that no, it's going to be DNA, that's going to be a genetic material. So they have given the proof that DNA is a genetic material. So none of them are basically proving the biochemical nature of the transforming principle, and that is why we could negate both the options, right? Now option 3 says every MacLeod and McCarthy, right? So before discussing this particular option, let's see that what was transforming principle and what was the biochemical characterization of it. So when Griffith has done the transforming principle, proposed this particular transforming principle, he used 2 strains of Streptococcus pneumoniae, right? And in this, the S strain was fatal because it is having a polysaccharide coating over it. And there was another strain, that is R strain, right? That's the rough strain, which was not as fatal, right? So when he injected this combination, the S strain, which was heat killed, and the R strain, which was live, and when he injected it into mice, the mice died, right? To their surprise. Why? Because the heat killing was being done so that the bacteria will be dead. R strain in live condition, if injected isolately in a mice, it won't affect the mice at all. right? But this combination, which was when isolatedly injected into the mice, were not giving any consequence, any fatal consequence to mice. When given in combination, it has been proven fatal to the mice, right? So that's how he proposed a transforming principle by quoting the fact that something has been transferred from S strain to R strain, which has transformed the R strain to kill the mice, right? Now the question was, what was that particular thing that has been transferred from S strain to R strain? So every MacLeod and McCarthy were the ones that were trying to figure out that particular molecule, right? So what they have done, that they have isolated protein, RNA and DNA from this S strain, right? All these three molecules have been isolated from S strain and now being, provided into a culture medium having live R strain, right? So when they have allowed this protein to interact with the R strain, there is no change that has been occurred. That means the R strain was not transformed. Similar way, when the RNA is being allowed to interact with it, similar sort of response. There is no change, no transformation that's been observed, right? But when the DNA was being allowed to interact with the culture medium having the R strain, the transformation occurs, right? And that's how they become sure that DNA was the material that has been, shifted from the S strain to the R strain. Now, in order to reconfirm this particular thing, they also allowed this combination, DNase plus DNA, right? DNA from the S strain that's been isolated, and then DNase was also added. DNase is a nuclease enzyme which can cleave the DNA. And when this was allowed to interact with the culture medium having R strain, then again what was being noticed? That there is no change, there is no transformation, because the molecule that is actually doing the transformation is now no more available in the functional form. DNA is being now cleaved. That's why no change has been occurred. So by this particular experiment, they also have proposed that DNA is the genetic material, right? But nobody has believed that, and that's why Hershey and Chase came up with a more concrete evidence to prove that DNA is the genetic material. So biochemical characterization, that means which molecule is basically responsible for transforming the R strain, that particular molecule nature was given by every MacLeod and McCarthy, right? So if we see option number 3, that's correctly depicting the name of these three eminent scientists. Now option 4 says Wilkins and Franklin. We could also negate this option. Why? Because when we talk about the contribution of Wilkins and Franklin, they have given the X-ray crystallographic data in order to decipher that what's the 3D structure of the DNA. Now by using their data, Watson and Crick proposed the final model of the DNA, which is the double helical model, popularly known as that, right? So as the question is only asking about the biochemical nature of transforming principle, so that's 3. If this question would have asked you that who proposed the transforming principle or who have performed this particular experiment, then Griffith could have been the answer. But the question is asking about the biochemical characterization, and therefore the answer is going to be every MacLeod and McCarthy. Now let's verify it, that whether we have reached to the correct answer or not. So yes, the correct answer is going to be option number 3. So I hope these questions are being clear. Now the concepts are being clear to you. So from the next time onwards, you won't be committing those small slip-ups that we usually do, right? So this is going to enable you to score well in the exams. Now moving ahead, we have another question. That's question number 122. Again, a very simple question by looking at the structure of the question and a line that is prominently being given in NCERT and it says that experimental verification of the chromosomal theory of inheritance was done by, right? So what must be the reason that we have mistaken this question is because we haven't read the experimental verification part. On the contrary, we just focused on chromosomal theory of inheritance. And when this particular thing comes that chromosomal theory of inheritance was done by, because of the eager response we want to give, we always tick on Sutton and Boveri. But in reality, Sutton and Boveri only proposed this particular theory. They haven't given any experimental data to verify it. They have just proposed it because they have found certain parallel behavior between the chromosome and the genes, which were initially being called as factors by Mendel, right? So Sutton and Boveri is definitely not the answer, and I think that majority of the students must have ticked it because they haven't read the experimental verification part, right? Now option 1 says Morgan. So yes, he's the one who actually given the experimental verification for chromosomal theory of inheritance. Now coming to the next one, that's Bateson. Again, we could rule out this particular option because the contribution of Bateson is to give this term known as allele, right? The contrasting forms of gene that is available in nature. Now option 4 says Mendel. Again, an incorrect option. He is the father of classical genetics, but till his time he was unaware of the fact that what is gene, what is allele, what are going to be the chromosomes or anything, because he doesn't know while proposing those laws of inheritance that what was the physical structure of the entire thing that he was proposing, right? So Mendel has named this particular thing which is going to be inherited from one generation to the next as factors, right? So that's why if we analyze all the options thoroughly, what we have reached to the conclusion that the correct answer, that the experimental verification, it was being done by Morgan, right? So the correct answer is going to be option number 1. And that's what we have said. So yes, the correct answer is going to be option number 1. So in case you are having any queries, you can post it onto the chat box so that we could address those and your concepts could be strengthened up, right? Now moving ahead to the next question, that's 108, which says in the below given diagram, correctly identify A, B and C. So what we do, we often overlook the diagrammatic part. We are more busy in looking to the conceptual parts, right? Even if we say that this is a factual subject, there is a lot more to learn, but we often overlook the diagrammatic part. Certain times in NEET, the questions were being asked on the labels, right? And certain times it's being twisted in a way that they'll ask certain thing about the label directly. But because you were unable to identify the label, that's why you are not able to answer it, right? So if we see this particular diagram, it basically represents the phloem, right? So over here, if we see this particular A, it represents sieve tube elements, right? A prominent part that participates in the food conduction along the phloem. Now these are the sieve plates, right? So because the end walls of the sieve tubes are perforated, so they basically form a sieve plate which will allow a conduction of the food along the phloem. Now sieve tube elements have a special property, and that is that they are going to have peripheral cytoplasm, right, but they are not going to have a nucleus. So really sorry about it. So they do not have nucleus in them, and that is the reason why their activity is going to be controlled by the companion cells. Those are here depicted by C. These cells are the companion cells, and that is why we call these two in combination as the sister cells, because companion cell is basically responsible for controlling the activity of sieve tube elements. Also it will control the pressure gradient, right, of this particular sieve tube element as well. Now coming to what does this B represent, right? This B over here represents the phloem parenchyma, whose function is to basically have the radial conduction of food, also to store the food materials. And what is a very specific feature that we need to know regarding the NEET examination for this particular phloem parenchyma is that phloem parenchyma is absent in most of the monocots, right? It's not being found in the monocots, and this is what being asked as a twisted question in NEET. Very simple one, but because we haven't gone into the details and the small intricacies in these particular labels, that's why we often miss to score good marks. So this is phloem parenchyma. There is one more component of phloem that's not being depicted, and that is phloem fiber, which is composed of the sclerenchymatous tissue, and that's the only dead element of phloem, right? This is very important to remember, that it's the only dead element of phloem, and it is majorly found in the secondary phloem, not in the primary one, right? So this is the entire detail, and many questions can be asked from these small details, that whether it's going to be present in the monocots, whether it's going to be present in the secondary phloem, right? So there is a question that does both the sister cells are parenchymatous. So yes, we can call them as parenchymatous because they are being differentiated, right? But sieve tube elements, because of their specific nature, right, that they don't have a nucleus and they have a peripheral cytoplasm, so we don't never label them as parenchymatous, right? That's why NCERT also not labeling them as such. So but yes, these are the sister cells that we are talking about, companion cell, because it's a complete cell with all the nucleus and all the elements of the cell in it. So we properly label them that in the NCERT, right? I hope this is clear to you. Okay, wonderful. Now, by this information, now let's get back to the question, and here we have to just identify the labels. There are no, twisted questions over here. So A over here represents the sieve tube element. So based on that, we could simply rule out option number 3 and 4, right? Because they were saying that A is going to be companion cell or phloem fiber. Now coming to the C part, really sorry. So C, when we talk about C, that's the companion cell, but in option 1, it's being depicted as phloem parenchyma. So that's incorrect. Actually, B represents phloem parenchyma, and this is correctly depicted in option 2. So this is going to be the correct answer. So that's how we have reached to the correct answer, and that's option number 2. Hope this is clear to everyone. Okay, so guys, please be interactive. If you have any questions, do post on the chat box so that we could address your problems. Now moving ahead, we have another question, that's question number 132. Again, a most frequently mistaken question. And this question is asking about the incorrect match with respect to the invasion of alien species and the affected organism, right? So when we talk about this particular word, invasion of alien species, this is one of the, major evil quadrant component. So when we talk about the evil quadrant or the causes, 4 major causes of biodiversity loss, we can name them as, the very first one is going to be habitat loss and fragmentation, which is the major cause, and it is entirely because of the expansion of the human colonies. So multiple forests are being cleared, specifically the Amazonian forest has been cleared up because of for the soybean farming, right? And people are basically encroaching those land areas which are being provided by the nature to the wildlife, but because of this expansion, that has been completely encroached, right? Then we have overexploitation, like humans को बहुत सारी purposes के लिए we need wildlife, and over exploitation में हम क्या करते हैं, किसी एक organism को because of certain products we use it to the extent कि जब तक वो extinct नहीं हो जाता. And we have seen certain extinctions like that, like we have seen the extinction of Stella sea cow, we have seen the extinction of passenger pigeon, right? So over exploitation is another Sorbiquae, another component of the Sorbiquae, that's the evil quadrant. Then we have co-extinction, and it is because we have eliminated one species, so the species that are being dependent upon it is also going to be eliminated. Like for example, if there is a mutualistic interaction, let's suppose if we are taking an example of fig and fig wasp. Now due to certain activity, maybe it's an anthropogenic activity, maybe certain natural one, anything, right? Not for right now as a biodiversity loss cause. Just imagine the scenario where fig is going to be, extinct, then the fig wasp is also going to get extinct because their life cycle are dependent on each other, right? So co-extinction is when you eliminate one of the species, the dependent one is eventually going to get eliminated. And the last cause is going to be the invasion of alien species, right? Now what happens because of this invasion, and because these species are new to the ecosystem, so there will be no predators for these particular species over there. Also because they have an advantage in the ecosystem being new, so they don't have to interact with anyone as such, right? They can only take the benefits from others. They are not going to provide anything, good to the ecosystem. So because of those advantages of taking up the resources much more in amount than the wild species, they flourish, and what they basically do, they eliminate the wild species that are being present in the ecosystem, right? So this is also one of the prominent cause of the biodiversity loss. And what we often overlook is the examples of the alien species that have invaded and completely choked out the ecosystems. And the question is basically asking about those examples only. So the very first one over here says Eichhornia, right? You must have known this particular plant by a popular name, and that is Terror of Bengal. So this has came to India during the British colonial period, and some of the Europeans is basically took it from some place and placed it into India, and it has came here because of the two purposes. First was that it's because of its ornamental value, and the second one is because of its phytoremediation potential, which they have said that it's very high. So because Eichhornia is being an alien species in the aquatic ecosystem, so that is why what it does, it choked the entire wetland in few areas, specifically in Bengal, and that's why entirely choked the aquatic life there. So Eichhornia is one of the most dangerous invasive species that India has seen, and the option is saying that it is because Eichhornia is responsible for the elimination of several terrestrial plants. This is an incorrect one because this is an aquatic plant and it basically invades the aquatic spaces, not the terrestrial one, and that is why this particular option is incorrect, right? Now option 2 says Nile perch. So when we talk about this Nile perch, it has been introduced as a new organism in the Lake Victoria, and there, because of no predator of this particular species there, because of lots of advantages, because the smaller fishes are there, no big fishes are being present, Nile perch has become the predator, a very prominent one, a dangerous one, and resulted in the extinction of more than 200 indigenous species of cichlid fishes over there, right? So this is a correct match, because Nile perch has adversely affected the cichlid fishes that are being present in Lake Victoria. Then we have Lantana, right? When talking about Lantana, again it has came in the British colonial period, and Lantana also have become too invasive, right? So in forest, it was too aggressive that many species are being replaced by it. This is the only one that is flourishing in the forest, and many indigenous species have been completely eliminated because of its invasion. So this is also the correct match, because Lantana has affected several plant species in forests. Now option 4 says African catfish, catfishes in our rivers, again a correct match, because here they are referring towards Clarius, Gary Pinus, which has been introduced, and because of this particular introduction, several catfishes are basically facing the extinction, right? So this is again a correct one. तो क्योंकि हमें इस क्वेश्चन में इनकरेक्ट मैच आइडेंटिफाई करना था, सो ऑप्शन नंबर 1 इज एन इनकरेक्ट मैच, क्योंकि इसमें जो प्लांट बताया है दैट्स आइकॉर्निया, दैट्स यस इट्स एन invasive species, but it is not affecting the terrestrial plants. On the contrary, it is affecting the aquatic plants, right? Okay, so one person is asking what is phytoremediation. So when we talk about the phytoremediation, as the name itself suggests, phyto means plant, remediation means if something has been not in its perfect form, we are going to make it back to the normal. Like for example, if a water body is too much polluted, so what's the normal form? When it is non-polluted. So with the help of plants, we are going to make it pollutant free. That's what phytoremediation is. Yes, Eichhornia's phytoremediation potential has been established later, but it is so invasive that it's not a good method for phytoremediation, right? I hope this is clear to you now. Okay. So till then, let's move to the next question and let's try to solve it as well. But prior to that, let's verify that whether we have answered it correctly or not. So yes, the correct answer over here is option number 1. Now moving ahead to the next one, we have question number 112, which says centriole differs from exoneme of cilia or flagella, right? A very commonly asked questions in the PYQs as well. So prior to answer this question, we should first compare these two structures. So here we have these two structures with us. The first one over here is the So the first one over here is basically depicting the exoneme of cilia and flagella, and over here we are seeing the structure of centriole, right? So they are almost looking like similar. So what's the similarity here first that we should know about? Because the question is not going to ask you always about the differences, but they can also ask you about what are the similarities, the structures that are being shared by these two. So the very first one is going to be the tubulin. Both of them are being made up by tubulin, right? So the microtubules are going to be there, which are going to be formed by the polymerization of tubulin protein. So here if we see in this particular diagram, so we could see that there are 9 doublets here, like these doublets could be seen here. There are 9 doublets, plus we could see 2 microtubules in the center, right? So the arrangement over here in the centroneme of cilia and flagella, the exoneme, not the centroneme, there is no such word as centroneme. So exoneme of cilia and flagella, if it could be seen, the arrangement of the microtubules is going to be 9 plus 2, and what you have to remember, you must need to focus on that those 9 that I am talking about are the doublets of microtubules. On the contrary, if we see the centriolar structure, what we are going to see is that here again we have the 9 microtubular arrangement here, but now 9 are the triplets here, right? It's a triplets of microtubules, and in the center if you will see, then there are no central microtubules that are being present. On the contrary, over here we can see the presence of central hub, right? So the arrangement is going to be 9 plus 0, right? The very prominent difference that we could see here. Now another difference I've already told you, over here we have a central hub, and on the contrary in the exoneme of cilia and flagella we have 2 central microtubules, right? So the arrangement is different. If you could see the arrangement of centriole, it is being commonly called as the cartwheel appearance. This structure is responsible, the centriole structure is being responsible for forming by modification it will form the basal body of cilia and flagella, right? Now based on this particular information, we are going to take up the question now that whether we have identified the differences or not, right? Now let's see the question. The very first one is the basis that in the number of microtubules present at periphery. So yes, this is going to be difference. Now the question is that how. So when we talk about the microtubules present at periphery, what we have noticed here is that in cilia and flagella there are 9 doublets on the periphery. That makes the number 18. 18 microtubules are present. But if we see the centriolar structure, yes, there are 9 microtubular arrangement, but those 9 are the triplets. So we will be having 27 of them on the periphery. So number of microtubules are going to be different in the periphery. So yes, it makes a point of difference between centriole and exoneme of cilia and flagella. So the question is saying that, ma'am, is basal body exactly same as that of centriole? No, there will be slight modification. It is not exactly centriole, but yes, centriole helps in that formation. After modification, it will form the basal body. But centriole is basically, you could say, act like a precursor which is going to form the basal body, right? And so structure wise, of course, see, because if centriole is going to be the exact basal body, then the cilia and flagella must have been the 9+2 arrangement. But over here in the structure itself, we have seen that it's not like that, right? There is a difference between the two. But yes, the precursor structure is going to be centriole. Okay, wonderful. Now moving ahead to the next one, the next point of difference that the question is saying is that in the presence of radial spokes, it's not different. Now let's see how it's not different. If we could see here these yellow structures with bulb type appearance in cilia and flagella, these are the radial spokes that we talk about. And in this diagram also, these things are the radial spokes, the black lines that are connecting the triplets to the central hub. Right, so radial spokes are common in both of them. 9 of them are here in the exoneme of cilia and flagella, and similarly we could see it in the centriole as well. Now next one is the arrangement of microtubules. So yes, it's different. We have already established the fact that in the cilia and flagella it's going to be 9 doublets. Over there it's going to be 9 triplets. Here we have 9+2 arrangement. There we have 9+0 arrangement, right? So this is again a point of difference. Then we have in containing proteinaceous central hub, right? Proteinaceous central hub, yes, it's going to be there, but it is going to be present only in the centriole, not in cilia and flagella. So this is again a point of difference. Now fourth and the last one, not the fourth one, in being surrounded by double membrane. None of them are being surrounded by the double membrane. So cilia and flagella, we could see the encoating of plasma membrane, and if we see the centriole, we are not having the membranous covering, rather we have this macule that covers it up, right? So this is again not a point of difference. So if we say that the correct ones are going to be A, C and D, that's correctly depicted in option number 1. So we could rule out option number 2, 3 and 4 as they are stating otherwise, right? So yes, the correct answer over here is option number 1. Right. Now moving ahead to the next one, we have question number 121, which says that read the below given assertion and reason and select the correct option. So this is a type of question that has been introduced in NEET, and in the successive years its number is increasing, and the common problem that we find with this question is that we are able to identify that whether assertion is a correct statement or not, or a reason is a correct statement or not. We often actually fuss about that whether it's going to be a correct explanation or it's not going to be a correct explanation, right? So now let's see this, that how we're going to solve these questions. So firstly, as I've told you, firstly you have to establish that whether the assertion is a correct statement or not, and then subsequently whether the reason is a correct statement or not. So over here assertion says that albuminous seeds have no residual endosperm, right? So this is an incorrect statement. How we have reached here? So when we talk about the angiosperms, a phenomenon that's unique to them is double fertilization, right? डबल फर्टिलाइजेशन में 2 प्रोसेसेस होते हैं, यानी 2 बार फर्टिलाइजेशन होता है. वन जब एक मेल गेमीट इज गोइंग टू फर्टिलाइज द एग सेल, एंड द अदर वन इज गोइंग टू बी जब we have another male gamete, and that's going to fertilize the polar nuclei, right? So the first process is syngamy, where a male gamete is going to fuse with the egg cell, and then it's going to be forming a diploid zygote, and then we'll be having triple fusion, when the male gamete is going to fertilize the secondary nucleus and results in the formation of a triploid pen, which later leads to the formation of endosperm, right? So this endosperm can have two fates. One fate is that in the mature seed, it's been completely used up, entirely used up for the development, and then it forms the X-albuminous seeds, or we could say non-endospermous seeds, right? Then further, if we could see another fate, the another fate is going to be that the some part, amount is going to be still left in the mature seeds, and then we're going to call these as albuminous seeds, right? Or we could call them as endospermous seeds. Now, if we see the examples, we could see X-albuminous seeds. We could give the example of P, right? And if we could see the example of albuminous seeds, we could give the example of castor. We could give here example of bean also, groundnut also, right? So these are the examples of the X-albuminous and albuminous seeds. We could call albuminous seeds as endospermous seeds as well, where there is some retainance in the mature seeds, some retainance of endosperm in the mature seeds, and we could call them as non-endospermous when it has been entirely used up, right? Now, based on this, if we see the assertion again, it says that albuminous seeds have no residual endosperm, but on the contrary, they do have the residual endosperm. That's why this particular statement is incorrect. Now, because this is incorrect, we could simply rule out option number 1, option number 2, and even option number 3. Right? Because all these three options are basically considering this statement to be a correct one, right? So this is how you have to rule out the options as quickly as possible so that you can come to the correct answer. Now let's see whether the reason is the correct one or not. We are only left with one option, but yes, let's discuss the reason part as well. So it says that endosperm is completely consumed during embryo development in albuminous seeds, right? Again, it's an incorrect one. Why? Because endosperm is not completely consumed, it still remains, right? So if this particular statement must have been written about the X-albuminous seeds, तब ये statement क्या होता, correct होता, क्योंकि X-albuminous seeds में endosperm completely consume हो जाता है, पर albuminous में remnants रहते हैं, इसी वजह से ये statement क्या है, incorrect है. So we have finally reached out to the conclusion that the correct answer is going to be statement number 4. Right? So it says that, ma'am, how the endosperm in monocots, the seed while it itself is haploid, mature. I didn't get your question. Could you please state it in the clear language so that I can understand your question and at the same time address it? Okay. Till the time you are framing the question, let's see that whether we have reached to the correct answer or not, right? So moving ahead to the next one. So yes, this is the correct answer, option number 4. That both the statements are correct, incorrect, and they must have been correct if these statements are about the X-albuminous seeds, right? Moving ahead to the next question, question number 135. Okay, you thought of gymnosperm. That's okay. They are talking about angiosperm. So yeah, so that's what you have to, take care of, that when you are, reading the question, you must have firstly got the idea about that what it is asking about, like what concept is basically behind it. And that's how you are basically halfway to solve the question, right? So wonderful. Now let's move ahead to the next one. Next one we have question number 135, which says that according to chemiosmotic hypothesis, ATP synthesis is a direct outcome of, right? So when we talk about chemiosmotic hypothesis, this is a proposition that is being given by P. Mitchell, right? And he basically by this hypothesis gave us the entire viewpoint that how the ATP production is going to be there in the cell. Right. So when we talk about this chemiosmotic hypothesis, we have certain requirements Like firstly, we'll be needing a membrane, right? Then we will be needing a proton gradient. So firstly we have to form it. Then we'll be needing proton pumps with the help of which we are going to form it. And fourthly, we'll be needing ATP synthase enzyme, right? So proton pumps are basically allowing this proton gradient to be, formed. So what happens here is, like, let's suppose if we are talking about a thylakoid membrane here, right, and let's suppose this is the PS2. Over here we have cytochrome B6F complex, and here let's say we have PS1, right? So membrane requirement is being done as the thylakoid membrane is being present here. Now we need proton pumps. That means there needs to be something which is going to influx it. So this is going to form that role. So what happens is that when the light falls onto the reaction center, or we could say the LHC part of PS2, the electrons gets ejected, taken up by the primary electron acceptor, and from there PQ, which is plastoquinone, takes it up from there. In that particular time, what it does is that it took protons from here, and then when it shifts the electron to cytochrome B6F, it will tunnel in the proton that has been taken up from the stroma. So this particular protons now influxed inside the lumen of thylakoid. So this is how the concentration of H positive ion increases in the lumen and it is decreased in the stroma, right? What is basically the gradient means that there has to be a difference in the concentration of certain molecule, the molecule that we are talking about, that it must be a difference in the concentration. So what we are seeing here, that in stroma the concentration of proton is decreasing, and on the contrary in the lumen it is increasing. Now at the same time what happens is that in order to take back the electrons that are being depleted from the reaction center, now it has to be replenished back, and that replenishment is done by the splitting of water. So when the water got splitted, then we will be having production of protons, of course oxygen that's going to be evolved, and we'll be having electrons as well, right? So these electrons are going to be replenished back. The protons are going to be accumulating in the lumen, again increasing the concentration of proton in the lumen area of thylakoid, right? Then when the electron is being transferred from the cytochrome B6F via PC to the reaction center here, because of course here also the light falls in, electrons gets excited and it's going to be depleted from the reaction center. So that's going to be replenished by this particular electron flow chain. That means PS2 is going to give it to PQ, going to cytochrome B6F, then plastocyanin, and then it's going to be replenished back. Now here when this particular electron is being transferred to ferredoxin and further to FNR, there will be reduction of NADP plus. Now for this reduction, of course the proton is going to be used up, so it is going to form NADPH plus H positive. Again this H positive is basically the H positive, the reduction of NADP plus, the protons are going to be provided by the stroma. So here again the proton concentration is going to get decreased. So this is how we are forming a gradient here. So now we have done with three requirements: membrane, proton gradient and proton pump. Now we'll be having ATP synthase here, which is going to take advantage of this, and now giving back these protons that are being accumulated in the lumen back to the stroma. Because of this tunneling, the transmembrane channel is now being providing this diffusion of H positive from the lumen part to the stroma part. This will rotate and forms the ATP here, right? So if we talk about that, what events are responsible for ATP synthesis, all of them are responsible. The formation of proton gradient, the breakdown of proton gradient, the proton pumps, the flow of electrons, all of them. But if the question is asking about the immediate event that is responsible for the production of ATP synthesis, that is going to be the breakdown of proton gradient, right? That is occurring via ATP synthase. So the question is also tricking you by giving this particular thing as direct outcome, right? If you see all the others like formation of proton gradient, yes, it contributes to the ATP formation. Breakdown of proton gradient, yes, it is basically going to help in the ATP production. Same goes of diffusion of protons, not to the outer membrane, but across the thylakoid membrane. Yes, they all contribute, but the immediate result, if you want to know the immediate, the event that is responsible for the immediate production of ATP, that's going to be the breakdown of proton gradient, and that's correctly depicted in option 2. So we could rule out option number 1, formation of proton gradient. Option 3 could also be ruled out because it says that it is the diffusion of proton to the outer membrane of chloroplast, but this entire thing, this entire chemiosmosis is occurring across the thylakoid membrane, not the outer membrane of chloroplast. That's not participating in it. That's why we could rule out this option. Option 4 says diffusion of electrons to the lumen. That's again incorrect. Lumen is facing the diffusion of protons, not the electrons. Electrons are just moving through photosystems, then to the mobile carriers, then cytochrome B6F and so on. They are never being tunneled into the lumen part. So again, this option is also incorrect. And therefore, the correct answer is going to be option number 2, right? So, yes, the correct answer over here is going to be option number 2. So this is how chemiosmotic hypothesis is a complex phenomena. So you have to read it thoroughly, and while solving the questions, you have to read the question thoroughly, that what they are asking about. Sometimes in eagerness, what we skip is that the question is talking about the direct outcome, not just the events that are being responsible, because now we could think that both of them are responsible, right? So moving ahead to the next question. Till now I am hoping that everyone is cleared with the questions that are being discussed till now. In case you have any problems, do post it on the chat box, okay? So the next one we have is question number 107, which talks about Syncarpus gynoecium is or are found in, right? So when we talk about Syncarpus gynoecium, so when we talk about gynoecium, of course, it's an essential wall of a flower, the female reproductive part. Its unit are going to be pistil, right, or we could say carpel. So it could be present in two conditions, right? When the units of the gynoecium, that means the carpels, are present in the free form, that means all of them are free from each other, not joined anywhere, then we call this as apocarpus gynoecium. But in case if these carpels are fused and we are unable to identify the individualistic units, then we are going to call them as syncarpus if they are fused, right? And the common examples that are being present in NCERT, two specific examples under the head of gynoecium that's been given in the NCERT. In apocarpus, they have given two, that's lotus and rose, right, that they exemplify the apocarpus condition, and the mustard and we have tomato. These two shows syncarpus condition, right? So these are the examples that are explicitly mentioned in the gynoecium section in the NCERT, and that from there the questions could be asked, right? Later on, there are families that are being given over there. Also you can find them, like under the Brassicaceae family you can find mustard, under the Solanaceae family you can find tomato, but lotus and rose are not being even mentioned in the families part. It's only being mentioned in the part where gynoecium's description is being given in the NCERT, right? So now the question became simple when we know these four examples, that what are going to be the syncarpus gynoecium is going to be present in. So those going to be present in mustard and tomato, A and B, right? So simply the answer is going to be option number 2. So we could rule out option number 1, 3 and 4, right? So this is how we are moving and coming to the correct answer, and that's option number 2, right? Now moving ahead to the next one, we have 113, that is talking about again a diagram based question which we often overlook. The diagram based question here is talking about a stage in mitosis, right? So if you see this particular microscopic view of the cell, what we are going to observe is that here the nuclear membrane is still present, right? It is being starting disintegrating because you see certain breaks here in the diagram, right? So it is basically depicting that the nuclear membrane has started disintegrating, right? And if you see the interior of the nucleus, there are still chromatin materials that are being present, right? They are still not being condensed. So the condensation process is still going to occur, right? So this particular characteristic is the characteristic of prophase, right? Now we should know about that what are the characteristics of these phases in mitosis, right? So when we talk about mitosis as an event of the M phase, it could be divided into two parts. One is karyokinesis and another is cytokinesis. When we talk about karyokinesis, we can have four phases, four major phases here. One is prophase, then we have metaphase, then we have anaphase, and it is going to be followed by telophase. When we talk about prophase, over here the chromatin material that is being present in the diffused form in the interphasic nucleus, now it's going to start condensing, right? So we'll see the condensation of chromatin material. We could also see the disintegration of nuclear membrane, nucleolus, right? We could also see the disappearance of other organelles as well. These are the key features that we could observe. Now coming to metaphase, now as the chromosomal condensation is going to be almost at the completion and the nuclear membrane is completely disintegrated. So the complete disintegration of the nuclear membrane is actually the start of metaphase. So over here in this phase, what happens is that all the chromosomes that are being condensed are going to come at the equator, and here the condensation is going to be completed, right? And one more thing that is going to occur during metaphase is that now the chromosomes are going to be connected by spindle fibers, and there is a region in the chromosomes that's called as kinetochore. From that region, now the spindle fibers are going to be attached in the chromosomes, right? Now in the anaphase, what happens is the splitting of centromere occurs, due to which we can see the separation of sister chromatids, a key event of anaphase. And finally telophase, telo means the end part. So this is the final stage of the karyokinesis, where we are going to see the reappearance of the nuclear membrane and the nucleolus, and also there will be the decondensation of the chromatin material. And finally, when all these four phases will occur properly, then we can see the cytokinesis to occur, right? So this is how we could see the entire features of it, right? There is a question: congression occurs at anaphase or metaphase? It's going to occur at metaphase, right? So congression is going to occur in the metaphase. Okay, so now if we go back to the diagram, what we're going to see that here in the diagram itself, we have seen that the disintegration has been started because the nuclear membrane is not continuous. Also, the chromatin material is still not started condensation. It may be in the process, but in the diagram it's not clear. So by the disintegration part, because that has been begun, we could clearly say that it is a event of M phase. It's not interphase, right? So all these events are of M phase only. So this basically depicts the early prophase, where the disintegration has been started. It's correctly depicted in option 4. Option 1, transition to metaphase, it's incorrect, because if there is a transition to metaphase, we couldn't see the presence of this membrane over here. Same goes with metaphase. If it's a perfect metaphasic stage, we could have seen that all the chromosomes are being lying at the equator, right, like this. Now if it could have been the late prophase, again we couldn't have seen this nuclear membrane present over here, right? So we could negate this option as well. So the correct answer is going to be option number 4, right? Okay, so the correct answer, as we have already discussed, is option number 4, right? So you have to look at the small details that is being given in the diagram so that you could reach to the correct answer. So moving ahead to the next one, we have question number 129. Again, this particular one is an experiment based question and a fact based one, and it is talking about the experiment of Hershey and Chase. So we know for a fact that Hershey and Chase, what are their major contribution in this community is that they have given the unequivocal proof that DNA is the genetic material, right? So they have in their experiment have took a bacteriophage and E. coli, right? So these two organisms were taken up by Hershey and Chase. So now let's see what have they done in their experiment. So when we talk about the experiment of Hershey and Chase, so firstly what they do, they have labeled, they have took two different setups, experimental setups. In one of the setups, they have took a virus, that means a bacteriophage, which is labeled with P32, right? And another setup they have took for labeling S35. Both of them are radioactive isotopes, of course, of phosphorus and sulfur respectively. So when we talk about phosphorus, because it's a key component of nucleic acid, DNA, right? We have n number of times read this term, phosphodiester bond, right? So it requires phosphate. So this is being present in the DNA exclusively, that means in the nucleic acid exclusively, because here we are only talking about DNA and protein as the contenders, because RNA is unstable. So they have established that this is not going to be a genetic material, right? So when we talk about this phosphorus, because it's exclusively present in DNA, here if we talk about protein and DNA, so that is why they have labeled the genetic material of the virus from P32, that means the DNA. And because proteins have sulfur exclusively, like we could see the presence of sulfur in cysteine and methionine, right? Methionine is the first amino acid that's being incorporated, right? So, so there is someone who's asking about the AIATS Plus. So yes, AIATS Plus that we are discussing right now is a test series that's not only allow you to practice many questions, but also analyze that what are your weaker areas so that you could improve upon that, and you can strengthen the concepts, you could understand, you could broaden your perspective regarding these concepts, right? So when we talk about, again getting back to the question, not distracting ourselves, so talking about the sulfur labeling, so methionine and cysteine are the amino acids that are sulfur containing amino acids, so it's been present in the proteins. So they have labeled this. Then firstly they infected the E. coli with these viruses. So let's suppose this is the bacteria, and now this particular DNA is being labeled. And when the virus has infected it, right, so it will inserted its genetic material, but they won't be able to see it, right, because this is happening at the molecular level. These cells are so small, microscopic, they are not able to see it. So firstly they allowed the viruses to infect the E. coli, right? After the infection, they have done the blending part, in which they will put the mechanical, pressure, so that the viral particles could be separated from the bacteria, right? So here there will be insertion, but this is not labeled NL and this is labeled 1, right? So here it's a labeled 1 and the viral particle got separated. Here again separation also occurred, and finally they allowed centrifugation. Now what does centrifugation allow us to do? It will allow us to segregate the molecules on the basis of density. So whichever is going to be the heavier molecule is going to settle down and forms a pellet as a sediment, and whichever is going to be the lighter molecule could remain in the supernatant, right? So when they perform the centrifugation, in this case bacteria is going to be here and the viral particle is going to be here in the supernatant, and in this case also bacteria is going to form the pellet and the rest of the material that means the viral particles are going to be in the supernatant. So how it is going to be different? Over here it is labeled, here it is not labeled. That's how they have came to know that the phosphorus is now being entered into the bacteria, right? And therefore DNA is the genetic material. So coming back to the question, now from that information it's quite clear that what they have used. So they have used the P32 labeled DNA and S35 labeled protein code, correctly depicted in option number 2. So we could rule out option number 1, 3 and 4, right? And that's how we have reached to the correct answer. That's option number 2. Right. So this is the strategy of solving the questions. Read the question thoroughly, identify on which concept it is, and that's how you'll be able to solve it easily, right? So I think now you're clear with the botany part. So a lot of plant study is being done, and now it's time to have the chemistry part now, and for that I would like to welcome Pankaj sir here, right, for the discussion of chemistry, because we have done ample amount of study in plants now. So now you can enjoy your chemistry part. Please welcome sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So as I see, this was a very good discussion by ma'am, and being a chemistry teacher, I also understood so many concepts of botany here. So let us begin with the chemistry. So as you already know, we are here to discuss the AIATS Plus mock test 1, and basically we will not be discussing the questions. We are going to have a two-way discussion for the concepts that are going to be asked in the NEET examination. This test series is basically designed for you people so that you can perform very well in your exam. Okay, and most of the questions are in this test are motivated from the previous asked questions. Okay, so we will be starting with the chemistry, and I have seen some questions, some mistakes made by you, and I'll make sure that all those mistakes will be cleared, और मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि आपके सारे concept भी clear हो जाएं. Okay, so let us begin with the part. So, my name is Pankaj Sharma, I am a chemistry teacher at Aakash, and we will be discussing AIATS Plus 2025. The test was conducted on 13th of November 2024. Okay, so I have seen a particular question in which maximum students has made a mistake, and that is question number 87. Okay, so let us read what is in this question, why this question is so much to commit a mistake. The question is, if heat evolved in a reaction H2 plus Cl2 giving 2HCl is X kilojoule, okay, and the bond energies of HH and ClCl are A and B kilojoule per mole respectively, then the HCl bond energy is, okay, so I get it. Basically in this question they are talking about different types of energy. So this question is from a thermochemistry. Okay, this comes from the part of thermochemistry, and over here the concept that is going to be used is Born-Haber cycle. Okay, we know very well this heat of a reaction or enthalpy of reaction or enthalpy of any process is an extensive property. I hope you know about the extensive and intensive property. If you know, please comment at in the comment box. Okay, what is intensive property and what is extensive property? I'll just discuss further. So since it is extensive property, they are additive in nature. Okay, so what do we do? What do we need to do here? We have to write the reactions which are happening here, and we need to arrange them so that we get the final reactions. Okay, so यहाँ पर हमें bond energy के बारे में बात की जा रही है. So first of all, we need to know what is bond energy. So bond energy is energy required to break 1 mole bonds between two atoms. Okay, in case of diatomic molecules, you just need to break that molecule. Like we have, if we talk about hydrogen, and we are breaking it into twice of H gas. That means we are breaking bond between hydrogen. So this whatever heat is going to be evolved over here, that will be known as bond energy of hydrogen, HH bond. Similarly, some diatomic molecules like O2, if we are converting it to twice of O gaseous atom, then the energy involved over here is going to be called as bond energy of oxygen. Okay, so do not get confused here that here we are breaking two bonds between oxygen, and I said you breaking the 1 mole of bond. This is a double bond. Okay, here oxygen bond is double bond, so you just need to break bonds between two atoms. Okay, it doesn't matter what kind of bond it is, single bond, double bond, triple bond, it is a bond between two atoms. Okay, so this is about the bond energy of homoatomic molecules, diatomic molecules, and if we and in case if we have polyatomic molecule over here. Okay, so if we are talking about CH4, let us see we are talking about CH4. So for this particular compound, if we are converting it to converting this compound into its atoms, like carbon gaseous atom plus 4 times of hydrogen gaseous atom. So in order to do this thing, we need to break 4 bonds between carbon and hydrogen. So the energy whatever comes here, this delta H whatever comes here, this is not the bond energy right now. This is called as heat of atomization. This is energy of atomization. Okay, this is delta H for atomization. Okay, so what will be the bond energy in that case? The bond energy will be average of these 4 bonds. So bond energy in this case, bond energy of carbon hydrogen bond. This time bond energy for carbon hydrogen bond will be nothing but this delta H of atomization divided by 4, because we are breaking 4 bonds. Okay, so here in case of polyatomic molecules, bond energy is average of average of breaking of energy of different bonds. Okay, although if we are breaking these 4 bonds between carbon and hydrogen, the breaking of 4 simultaneous bond is going to require different amount of energy. First bond will require some X amount of energy, second removal of second hydrogen atom will require Y amount of energy, and summation of all of those 4 energy will become the energy of atomization for CH4. And energy of atomization divided by 4, because we are having 4 bonds here, it will give us the bond energy. It will give us the bond energy for carbon hydrogen. So this is about the carbon. This is about the bond energy here, and this we need to discuss here. Okay. So now let us come back to question how to solve this one here. So this time we have been given with bond energy of HH, bond energy of ClCl, and the reaction and energy of this reaction. Okay, so let us write the processes for this bond energy. If we are writing about about hydrogen, it is going to be H2, that is HH bond. It is converting to twice of H atom, and the energy is going to be this delta H is going to be here A. If we talk about the Cl2, over here Cl2 is converting to twice of Cl gaseous, and the energy delta H over here is equal to B. Okay, the units are kilojoule per mole. Similarly for the other one also kilojoule per mole. And the third thing they are asking about the HCl bond energy. That means our target reaction is HCl. It is converting to hydrogen gaseous plus chlorine gaseous, and delta H of this reaction need to be calculated. Okay, so we need our target reaction made by the given reactions. So and we have been given with another reaction, that is H2 is reacting with Cl2 and converting to twice of HCl, and over here delta H for this reaction is given as X. Okay, so these different reactions are given to us. Now you just need to your simple understanding and try to make the final reaction, try to make the target reaction using these three. So what can we do here? We can see we have HCl left hand side and the H gaseous and Cl gaseous right hand side. So, and the given reaction we have HCl right hand side. That means it is pretty much clear. It is pretty much clear that over here this reaction will be subtracted and other two will be added. Okay, because we need the other two in the right hand side. Okay, so you just need to add these two reactions and subtract it from the third one. Doing this is going to give us the reaction. Doing this one, like if we are doing equation 1 plus equation 2 minus equation 3, this is going to give us what? This is going to give us this is going to give us H2. This is going to give us H2, H2 and H2 will be cancelled, Cl2 and Cl2 will be cancelled. It will give us twice of HCl. It will give us twice of HCl is converting to twice of H gaseous plus twice of Cl gaseous. And delta H of this one is going to be nothing but it is going to be 1 plus 2. So for 1 it was A, for 2 it was B. So it is going to be A plus B, and for the reaction the heat was given as delta X, so it is going to be minus of minus X. Okay, so over here the heat delta H is nothing but it is A plus B plus X. Okay, but you can see here we are talking about 2 moles but our target reaction is for 1, so we just need to divide this reaction by 2. So if we divide this reaction by 2, so delta H, we just need to divide this by 2 or multiply it by 1 by 2. So we are going to get the delta H for target reaction. It is going to be nothing but A plus B plus X. Sorry, it's my bad. A plus B plus X divided by 2. So this is going to be the delta H for final reaction. Okay, so this is how we are going to apply Born-Haber cycle here. Okay, so this is how we will calculate delta H for final reaction. And if you look at the different option, option number 2 will be our answer. Okay, so over here this was the proper process to do the reaction. This was the proper process to solve the question. Now I'll tell you one more thing. कि ये तो थी प्रॉपर तरीके से क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करना. अगर बोर्ड में क्वेश्चन आता तो हम इसको ऐसे सॉल्व करेंगे, लेकिन हमारे पास क्वेश्चन में इतना टाइम नहीं रहेगा. हमारे पास एग्जाम में पर क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करने के लिए बहुत लिमिटेड टाइम रहेगा. Okay, so उस केस में हम लोग क्या करेंगे? उस केस में we need certain tricks. So I'll tell you a चाणक्य नीति for this question. What is the चाणक्य नीति? So over here if we are calculating the delta H of any reaction, ठीक है, if we are talking about the why did we SK is asking why did we multiply with 1 by 2? Because bacha, the reaction, the target reaction for us is HCl is converting to H gas plus Cl gas. And the reaction that we have obtained was twice of HCl is converting twice of H plus twice of Cl. This was not the target reaction. That is why we need to multiply it with 1 by 2 so that we get our target reaction, which was HCl is converting to twice of H gaseous plus Cl gaseous. Understood? So this is why we have multiplied it with 1 by 2. Now come back to our trick, come back to our Chanakya Niti. That is basically if we talk about delta H of any reaction. For any reaction, if you want to find out the delta H, there are ways to calculate delta H using the bond energy, and the way is it will be equal to summation of bond energy of reactants minus summation of bond energy of product. This is the trick that we can use over here. Now we have been given with delta H of reaction, that is the heat evolved is minus X. Heat evolved is X, so it will be minus X. Reactants are H2 and Cl2. Over here the reactants are H2 and Cl2, so it will be summation of bond energy of H2. Basically summation could be bond energy of H2 plus bond energy of Cl2. This is summation of bond energy of reactant minus summation of bond energy of product. That will be bond energy of HCl. HCl bond. Now we want the bond energy of HCl, But if you look at the reaction, it is given twice of HCl. So according to the stoichiometry, it need to be multiplied with 2. So this bond energy of HCl will be multiplied with 2. So this is going to be our equation. And if we take this bond energy of HCl left hand side, we can say twice of bond energy of HCl, that will be equal to bond energy of H2, that was A, bond energy of Cl2, that was B, and this minus X will go to the right hand side, will come plus X. This is the bond twice of bond energy of HCl. So bond energy of HCl will become as A plus B plus X divided by 2 kilojoule per mole. So I hope you understood the trick also. Okay. So yes, heat is yes, that we have done better. You can see we are writing minus X over here. Okay, you are absolutely right. Since heat is being evolved, we are writing minus X here for the heat of reaction. So this is about this question, and let us check the answer slide also. If we look at the other slide, yes, it is also saying it is A plus B plus X divided by 2. So I hope you understood this one. Now let us move to the next question. The question next question is, given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion A, other is labeled as reason R. Okay, it is a simple reason based question. During an adiabatic compression, heating takes place. Okay, again thermodynamics. So I guess you people are having so much difficulty in thermodynamics. Don't worry, this is a very easy question. I'll explain it to you. Okay, so over here, this is the during adiabatic process, heating takes place. We'll check whether it takes place or not. And the reason says work done on the system during adiabatic process increases internal energy of the system. Okay, let us say we don't know anything about these two statements, but we do know about this process. We know what is adiabatic process. Okay, we know very well what is adiabatic process. So if we talk about the adiabatic process over here, in case of adiabatic process, we know very well heat exchange is 0. There is no exchange of heat between system and surrounding. Heat exchange over is going to be 0. Okay. Similarly, there are different type of process like like isothermal process, in which temperature remains constant throughout the process. There's isochoric process, in which volume is constant throughout the process, and there's isobaric process, in which pressure is constant. Okay, I'll write it down for you also. That is, one is isothermal. If we talk about the isothermal, in case of isothermal process, temperature is constant. If temperature is constant, that means delta T is going to be 0 over here. Okay. If we talk about isochoric process, in case of isochoric process, volume is constant. That means delta V is going to be 0. And if delta V is 0, the work done P external into delta V, that will also be 0. So this is another information for you people, that if they are talking about the isochoric process, the P external into delta V will be 0. That means work done is 0 over here. Okay. Now if we talk about the next one, that is isobaric process, and in case of isobaric process, pressure remains constant. Pressure remains constant, that means delta P is going to be 0 over here. So these are the different thermodynamic process. There is another process known as cyclic process, in which the initial state of the system and final state of the system is same. It starts from a particular state and it ends to that same state over there. That is cyclic process. So these are different process. So that was just for your information, that was just for your understanding. We need to think about the adiabatic process here. हमें तो majorly adiabatic के बारे में सोचना है. और adiabatic process का क्या कहना है? It says that exchange in heat Q is 0 over here. अब अगर heat 0 है, अगर Q 0 है, so according to first law of thermodynamics, अगर हम लोग यहाँ पे first law of thermodynamics की बात करते हैं, तो according to that, the delta U, the first law of thermodynamics says that delta U is equal to Q plus W. Now you might be having a doubt that why I am using the first law of thermodynamics. मैं कहाँ से पहुँचा इस first law of thermodynamics तक? तो चलिए देखते हैं मैं कैसे पहुँचा उस तक. तो फिर से क्वेश्चन की तरफ देखिए. यहाँ पर उन्होंने एडियाबैटिक प्रोसेस के बारे में बात की है. दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द एडियाबैटिक प्रोसेस ओवर हियर, एंड एज along with adiabatic process they are talking about the work done. that means we need to think about the relationship between work done over here and temperature change. Okay, and the relation of work and heat and all, it comes in the first law of thermodynamics, which is the law of energy conservation. And according to first law of thermodynamics, change in internal energy delta U, that is equal to Q plus W. Now, if Q is 0, that means over here delta U will become equal to W. So I can say whatever work is happening over here, it is happening on the expense of internal energy. Or if something is doing work on the system, the internal energy will increase. The work will convert it to the internal energy of system. तो इस पर्टिकुलर स्टेटमेंट, इस पर्टिकुलर एक्सप्रेशन का मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब ये है कि यदि सिस्टम वर्क कर रहा है, इफ वर्क इज डन बाय द सिस्टम, इट विल बी डन ऑन द एक्सपेंस ऑफ इंटरनल एनर्जी. तो इंटरनल एनर्जी कम होगी. अगर वर्क डन बाय द सिस्टम है तो W का साइन नेगेटिव होगा, डेल्टा U भी नेगेटिव होगी. Okay, so if W is negative, that means if work done is by the system, then delta U will also be negative. And if delta U is negative, that means NCV delta T is negative. NCV delta T is negative. N is number of moles, CV is heat capacity, molar heat capacity at constant volume. These two are positive numbers. So over here we can say delta T will be negative. I can clearly say that in this case delta T जो होगा वो भी negative होगा. और delta T negative है मतलब temperature drop हो रहा है. So if work is done on the system during the adiabatic process, there is going to be drop in temperature. Cooling will take place. Okay, and in other words, if work is done on the system, अगर सिस्टम पर वर्क किया जा रहा है, if work is done on the system, in that case internal energy is going to increase, temperature will rise. Okay, so we got our concept over here that if we are talking about the adiabatic expansion or adiabatic compression, so in case of expansion we know very well, in case of expansion work is done by the system, that means work is negative, and if work is negative, delta U will be negative, delta T will be negative, and cooling will take place. Okay, you know very well. If we talk about the work is nothing but P minus P external into delta V. So if it is expansion, so delta V will be positive, so W will be negative. So this is how we can deduct this particular question. This is how we can solve this question over here. Okay, so let us see. If we talk about here during the adiabatic compression, heating takes place. Yes, it is absolute. During adiabatic compression, heating takes place. Yes, it is absolutely right, because we know very well it is compression. That means V2 will be less than V1. Okay, final volume will be less than initial volume. That means over here delta V is going to be negative, and if delta V is negative, W, that is minus P external into delta V, this comes to be positive. And if work is positive, delta U will be positive, internal energy is increasing, so temperature is going to rise. Understood? If you are understanding this, please write it down in the comment box and tell me you are understanding it. So over here W is positive, internal energy is increasing, so temperature will rise. So over here heating will take place, absolutely right. Now let us talk about the reason. Work done on the system during adiabatic process increases the internal energy of the system. Absolutely right. That same thing we have discussed over here. That means for us both assertion A and reason R are correct. Assertion A and reason R दोनों correct हैं. तो अब हमारे पास दो options बनते हैं इसके लिए. Option number 1, that is both A and R are true, but R is not correct explanation of A. And the other option is option number 4, which says both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. अब इन दोनों के बीच में differentiate कैसे करेंगे? Okay, so by the way in this question it is very simple to differentiate. लेकिन मैं आप लोगों को बता दूं, जब भी इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन आए, whenever you have a question of assertion and reason and you are getting confused between between that whether the reason is correct explanation or not, then please keep this thing in mind that whatever concept or whatever process you are using to prove your assertion right, if that same thing is written on the reason, then reason will be correct explanation. जो भी प्रोसेस या कंसेप्ट आप यूज कर रहे हो अपने असर्शन को सही साबित करने के लिए, अपने असर्शन को करेक्ट साबित करने के लिए, इफ दैट सेम प्रोसेस इज रिटन, अगर वही सेम प्रोसेस रीजन में लिखी हुई है, देन दैट केस रीजन विल बी करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ असर्शन एंड द सेम प्रोसेस वी हैव डन टू एक्सप्लेन अवर असर्शन, राइट। हमने वही तो किया, हमने सबसे पहले ये प्रूव किया कि भैया वर्क डन जो होता है वो पॉजिटिव होता है एडियाबैटिक प्रोसेस में, और अगर पॉजिटिव है तो इंटरनल एनर्जी बढ़ेगी, एंड ऑन इन सिंस इंटरनल एनर्जी इज इंक्रीजिंग, टेम्परेचर विल आल्सो इंक्रीज. That means our answer comes to be both assertion and reason are true, and reason is correct explanation of assertion. So this will be your answer. Let us check the answer slide over here, and answer slide says that yes, it is option number 4. So I hope you got this one also. Now time to move to the next question. Question number 69. So this was also done by this was also mistaken by so many students. ये भी वैसे तो काफ़ी अच्छा क्वेश्चन है, because this type of questions are asked in NEET every year. हर साल इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं. सो ओवर हियर दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द एरोमेटिक स्पीशीज. सो वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट द एरोमेटिसिटी ओवर हियर. सो लेट अस ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज एरोमेटिसिटी. ओके, सो एरोमेटिसिटी इज टू डिफाइन एनी कंपाउंड वेदर इट इज एरोमेटिक और नॉट, वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट 3 बेसिक पॉइंट्स. तुम्हें 3 बेसिक पॉइंट्स के बारे में ध्यान देना है. एंड व्हाट आर द 3 बेसिक पॉइंट्स? फर्स्ट इज there must be a cyclic conjugation. ठीक है, साइक्लिक कॉन्जुगेशन होना चाहिए. अब साइक्लिक कॉन्जुगेशन का मतलब क्या है? द फर्स्ट थिंग इज साइक्लिक मीन्स कंपाउंड मस्ट बी साइक्लिक, तो साइक्लिक होना चाहिए. तो हम देखें हमारे चारों ऑप्शन साइक्लिक है. पहली कंडीशन चारों ऑप्शंस ने फुलफिल कर दिए. ठीक है, अब नहीं पूरी कंडीशन अभी साइक्लिक बस है, कॉन्जुगेशन है या नहीं. तो व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ कॉन्जुगेशन? सो हाउ टू डिसाइड द कॉन्जुगेशन? So conjugation is the process by which we define the resonance structure over here. Okay, so I'll give you a particular general conjugation for any kind of resonance. Okay, I'll tell you how to identify whether there is a conjugation or not. So let us say if you have A double bond with B, ये दो एलिमेंट एटम्स है, A जो है डबल बॉन्डेड with B, और कोई तीसरा एलिमेंट है C जिसके पास there is either डबल बॉन्ड, ट्रिपल बॉन्ड, लोन पेयर, नेगेटिव चार्ज, पॉजिटिव चार्ज या फिर फ्री रेडिकल प्रेजेंट है. ठीक है, अगर ऐसी कंडीशन आपको देखने मिले, विल sp एंड sp2 कार्बन लाई ऑन सेम प्लेन. ओके, sp एंड sp2 कार्बन कुड लाई ऑन सेम प्लेन, यस, बिकॉज अगर दोनों आपस में कनेक्टेड है तो सेम प्लेन में होंगे. विल डिस्कस अबाउट दैट, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट. सो ओवर हियर can you say in there is another doubt, can you say in single sentence that if work done on the system is positive or negative? Okay, so work done on the system. Okay, so if we are talking about the work done on the system is negative and work done by the system is positive. Okay, sorry, that is my bad. Work done on the system is positive and work done by the system is negative. In the chemistry पार्ट ओवर हियर, कॉन्जुगेशन काफी सिंपल है समझने के लिए. ओके, कॉन्जुगेशन इज वेरी सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड. ओवर हियर A डबल बॉन्ड B सिंगल बॉन्ड C, and there is going to be in the C atom could have either double bond, triple bond, lone pair, negative charge, positive charge और free radical. ऐसी कोई कंडीशन प्रेजेंट है तो हम उसे हम इसे कॉन्जुगेशन कहेंगे. Okay, so this is about the cyclic conjugation. The second condition is the compound must be planar. Okay, the compound must be planar. And third condition is the compound must follow Huckel rule. It must follow Huckel rule. Huckel rule. What does that Huckel rule means? That means it must have 4n plus 2 pi electrons. Okay, so that is these 3 condition must be fulfilled. तो चलिए अब हम लोग अपने क्वेश्चंस के पास चलते हैं. Now let us talk about here these 3 condition must be fulfilled by the question. Now if we talk about the first one, do we have cyclic conjugation here? तो भैया कंपाउंड तो cyclic है, yes it is cyclic conjugation, it is cyclic. Now let us talk about the conjugation. Conjugation की कंडीशन वही थी, A double bond B and C must have either double bond, triple bond, lone pair, पॉजिटिव चार्ज, नेगेटिव चार्ज और फ्री रेडिकल. ये है कंजुगेशन की कंडीशन. तो चलिए चेक करते हैं. लेट अस से दिस इज आवर एटम A. this A has a double bond with B and C atom again has a double bond. मैं clockwise move कर रहा हूँ from this particular carbon over here. Okay, A double bond B and C bond has another, C has another double bond. That means conjugation is present. आगे बढ़े, again A double bond B, C has double bond, conjugation is continued. A double bond B, C has double bond, conjugation is continued. Then again A double bond B, C has double bond, that means conjugation is continued. Throughout the cycle we have conjugation. That means first condition is fulfilled over here. Now let us talk about the second condition. Second condition क्या हमें पता करना होगी, whether compound is planar or not. हम जानते हैं कि कार्बन यदि sp2 हो या फिर sp हो तो planar होता है. If hybridization of carbon is either sp2 or sp, then it will be planar over here. Okay, so in this case we can see all the carbons are sp2. All the carbons are sp2. That means we can say or we may say that this one is planar. Okay, planar लग रहा है ये. Okay, but there is a catch for this one. Okay, हम कह दे रहे हैं planar. फिलहाल तो हम planar कह दे रहे हैं, but I'll tell you this is not a planar. This is a tub shape structure. Okay, the 8 members cyclic ring, this 8 member tetraene, it is tub shape line. It is tub like shape. Okay, ऐसा सीधा नहीं होता है, ऐसा tub की तरह होता है ये. So this is not planar. So I'll tell you this particular compound is non-planar. So whoever is saying this is planar, you applied the concept right, but this is a informative thing. ठीक है, तुम्हें पता होना चाहिए, just simple सी information है कि tub like structure होता है, इस plane नहीं होता. Since ये plane non-planar है, planar नहीं है, तो हमारी condition second condition fulfill नहीं हो पा रही है. Fulfill नहीं हो पा रही है मतलब ये aromatic नहीं हो सकता. We can rule out the option number 1. Now let us move to the option number 2. Option number 2 के तरफ देखें. So यहाँ पर हमारे पास क्या है, in this particular one, there is a multiple bond with oxygen in this compound. Okay, so to solve this type of question, I'll give you a simple trick. इस type के question को solve करेंगे, just break this multiple bond with oxygen first. Okay, and we know very well if this bond will break, the electron will go to the more electronegative atom, that is oxygen. So if I break this one, this electron will go to the oxygen. That means for this particular carbon, we might have a positive charge present. Now we just check the conjugation. Now we'll check our aromaticity over here. तो चलिए, it is cyclic. Yes, let us talk about the conjugation. Let us say this is our element A. It has the double bond with B and C has double bond. Conjugation is continued. Over here, this A has double bond with B, C has double bond. Yes, continued conjugation. A double bond with B and C atom has positive charge this time. Okay. So over here, yes, throughout the cycle we have conjugation. That means first condition is being fulfilled. It has the cyclic conjugation. If we talk about the planarity, all the carbons are sp2, सारे के सारे sp2 हैं. And since it is not the 8-membered ring, यहाँ पर member 7 ही हैं. Since it is 7-membered ring, it will be planar. तो yes, it is planar. It is going to be planar. तो दो condition fulfill हो गई. तीसरी condition के पास चलते हैं. We must have 4n plus 2 pi electron. यहाँ पर pi electron count करते हैं. 2 plus 2 plus 2. 3 पाई बॉन्ड है. 3 पाई बॉन्ड मतलब 6 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन्स है यहाँ पर. 6 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन्स है यहाँ पर. दैट मीन्स वी हैव ओवर हियर 6 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन्स. पॉजिटिव चार्ज में कोई पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन प्रेजेंट नहीं होता है. इट इज 0 इलेक्ट्रॉन्स. तो 6 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन. इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द 4n plus 2 रूल ओवर हियर, एंड इफ आई पुट n equal to 1, in that case n equal to 1, this 4n plus 2 becomes 4n plus 2 will be equal to 6 if I put n equal to 1. That means it is following the Huckel rule also. So all the three conditions, cyclic conjugation, planarity and 4n plus 2 pi electron, तीनों condition यहाँ पर fulfill हो रही है. तो this compound will be aromatic in nature and this will be our answer. Okay, first compound was non-planar, so this was non-aromatic. This was non-aromatic, while the second compound is aromatic. चलिए तीसरा compound भी देख लेते हैं. What kind of compound is it? So if we again we have multiple bond with oxygen, तो हम फिर से बॉन्ड को तोड़ेंगे. हम ऑक्सीजन की तरफ से शिफ्ट करेंगे बॉन्ड को. यहाँ पर पॉजिटिव चार्ज आएगा. There is going to be positive charge. Now let us talk about the conjugation. We have A double bond B, C atom has by double bond. Yes, conjugation is continued. Here A double bond B, C has positive. That means all the 5 carbon atoms are in conjugation with each other. So yes, we have a cyclic conjugation over here, and since it is cyclic conjugation, the first condition is fulfilled. Second condition is whether it is planar or not. So you can see all the carbons are sp2. That means it is planar. Again, this is not a 8-membered ring. It has less than 8 carbons. So it is planar again. Next thing, let us count the pi electrons here. So over here, 2 plus 2, 4 pi electrons. We have 4 pi electrons. That means over here, if we are put, we can, this one is not fulfilling the 4n plus 2 pi electron rule. It has 4n pi electron. This one has 4n pi electrons. इसके पास 4n plus 2 pi electrons नहीं, इसके पास 4n pi electron है. So अब ये क्या बना? This will be called anti-aromatic compound. तो एरोमेटिक और एंटी एरोमेटिक की फर्स्ट दो कंडीशन तो सेम है. फॉर एरोमेटिक एंड एंटी एरोमेटिक कंपाउंड फर्स्ट टू कंडीशन आर सेम, दैट इट मस्ट बोथ मस्ट हैव साइक्लिक कॉन्जुगेशन, बोथ मस्ट बी प्लेनर. Only third condition is different. In the third condition for aromatic compound, they must have 4n plus 2 pi electron, while for the aromatic compound they must have 4n pi electron. तो ये कंपाउंड क्या है? एंटी एरोमेटिक. This one is anti-aromatic compound. Now let us talk about the fourth one. So we can rule out this one also. They are talking about the aromatic only. Fourth की तरफ देखें. So ये simple three membered ring है. If we talk about the conjugation, A double bond B, C has negative charge. तो हाँ भाई यहाँ पर भी condition fulfill हो रही है. It is a cyclic conjugation. It is planar. All the carbons are sp2. अब यहाँ पे confuse मत होना. That the carbon that is having negative charge, it must be sp3. वो sp3 नहीं होगा क्योंकि negative charge is participating in resonance. If negative charge is participating in resonance, it will be considered as pi electron. And we know very well pi electron does not incorporate in the hybridization. So वो negative charge hybridization में count नहीं होगा. यहाँ पर कार्बन की हाइब्रिडेशन sp2 ही है. तो ये एक और कॉन्सेप्ट है आप लोगों के लिए कि अगर कार्बन आयन का नेगेटिव चार्ज रेजोनेंस में जा रहा है, इफ एन नेगेटिव चार्ज ऑफ कार्बन इज गोइंग इन अ रेजोनेंस, दैट विल नॉट बी कंसीडर्ड इन दी hybridization. Okay, so in that case carbon will be sp2 hybridized. Okay, so this is sp2 hybridized over here, planar है. नंबर ऑफ पाइटोन काउंट करें तो दो पाई बॉन्ड से और दो नेगेटिव चार्ज, दैट मींस इट हैज 4 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन. तो इसके पास ये 4 पाइटोन है, दैट मींस दिस विल आल्सो बी एंटी एरोमेटिक. ओके, सो दिस इज अगेन एंटी एरोमेटिक कंपाउंड. तो हम समझ गए चारों कंपाउंड्स को. कंपाउंड ए इज नॉन एरोमेटिक, कंपाउंड बी इज एरोमेटिक, व्हाइल अदर टू आर एंटी एरोमेटिक. सो आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड दिस वन. Okay, so over here let us talk about let us check the answer slide, and if we look at the answer slide here, answer slide says that yes, it is option number 2. So I hope you got this one, and this is about the question number 69. Now let us move to the next question. Next question is question number 77. The correct increasing order of bond dissociation enthalpies of halogen is. Okay, so they are talking about the bond dissociation enthalpy of halogen. ठीक है, तो हम जानते हैं भाई किसी भी कंपाउंड के अगर हम बॉन्ड एनर्जी की बात करते हैं तो बॉन्ड एनर्जी बेसिकली डिपेंड्स ऑन दी डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू एटम्स. ओके, जितना वो पास रहेंगे उतना ज़्यादा अट्रैक्शन होगा. इफ टू एटम्स आर क्लोज टू ईच अदर, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी मोर अट्रैक्शन, एंड इफ देयर इज मोर अट्रैक्शन इट इज गोइंग टू बी स्ट्रॉन्गर बॉन्ड. सो इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द फ्लोरीन, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द F2, Cl2, Br2 एंड I2, अगर हम इन चार मॉलिक्यूल्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, सो इन दैट केस वी नो वेरी वेल एटॉमिक साइज. इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द ऑर्डर ऑफ साइज, वी नो वेरी वेल F इज स्मॉलेस्ट, देन इट कम्स क्लोरीन, देन इट कम्स ब्रोमीन, देन इट कम्स आयोडीन. दिस इज दिस ऑर्डर ऑफ atomic size, and since fluorine is the smallest, it must have the strongest bond, it must have the highest bond enthalpy. तो अगर हम इस कंसेप्ट से आगे बढ़ें तो अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस कंसेप्ट द ऑर्डर ऑफ बॉन्ड एनर्जी शुड बी F2 हैज मैक्सिमम बॉन्ड एनर्जी, देन इट कम्स Cl2, देन इट कम्स Br2, देन इट कम्स I2. हमारा आंसर कुछ इस तरीके से होना चाहिए. ओके, सो यस, दिस इज अ नाइस कंसेप्ट. इसी तरीके से हम बहुत सारे बॉन्ड एनर्जी निकालते हैं, लेकिन we know very well there are certain things which creates you can say exception, although we will not call them exception because we have explanations of all of those things, so we won't call them exception. So भाई क्या होता है यहाँ पर? Over here you can see we have the presence of lone pair here. Lone pair जो है वो extra electrons है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा electrons है, and these electrons, the presence of lone pair creates difference over here. Whenever we have lone pair, then the order is going to be changed. क्यों चेंज होगा? बिकॉज दिस लोन पेयर रिपल्शन इज गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस. दीज लोन पेयर आर गोइंग टू रिपेल ईच अदर, सो वी हैव अनदर काइंड ऑफ रिपल्शन हियर, एंड ड्यू टू दी लोन पेयर रिपल्शन, सिंस इट हैज दीज कंपाउंड हैव सो मच ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी, इनके पास तीन लोन पेयर हैं, तो ड्यू टू दिस लोन पेयर रिपल्शन F2 हैज वेरी वीक बॉन्ड एनर्जी. F2 की बॉन्ड एनर्जी कम हो जाती है, उसका अट्रैक्शन कम हो जाता है. क्यों? क्योंकि ये लोन पेयर रिपल्शन काम कर रहा है. दैट इज व्हाई दिस F2 ओवर हियर इट इज गोइंग टू हैव लेसर बॉन्ड एनर्जी एंड इट जंप्स टू below bromine. So actual order of bond energy comes that chlorine has maximum, then bromine, then fluorine, then iodine. This is going to be the actual order of bond energy. Okay, so I hope you understood this one. Over here chlorine has maximum bond energy. अब आपको लग रहा होगा कि क्लोरीन के पास भी तो लोन पेयर है. So why we are not considering the lone pair of chlorine? Because chlorine is belongs to third period. अब जैसे जैसे साइज बड़ा होते जाता है, जैसे जैसे साइज बढ़ता है तो शेल का साइज भी बढ़ रहा है. सेकेंड शेल विल बी स्मॉलर. सेकेंड शेल का साइज लेटर से दिस मच है, तो थर्ड शेल का साइज इतना कुछ होगा. Okay? तो प्रेजेंस ऑफ 8 इलेक्ट्रॉन इन सेकेंड शेल इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट द रिपल्शन. वो बहुत पास पास होंगे. अगर बहुत सारे दुश्मनों को पास पास बिठा देंगे तो इट इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट द रिपल्शन. सो इन सेकेंड शेल दे विल क्रिएट द रिपल्शन, बट इन थर्ड शेल दे हैव इनफ स्पेस टू अकोमोडेट. थर्ड शेल उनके पास इनफ स्पेस है अकोमोडेट होने के लिए. दैट इज वाई द रिपल्शन इज नॉट क्रिएटिंग दैट मच डिफरेंसेस. दैट इज वाई वी हैव क्लोरीन एंड विच मैक्सिमम बॉन्ड एनर्जी. So this is going to be the order of bond energy over here. And for your just information, I'll give you the data for the bond energies also. This is the data for bond energy of different bonds. It is given in NCERT. The F2 has 158.8 kilojoule per mole bond energy, while Cl2 has 242.6, and bromine and iodine have 192.8 and 151 respectively. So you can see order is chlorine has maximum, then bromine, then fluorine, then iodine. And according to that, our answer is going to be option number 2. So if we look at the on the slide here, on the slide says that yes, it is option number 2. Okay, so we have a doubt here. Shock wave. ओ भाई ये एवेंजर भी आए हैं क्या यहाँ? चलिए, डाउट क्या है? 69 में 4 आना चाहिए क्योंकि स्ट्रक्चर एरोमेटिक है, तो क्यों नेगेटिव चार्ज देगा और एंटी बनेगा. 2 वाले में ऑक्सीजन का बॉन्ड ब्रेक होगा. ठीक है चलो. ओके, ओवर हियर देखो बच्चा, इन दिस वन एज यू आर सेइंग ऑप्शन नंबर 4 शुड बी आंसर. इन दिस केस वी आर नॉट मेकिंग द स्ट्रक्चर. ओके, इफ द कंडीशन वाज समथिंग लाइक, अगर इस तरीके का मॉलिक्यूल दिया होता तो वी वर थिंकिंग अबाउट द ब्रेकिंग ऑफ बॉन्ड. ठीक है, अगर हमें ये मॉलिक्यूल दिया होता तो हम ब्रेकिंग ऑफ बॉन्ड के बारे में सोचते कि भैया एंटी एरोमेटिक के तरीके से ब्रेक नहीं करते हैं, और वट एवर इट इज. इन दैट केस बॉन्ड शुड बी ब्रोकन टुवर्ड द ऑक्सीजन साइड, और यहाँ पे पॉजिटिव चार्ज आता है, इट विल बिकम एरोमेटिक. बट इन क्वेश्चन व्हाट इज गिवन, क्वेश्चन में हमें ऑलरेडी स्पीशीज दी हुई है. हम अपने मन से स्पीशीज नहीं बना रहे. वी आर नॉट मेकिंग एनी स्पीशीज ओवर हियर. वी हैव बीन गिवन विद द स्पीशीज एंड वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट दिस वन. एंड ओवर हियर कॉन्जुगेशन है, ए डबल बॉन्ड बी और सी के पास नेगेटिव चार्ज. A double bond B, C has negative charge. We have conjugation. तो इलेक्ट्रॉन आर गोइंग टू कॉन्जुगेट. ये मूव करेंगे, ये कॉन्जुगेट करेंगे, और सिंस ये कॉन्जुगेट कर रहे हैं तो नेगेटिव चार्ज यहाँ पे कॉन्जुगेशन का पार्ट होगा, क्योंकि इसी नेगेटिव चार्ज की वजह से साइक्लिक कॉन्जुगेशन हो रहा है. और सिंस ये पार्ट है कॉन्जुगेशन का, तो इट विल गो टू दी काउंटिंग ऑफ पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन. तो यहाँ पर 4n पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन आएंगे, 4 पाई इलेक्ट्रॉन ही आएंगे. अंडरस्टूड? शॉक वेव, whoever you. चलो, so this is about the question number 4. Now let us move to the next question. I hope you got it. Whenever you get this one, please put yes in the comment box. So this was about the question number 77. If we look at the on the slide here, on the slide clearly says yes, this is option number 2. We have a green flash in option number 2. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 52. क्या कहता है 52 भाई? An amine that can be prepared by Gabriel Thalamide synthesis is. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर Gabriel Thalamide synthesis के बारे में बात चल रही है. Okay, so let us talk about this Gabriel Thalamide synthesis in detail. We know very well Gabriel Thalamide synthesis is a process by which we can synthesize primary aliphatic amine. Okay, Gabriel Thalamide synthesis is used to produce primary aliphatic amines. Okay, और ये स्टेटमेंट अकेला ही आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर दे देगा. If you know this statement, if you have studied this statement, this is the crux of Gabriel Thalamide synthesis, and on the basis of this statement only you can answer your question. But I'll give you whole explanation also. So if we talk about the Gabriel Thalamide synthesis, in this case the synthesis starts from the thalic acid. थैलिक एसिड एक डाइकार्बोक्सिलिक एसिड है, COOH. अगर यहाँ इसकी रिएक्शन हम लोग अमोनिया से कराते हैं और इसे हीट करते हैं तो इट इज़ गोइंग टू गिव अस थैलामाइड. ओके, इट इज़ गोइंग टू गिव अस CONH2. another CONH2, we are getting phthalimide over here, and further heating of this one is going to give us phthalimide. This was phthalic acid. Phthalic acid. From phthalic acid we went to the phthalimide. It is amide, phthalimide. Now on heating, ammonia will be removed, and after removal of ammonia we are going to get the phthalimide. C double bond O, NH bond C double bond O here. This is phthalimide. This is imide. Okay, amide और imide में ये difference होता है. Okay, so here we have two valencies with nitrogen, that is why we are calling it imide. So this is phthalimide. Now this phthalimide has this hydrogen over here, it is acidic hydrogen. Okay, अगर हम इसकी reaction KOH से कराएंगे, so it is going to react with KOH and it will turn to an anion. ठीक है, this will turn to an anion. C double bond O, bond N negative, K positive will be attached with this one, and negative K positive will be attached with this one, C double bond O, and this. Okay, this particular anion is going to behave as a nucleophile. ये जो anion बन रहा है यहाँ पे नाइट्रोजन के पास नेगेटिव चार्ज है. दिस इज अ गुड न्यूक्लियोफाइल. एक अच्छा न्यूक्लियोफाइल है और साथ ही साथ एक अच्छा बेस भी है. ये एक अच्छा न्यूक्लियोफाइल और एक अच्छा बेस है, दोनों चीज है. All anions are Bronsted base. So this is a good nucleophile as well as good base. So it is going to give us nucleophilic substitution reaction with alkyl halide. ये phthalimide over here, this anion of phthalimide is going to react with alkyl halide. C double bond O, bond N negative, K positive, C double bond O. It is going to react with alkyl halide RX. न्यूक्लियर सब्स्टिट्यूशन रिएक्शन होगी यहाँ पर, और ऑन द न्यूक्लियर सब्स्टिट्यूशन रिएक्शन वी आर गोइंग टू गेट एन इंटरमीडिएट. एक इंटरमीडिएट यहाँ पे फॉर्म होगा, सी डबल बॉन्ड ओ बॉन्ड एन. इट विल बी अटैच्ड विद अ न्यूक्लियर सब्स्टिट्यूशन रिएक्शन. हो रही है सिंपल. ओके, इट इज सिंपल SN रिएक्शन. ओवर SN2 रिएक्शन इज टेकिंग प्लेस, एंड आफ्टर दिस SN2 रिएक्शन हेलोजन बाहर निकल गया, उसकी जगह आके न्यूक्लियोफाइल अटैच हो गया. ओके, एंड वी आर गोइंग टू डू द हाइड्रोलिसिस ऑफ दिस वन. We are going to do H positive H2 hydrolysis of this one, and after hydrolysis we are going to get RNH2. So यहाँ पर हमें primary amine मिला. So I hope you understood हमें amine ही क्यों मिल रहा है और primary amine मिला है. अब हम एक करके बात करते हैं कि why we cannot get the aromatic amine, why we cannot get the other secondary and tertiary amine over here. तो चलिए बात करते हैं. ओवर हियर इफ यू आर टॉकिंग ऑल द आंसर आर हिडन इन दिस एल्काइल हैलाइड पार्ट. इस सबस्टेट में सारे के सारे आंसर छुपे हुए हैं. ओके, सो ओवर हियर सिंस इट इज SN1 मैकेनिज्म, ये SN1 है, तो प्राइमरी एल्काइल हैलाइड विल बी मोर प्रेफर्ड फॉर द रिएक्शन. अगर यहाँ पर कोई प्राइमरी एल्काइल हैलाइड आता है, R बॉन्ड CH2X आता है, so it can give the reaction easily because it has less steric hindrance, और ये reaction is going to be given easily by primary alkyl halide. अगर प्राइमरी के अलावा सेकेंडरी या टर्शरी एल्काइल हैलाइड आते हैं, R बॉन्ड CH बॉन्ड R, या फिर कोई टर्शरी हैलाइड आता है R बॉन्ड C बॉन्ड R एंड R और X, इस तरीके के एल्काइल हैलाइड यदि आते हैं सेकेंडरी और टर्शरी, सो इन केस ऑफ सेकेंडरी एंड टर्शरी एल्काइल हैलाइड, इंस्टेड ऑफ SN2 एलिमिनेशन विल बी प्रेफर्ड. यहाँ पर एलिमिनेशन प्रेफर्ड होगा. इनके केस में एलिमिनेशन होने लग जाएगा क्योंकि भाई यहाँ पर the nucleophile is very bulky. Since it is very bulky, it will behave like a base. यहाँ पर property of base is going to dominate over here, and dominating property of base is going to give us the alkene as the product, not amine. So in case of secondary and tertiary alkyl halide, we are going to get alkene, not amine. इसलिए सिर्फ primary alkyl halide से ही मिला. अब next question is, why can't we use aromatic alkyl halide? यदि हम इस तरीके का alkyl halide लेकर आते हैं, so why we are not getting the reaction? And you know the answer very well. Aromatic alkyl halide, haloarenes, they have very less tendency to give SN reaction. क्यों बहुत less tendency है SN reaction देने के लिए? Because of a partial double bond nature. यहाँ पे resonance होगा, उनके बीच में partial double bond nature आ जाएगा. Due to this partial double bond nature between halogen and carbon, due to this partial double bond nature, this bond has very less tendency to break. This halogen has very less tendency for the substitution. So that is why we cannot get the aromatic amine. Okay, so we cannot get the secondary amine, we cannot get the tertiary amine, and we cannot the aromatic amine. We can only get primary aliphatic amine. तो ये स्टेटमेंट्स हमेशा ध्यान रखना है. दिस स्टेटमेंट इज द चाणक्य नीति ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन. एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर दिस गैब्रियल थैलीमाइड सिंथेसिस का कोई भी क्वेश्चन आता है तो उसके लिए हमारा की कंसेप्ट क्या है, इसकी चाणक्य नीति क्या है, कहती है सिंपली कि वी विल गेट ओनली प्राइमरी एलिफेटिक एमाइन. तो ये हमेशा के लिए दिमाग में बिठा लो, गैब्रियल थैलीमाइड सिंथेसिस मतलब प्राइमरी एलिफेटिक एमाइन. अब चलो चारों ऑप्शंस चेक करते हैं. पहला है एनिलीन. एनिलीन क्या प्राइमरी एलिफेटिक एमाइन है? ये तो एरोमेटिक एमाइन है. दिस इज द एनिलीन, दिस इज एरोमेटिक एमाइन, दिस कैन नॉट बी प्रिपेयर्ड, तो वी आर गोइंग टू रूल आउट दिस वन. नेक्स्ट सेकंड वन, एन डाइमिथाइल मेथेनामीन. एन डाइमिथाइल, इट इज अगेन टर्शरी एमाइन, CH3 बॉन्ड N बॉन्ड CH3, methenamine to CH3. This is a tertiary amine. So we know very well it is not a primary aliphatic. So this also cannot be produced. So this can also be ruled out. Next one, paratoluidine. Okay, this one is a methyl derivative of aniline. Okay, over here if aniline में methyl attach कर दिया जाए, अब किस position में लगाएं? So over here para दे रखा, तो it is going to be para CH3. Again you can see this is aromatic amine. So this also cannot be prepared. The third could also be ruled out here. Now if we go for the fourth one, benzyl amine. benzyl amine देखते हैं. So benzyl amine में भी benzene है, but in the benzylic position NH2 is attached. So this NH2 is not directly attached to the aromatic ring. That is means this is not an aromatic amine. Aromatic amine नहीं है fourth one. ये एक aliphatic amine है और साथ ही साथ primary है. NH2 ग्रुप attached है. नाइट्रोजन में सिर्फ एक ही कार्बन अटैच है. इफ नाइट्रोजन अटैच विद ओनली वन कार्बन, दैट मींस दैट अ प्राइमरी एमाइन. Okay, so this is a primary aliphatic amine. This is one is primary aliphatic amine. So our answer is going to be option number 4. So option number 4 will be your answer. So you could be answering this question very well without even knowing the Gabriel Thalamide synthesis. अगर तुम्हें प्रोसेस नहीं भी पता होती, अगर तुम्हें पूरा के पूरे मैकेनिज्म नहीं पता होती, तब भी तुम आंसर कर सकते थे. How could you people answer this question? By knowing this single statement, Gabriel Thalamide synthesis is used to prepare primary aliphatic amine. That's all. Okay, this is how we are going to solve this type of question. So our answer is going to be option number 4. चलिए आंसर चेक कर लेते हैं. If we look at the answer slide, our green flash is in option number 4. तो yes, this is our answer. Now let us proceed to the next question. Question number 66. क्या कहता है भाई? Product obtained in the reaction is. So we are talking about a certain reaction over here. In this one, this cyanide, this organic compound is reacting with dibal H and followed by hydrolysis, followed by reaction with water. चलिए देख लेते हैं. सबसे पहले ये एक साइनाइड है. ओके, आई डोंट नो मच अबाउट इट, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ रिएक्शन गोइंग टू हैपन ओवर हियर, बट द रिएजेंट इज फर्स्ट रिएजेंट इज डाइबाल एच. नाउ लेट अस थिंक व्हाट इज डाइबाल एच. दिस इज डाई आइसोब्यूटाइल एल्यूमिनियम हाइड्राइड. क्या है ये? आइसोब्यूटाइल, डाई आइसोब्यूटाइल मतलब ये दो आइसोब्यूटाइल अटैच होंगे एल्यूमिनियम से, and this aluminum is further attached with another hydrogen. This is how 3 valencies of aluminum are going to be fulfilled, 2 by the isobutyl group and the third by the hydrogen. So this is diisobutyl aluminum hydride. Now as you can see, in this one hydrogen attached with a metal. अगर हाइड्रोजन मेटल से अटैच होता है तो H नेगेटिव की फॉर्म में बाहर निकलता है, मतलब ये H नेगेटिव हमें देने वाला है. That means this is a good reducing agent. Okay, so this dibal H is a good reducing agent. This is a reducing agent over here and it is going to give H negative. तो इस तरीके से हम लोग मैकेनिज्म के पीछे जाएंगे. This is how we can predict the mechanism over here. Now if we look at the compound here, in this one CH3 bond CH, double bond CH bond CH2 and C triple bond N. इसमें H negative का अटैक होगा. Now look at the atom in which H negative can attack. So हम देख सकते हैं कि the carbon has triple bond with nitrogen. This carbon has delta positive charge. That means this carbon will be attacked by the H negative and we are going to get CH3 bond CH, double bond CH CH2 C, H double bond N की तरफ इलेक्ट्रॉन शिफ्ट हुआ, इट इज गोइंग टू बी नेगेटिव चार्ज, जो कि सॉल्वेंट से हाइड्रोजन ले लेगा NH। तो दिस इज द प्रोडक्ट आफ्टर फर्स्ट स्टेप। फर्स्ट स्टेप के बाद हमें ये मिलने वाला है, आफ्टर फर्स्ट स्टेप वी आर डूइंग द हाइड्रोलिसिस, वी आर डूइंग द H पॉजिटिव H2O, मतलब वाटर ऐसा न्यूक्लियोफाइल अटैक करेगा, कार्बन में अटैक करेगा, दिस डेल्टा पॉजिटिव कार्बन में। हाइड्रोलिसिस की ट्रिक हमें पता है, ये मोर इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव लेस इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव के बीच में बॉन्ड तोड़ो, टुवर्ड मोर इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव गिव हाइड्रोजन, टुवर्ड्स लेस इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव गिव OH। This is the breaking, this is the hydrolysis, and after this we are going to get CH3 bond CH, double bond CH, bond CH2, and CH will be attached with 2OH here. अब एक और चीज आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा, you might have studied this in your classes, that 2OH in one carbon are unstable। तो यहाँ से वाटर को बाहर निकाल दो, this is just a trick for you। यहाँ से वाटर को बाहर निकाले तो हमें प्रोडक्ट क्या मिला, फाइनली एक्चुअल प्रोडक्ट इज गोइंग टू बी CH3 बॉन्ड CH, डबल बॉन्ड CH bond CH2 and over here CHO, we are getting an aldehyde over here। So answer is going to be CH3 double bond CH double bond CH2 CHO, it is option number 1। तो इस तरीके से हम इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करेंगे, दिस इज हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू सॉल्व दिस टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन एंड वी आर गोइंग टू गेट एन aldehyde over here, because this is about the reaction। Now I'll give you one more concept here, I'll give you one more trick here। तो ट्रिक क्या कहती है कि जब भी डाइबल H दिखे, whenever you see dibal H, this dibal H is the agent of aldehyde। ये हमेशा अल देगा, डाइबल में अल आता है देखो, ओके, इट इज गोइंग टू गिव अस दिस अल, अल मतलब एल्डिहाइड। तो जब भी डाइबल H देखे, whenever you see the dibal H with either cyanide or it could be with ester। अगर यहाँ पर कोई एस्टर भी होता, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर यहाँ पर होता R बॉन्ड C डबल बॉन्ड O C2H5, if it was reacting with first dibal H and followed by hydrolysis, अगर इस तरीके की रिएक्शन होती तो in that case again we will have the aldehyde। इस केस में भी हमें R बॉन्ड CHO ही मिलता। सेम रिएक्शन होती है, H नेगेटिव इस बार इस एस्टर वाले कार्बन पे अटैक करता है, एंड इन द सिंगल स्टेप वी वर हैविंग द aldehyde here। Okay, so this is how we can depict the answer for the dibal H and we are going to get aldehyde which is present in option number 1। चलिए आंसर स्लाइड चेक करते हैं, एंड इफ वी लुक एट द आंसर स्लाइड इट सेज ऑप्शन नंबर 1। So I hope you got this one also and you will be able to solve question of similar variety like if the dibal H is reacting with ester। Okay, so इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन बहुत बार आते हैं। The question is multiple time asked in the NEET, either in the form of cyanide or in the form of ester। और ऐसे डायरेक्ट भी पूछा जाता है कि in which of the following reactions aldehyde will be produced। So इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन अगर आते हैं तो you can answer this very well। So again I will tell you this particular type of questions are asked multiple times in NEET, काफ़ी important है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। नेक्स्ट वन इज कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग गिवन रिएक्शन। हमारे पास एक पर्टिकुलर रिएक्शन दी हुई है, CO इज रिएक्टिंग विथ हाइड्रोजन कन्वर्टिंग टू समथिंग। ओके, इट इज रिएक्टिंग विथ हाइड्रोजन in presence of ZNO and Cr2O3 at high pressure as well as high temperature। अच्छा खासा टेम्परेचर एंड प्रेशर है। सो ओवर हियर द रिएक्शन ऑफ कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड विथ हाइड्रोजन, दैट मींस दिस इज catalytic hydrogenation of carbon monoxide। This one is catalytic hydrogenation of carbon monoxide and this catalytic hydrogenation of carbon monoxide gives us methanol CH3OH and this is the industrial method of preparation for methanol। ये methanol बनाने की industrial method of preparation and this is given in your NCERT also। Their catalytic hydrogenation of carbon monoxide gives methanol। This methanol can also be produced by the destructive distillation of wood। Wood के destructive distillation से भी बनाया जा सकता है। Earlier, in the past few years back, it was methanol was made by the destructive distillation of wood। Wood का destructive distillation किया जाता था and with the help of that destructive distillation we were having the methanol and that is why the methanol is also known as wood spirit। इसी को methanol को we also call it wood spirit। Okay, why? Because it was obtained by the destructive distillation of wood। Okay, so this is about the methanol। Now if we talk more about the methanol, we know very well this methanol is highly poisonous substance। This is liquid and it is highly poisonous, काफ़ी ज़्यादा poisonous है। Even small amount of consumption, if small amount of consumption will lead to the blindness। okay, and further to death. So this alcohol is so much injurious to health. It will blind the person who is consuming it, and then it will later lead to the death of that person. Okay, so it is not only injurious, it is fatal. Okay, so this methanol is highly poisonous. It is liquid and it is fatal to us. Now this is about the method. This is about the compound X. Now what they want to ask: incorrect statement about X. Always remember, always focus to read this particular word. Okay, incorrect. हम लोग बहुत बार सिली मिस्टेक इसी वजह से करते हैं, इनकरेक्ट पढ़ना भूल जाते हैं. Okay, we read incorrect as the correct. Okay, so read incorrect correctly. Okay, the incorrect statement they are talking about, incorrect statement about X. Let us see. It is known as wood spirit. Absolutely right. We have just discussed it is a wood spirit. It is highly poisonous in nature. Yes, it is fatal. It is very, very poisonous. Its 40% solution known as formalin. No, this is incorrect. 40% of solution of formaldehyde HCHO is known as formalin, not this one. Okay, so 40% of solution of HCH is known as formalin, not the for methanol. So our answer is going to be option number 3. This option number 3 is the incorrect statement, and this will be our correct answer. Okay, so we can rule out option number 1, 2 because both are correct statements, and the option number 3 is incorrect statement. So this will be our correct answer. If we look about the fourth option, it evolves H2 gas on reaction with sodium. Okay, this is acidic nature of alcohol. Okay, so I'll tell you the acidic nature of different organic compounds over here. Yes, alcohols are bond OH. This alcohol reacts with 1A metal like sodium and they give RONA plus hydrogen gas. This is an acid, and this explains the acidic nature of alcohols also. But the other two reactions which also explain the acidic nature is reaction with NaOH or reaction with NaHSO3. तो अगर हम उन दो reactions की बात करें, if we talk about other two reactions, so if this sometime this question is also asked कि which of the following will not react with NaOH, will not give CO2 with Na2CO3, तो इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन आते तो आप कैसे आंसर करेंगे? So there is another reaction like if alcohol is reacting with aqueous NaOH, अगर ये aqueous NaOH से reaction कर रहा है तो कोई reaction नहीं होगी. Okay. Similarly, if this alcohol is reacting with NaHSO3, sodium NaHCO3, sodium bicarbonate, so कोई reaction नहीं होगी. लेकिन some compound, some organic compound gives this reaction. Like if we talk about the carboxylic acid, अगर मैं यहीं पर carboxylic acid की बात करता, तो RCOOH ये NaOH से भी react करेगा, RCOONA देगा, salt formation होगा और साथ में पानी बनेगा भैया, acid plus base gas, salt and water. And similarly this RCOH carboxylic acid ये NaHCO3 के साथ react करके it will react with NaHCO3 and it will give us brisk furnace RCONA plus CO2 gas. यहाँ पे CO2 gas मिलेगी with the brisk furnace. Okay, so this type of question may be asked कि which of the following compound will give brisk furnace with the NaHCO3. Okay, which of the following will react with NaOH? So this type of questions can be asked in the acidity. Okay, so how to answer this type of question? इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन को कैसे आंसर करेंगे? So I'll give you a small list for the different acids. हमारे पास ऑर्गेनिक जनरली जो क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं उनके बेसिस में एक पर्टिकुलर लिस्ट है, एंड दैट लिस्ट इज समथिंग लाइक इफ वी हैव एमीन RNH2, तो ये सबसे वीक एसिड है. आफ्टर दैट इट कम्स terminal alkyne R triple bond CH, then it comes alcohol, then it comes water, after water it comes phenol. Okay, after phenol it is going to be carboxylic acid RCOH, then it comes benzoic acid, then it comes sulfonic acid, then it comes picric acid जो कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा एसिडिक है. पिक्रिक एसिड में है तो OH लेकिन 3 NO2 साथ में अटैच्ड है. सो ये लिस्ट में आप लोगों को बता रहा हूँ. व्हाई आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस लिस्ट, बिकॉज दिस लिस्ट इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू टू सॉल्व एनी टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू द एसिडिटी. सो जस्ट फोकस हियर. In this case, all of these acids are going to react with metal. All of these acids are going to react with metal, that is sodium, and will give hydrogen gas. ये सारे के सारे हाइड्रोजन गैस देंगे. Okay, this was the first statement. All of these acids are going to give us all of these are going to give us hydrogen with with metal. Now, the acids which are more acidic than water, the acids which are more acidic than water, will react with NaOH, will react with aqueous NaOH. तो एक्वस NaOH से कौन कौन रिएक्ट करेगा? जो वाटर से ज्यादा एसिडिक है. वाटर के बाद से ज्यादा कौन है? ये सारे के सारे. From the phenol to picric acid, all of them will react with NaOH. All of them will react with aqueous NaOH. Okay. Now, what about the carbonic acid? What about the NaHCO3? So, all the acids which are more acidic than the H2CO3. So, next statement is all the acids which are more acidic than H2CO3 will give CO2 with NaHCO3. तो भाई H2CO3 को कहाँ रखे? Where to put the H2CO3 over here? So H2CO3 is going to be placed in this position. This is the position of H2CO3. Okay, so the carboxylic acid and the other, they are more acidic than the H2CO3. That means these acid, these one are going to give CO2. They will give CO2 with NaHCO3. तो ये सारे के सारे एसिड्स NaHCO3 के साथ CO2 गैस देंगे. Okay, so this is how you can solve any questions related to the acidic strength. कोई भी क्वेश्चन आता है, most of the time they ask the question about the this type of this acidity, and हर बार एक नया क्वेश्चन आता है. Every year we get a question from the acidic nature of organic compounds, and the acidic nature of organic compound are these three reactions only. इन्हीं तीन रिएक्शन के बेसिस में क्वेश्चन आते हैं, and all the three reactions are depicted in your screen over here. All of these acids are going to give hydrogen gas with sodium metal, 1A metal. The acids which are more acidic than water are going to give us a reaction with NaOH, and the acids which are more reactive than H2CO3, which comes before the carboxylic acid, they are going to give CO2 gas with the NaHCO3. So I hope you got this one. So this is about this question over here. Although this was the away concept from this concept, but this is the reason we are here. We are here to discuss the multiple concepts that you need to study in your exam preparation. Okay, so answer is going to be option number 3. Let us take the other slide over here, and if we talk about the other slide here, it is going to be option number 3. Here this is correct. Now let us move to the next question. Okay, we have so many comments over here, and I cannot answer 4. तो काफी देर बाद sir, stability order among aromatic, anti-aromatic and non-aromatic. Okay, so beta aromatic compounds are most stable, then it comes non-aromatic, then the anti-aromatic. Anti-aromatic is a destabilizing factor. Okay, और क्या है order. Okay, or I told the order. Okay, so this is about questions here. Now let us move to the next one. Yeah, Stockwave ने आंसर लिखा था aromatic, anti then non. No, beta anti-aromatic will be less stable than the non-aromatic. Okay. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 70. Given below are the statements about cis and trans isomers of butene. Butene के बारे में कुछ statements हैं यहाँ पे. तो चलिए देखते हैं पहले butene आखिर होता क्या है. Butene is CH3 bond CH double bond CH bond CH3. अब इसके सिस और ट्रांस आइसोमर्स के बारे में बात चले तो लेट अस ड्रॉ द सिस एंड ट्रांस आइसोमर आल्सो. CH3 बॉन्ड C डबल बॉन्ड C CH3 H and H. Both CH3 are same side, they are in at adjacent position. So this will be the cis isomer, and the other one in which the CH3 are going to be at anti position, that will be the trans isomer. It is like CH3 bond C double bond C CH3 H and H. So this is trans isomer. Okay, so these are the different isomers over here, cis and trans. Now let us talk about the different statements given over here. Cis forms is more polar than trans form. Okay, so they are talking about the polarity. Okay, cis form is more polar than trans form, dipole moment of trans form is 0, melting point. Okay, so they are talking about some physical properties. So here they are talking about the dipole moment or polar property. So let us try to understand what does dipole moment mean. Okay, so dipole moment काफी simple सी concept है. Over here, when two atoms are covalently bonded with each other, let us say atom A and atom B are covalently bonded with each other, and they have difference in electronegativity. They have different electronegativities. Let us assume electronegativity of A is more than electronegativity of B. अगर इनके बीच में इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव का डिफरेंस है तो शेयर्ड पेयर इलेक्ट्रॉन इज गोइंग टू शिफ्ट टुवर्ड्स द मोर इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव एटम. दैट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिविटी. शेयर्ड पेयर इलेक्ट्रॉन शिफ्ट टुवर्ड्स मोर इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव एटम. दैट मीन्स द शेयर्ड पेयर इलेक्ट्रॉन विल बी शिफ्टेड टुवर्ड्स A over here. So A will develop a partial negative charge and B will develop a partial positive charge. Okay, so यहाँ पर partial positive and partial negative charge are developing over here. This is a partial negative charge, this is a partial positive charge. That means we are having two electric dipoles. फिजिक्स में बहुत पढ़ा होगा, दो डाइपोल आएगा, दैट मीन्स इट्स गोइंग टू बी दिस गोइंग टू बी फॉर्मेशन ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर फोर्स एंड दैट फोर्स नोन एज डाइपोल मूवमेंट. यहाँ पर डाइपोल मूवमेंट जनरेट होगा. दिस इज गोइंग टू बी कॉल्ड बॉन्ड मूवमेंट एंड इट इज अ वेक्टर प्रॉपर्टी. ये एक वेक्टर प्रॉपर्टी है एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी डिनोटेड फ्रॉम द लो इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव एटम टुवर्ड्स द हाई इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव एटम, और हम लोग बॉटम में से क्रॉस कर देते हैं. So this is how the dipole moment is going to be depicted. Its direction is from the lower electronegative atom to the high electronegative atom, and this is a bond moment. Here we have talk about the bond moment. Okay. This is about a particular molecule. This is about a particular atom. किसी एक ही atom के बारे में बात की हमने यहाँ पर. अगर ये कोई compound हो, let us say if we have a compound A जिसमें दो B एटम आपस में अटैच्ड हैं, कुछ इस तरीके से है, तो इस केस में डाइपोल मोमेंट कैसे निकालेंगे? सो इन दैट केस वी आर गोइंग टू ऐड द डाइपोल मोमेंट्स ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी बॉन्ड. वी आर गोइंग टू ऐड ऑल द बॉन्ड मोमेंट. ठीक है, तो भाई सबसे पहले तो वी आर गोइंग टू ड्रॉ देयर डाइपोल मोमेंट. इट इज गोइंग टू बी समथिंग लाइक दिस, एंड सिंस दे आर वेक्टर्स, so we are going to do vector summation. And you have done the vector summation so much in your physics. Okay? In the basic concepts of physics में तुमने first chapter में काफी vector mathematics की हुई है. So that vector summation is going to be done over here. You just need to add these two vectors, and the resultant of these two vectors are going to give us the dipole moment of whole molecule. So this is how we can get the dipole moment of whole molecule. So this is about the dipole moment. अब यहाँ पर जो dipole moment निकल के आया, that is going to be mu, which is known as dipole moment of molecule. Now if for a molecule mu is 0, अगर किसी molecule के लिए this vector summation becomes 0. For example, अगर यहाँ पर हम BF3 की बात करते हैं, I'll draw BF3 for you here. Let us say we have these 3 bonds of BF3 and हमें पता है कि BF bond has fluorine has more electronegativity, the dipole is going to be towards fluorine. It is sp2 hybrid, so all bond angles are 120 degree. So ये तीन डाइपोल वेक्टर्स कुछ इस तरीके से होंगे और ये तीनों डाइपोल मोमेंट्स आर एट 120 डिग्री. द बॉन्ड एंगल, द एंगल बिटवीन दीज डाइपोल्स आर 120 डिग्री. एंड वी नो वेरी वेल इफ 3 इक्वलेंट वेक्टर, सभी BF बॉन्ड है, सभी के लिए बॉन्ड मोमेंट की वैल्यू सेम ही होगी. अगर इनके लिए म्यू म्यू कहें तो ये सारे म्यू ही होंगे. एंड इफ 3 डाइपोल्स आर, if 3 vectors are at 120 degree, if 3 collinear if 3 vectors which are starting from same point are at 120 degree, in that case the vector summation is going to be 0. Over here overall mu will be 0. So for BF3 molecule, bond is polar, BF bond is polar, but BF3 as a whole is non-polar. के बात समझ में आई? Why, how to decide whether a molecule is polar or not? We are going to do the vector summation of the bond moment of each and every bond present in the molecule. And if the vector summation is 0, in that case we'll say the whole molecule is non-polar. So अगर mu 0 आता है तो compound is going to be non-polar, but if mu is non-zero then we'll say compound is polar. For example, अगर मैं SO2 की बात करूँ, SO2 की बात न करके वाटर की बात करें, so in that case if we talk about the water, so water has 2 single bond and 2 lone pair, 2 single bond and 2 lone pair. In that case single bond का bond pair कुछ इस तरीके से जाएगा, this is a dipole moment, and for the lone pair, dipole moment is always towards the lone pair. Dipole moment for the atom and lone pair is always towards the lone pair. Now if you do the vector summation of these four, we are going to get certain value. So for this water, mu will not be 0, that means water is a polar molecule, and we know very well what is a polar protic solvent. बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से जानते हैं हम इस चीज़ को. So this is about the dipole moment here. We can get the dipole moment for any molecule by identify the bond moment. Bond moment कैसे पता किया हमने? We have just decided whether the bond is made by the two different electronegative atom or not, and towards the more electronegative atom there is going to be negative charge, to the less electronegative atom there is going to be positive charge, and bond dipole will be directed from low electronegative atom to electronegative atom for a covalent bond. In case of lone pair, it is always towards the lone pair. So इस तरीके से हम लोग डाइपोल मोमेंट को डिफाइन करेंगे किसी भी मॉलिक्यूल के लिए, किसी भी फर्स्ट बॉन्ड के लिए, देन ओवरऑल मॉलिक्यूल के लिए. Same thing we need to do for these two structures on your screen, the cis-butene and trans-butene. चलिए देखते हैं. Cis form is more polar than trans form. तो भैया सबसे पहले पता करें polar है भी कि नहीं. Okay, so over here if you look, these two carbons are sp2 carbon, that means it is going to be planar. All the bonds which are shown over here are planar. In that case, the carbon we know very well, in case of electronegativity, sp2 carbon has more electronegativity than sp3 carbon. sp2 कार्बन की इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिविटी sp3 कार्बन से ज्यादा होती है. So we can see this is sp2 carbon, this is sp3 carbon. So in case of sp2 and sp3 carbon, sp2 is more electronegative, so dipole is going to be directed towards sp2 carbon, something like this. Okay. Similarly, if we talk about the carbon hydrogen bond, we know carbon has more electronegativity than hydrogen, so this is going to be depiction of dipole. Now if we talk about the carbon CH3 bond, again it is going to be something like this and this one. Now these are the different dipoles given for the cis form. We know very well, in order to cancel a vector, in order to cancel a particular vector, we must have a equal and opposite equal magnitude vector in opposite direction. अगर दो सेम मैग्नीट्यूड के वेक्टर अपोजिट डायरेक्शंस में है, if they have the 180 degree bond 180 degree angle, then they can be cancelled. Over here, CH3C dipole and CH3C dipole, it is not being cancelled with each other. So for this one, for cis form, mu will be non-zero, it will have certain value, that means it will be polar. Okay, चलिए ट्रांस के लिए भी देख लेते हैं. We are having multiple answers over here. चलिए हम लोग आंसर पे आएंगे. भाई बहुत से लोग आंसर कर रहे, कोई ए सी बोल रहा है, कोई ए बी बोल रहा है. Let us see whether our answer, what will be our answer. I don't know the answer right now. Solve होने के बाद पता चलेगा. Okay, so over here if we talk about the other one, CH3C, फिर से CH3C towards C है, ये towards C, ये भी towards C है. Now you can see these two dipoles, they are opposite to each other. Their direction is opposite to each other and they have equal magnitude. So this CH3C dipole will be cancelled by the other CH3C dipole. Similarly, HC dipole will be cancelled by other HC dipole. ये डाइपोल सभी एक दूसरे को कैंसिल कर रहे हैं. Since these dipoles are cancelling each other, for the transform mu will be 0. For the transform mu is 0, that means it is non-polar. This particular one is non-polar. Okay, while the cis form is polar. So this is about these polarity of these different forms. अब चलिए हम statements देखते हैं. Cis form is more polar than trans form. बिल्कुल सही बात है. Cis form has polarity while trans form do not have any polarity. So it is absolutely right. Dipole moment of trans form is 0. Yes, dipole moment of trans form is 0. Statement A and statement B तो correct हो गए. Now let us talk about the statement C. Melting point of cis form is higher than trans form. अब यहाँ पर ये लोग melting point की बात कर रहे हैं. They are talking about the melting point. Okay, now let us understand how to decide whether melting point is going to be how we are going to decide the order of melting point. देखो वैसे तो if you think these things, it is just a memory based thing, but don't worry about it. Over here we can apply a little bit of concept. If we talk about the melting point, how the melting takes place. In case of melting, solid turns to the liquid. मतलब हम कर क्या रहे हैं, वी आर ब्रेकिंग बॉन्ड्स ऑफ द सॉलिड स्टेट. ओके, तो जिसकी सॉलिड से ज्यादा इंटैक्ट होगी, द वन विथ मोर इंटैक्ट सॉलिड स्टेट इज गोइंग टू हैव मोर मेल्टिंग पॉइंट. द वन विच हैज मोर इंटैक्ट सॉलिड स्टेट, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी मोर डिफिकल्ट टू बी ब्रोकन. क्या उसे ब्रेक करने में प्रॉब्लम होगी, सो दैट विल बी द मोर स्टेबल. ठीक है, अब इनके बारे में देखते हैं. नाउ इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द सिस फॉर्म एंड ट्रांस फॉर्म, इन केस ऑफ सिस फॉर्म different cis molecules are going to be in attraction, and in case of trans form different trans molecules are going to be in attraction. So if we talk about the cis form, let us say in case of cis form, I will make another cis form over here for you. CH3 bond C, double bond C, CH3 H and H. Okay, and for to judge the transform, I will make another transform for you here. It is going to be CH3 bond C, double bond C bond H, CH3 and H. So just for your understanding, I am telling you, यहाँ पे दो CH3 काफी पास हैं. If we are making a solid, these two CH3 are going to be close together, so they are going to repel. जबकि if we talk about the transform, in case of transform CH3 is close to H, तो इनकी पैकिंग अच्छी होगी. They are going to be the smaller atom is in contact with the bulky group, so they will have lesser repulsion. That means if transform has lesser repulsion, it will have more intact attraction. So transform will have more intact, that means transform will have more melting point than the cis form. यहाँ पर ये कह रहा melting point of cis form is higher than transform, तो ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है. Okay, melting point of transform is going to be more than cis form. So I hope you understood. Over here, A and B are correct statement, and they are talking about the correct statements are. And if they are talking about the correct statement, that answer is going to be A and B only, option number 3. Okay, so answer will be option number 3. And if we look at the other slide here, it says option number 3. I hope you got this one. चलिए comments देख लेते हैं. A and B बहुत बढ़िया रोशन, very good. How is it polar? Which one बच्चा? Oscar. OSCR Oscar नहीं है. Okay, so how it is polar? You can see the dipole, the resultant dipole moment over here. CH3 is not CH3C dipole is not cancelling the other CH3C dipole in case of cis form. Okay, ये dipoles आपस में cancel नहीं हो रहे हैं. Since they are not getting cancelled, it is polar. Okay. So yes, Stockwave ने आंसर कर ही दिया था. What about the boiling point among cis and trans? Boiling point is, for the boiling point concept is going to be it is going to be different. In case of boiling point, हम यहाँ पर dipole moment के बारे में सोचेंगे. Since cis form has dipole moment, higher dipole moment, it will be polar and it will have the higher boiling point. Okay. ट्रांसफॉर्म में पैकिंग के बारे में, मेल्टिंग पॉइंट के केस में पैकिंग के बारे में सोचना है. बट इन केस ऑफ बॉइलिंग पॉइंट यू नीड टू थिंक अबाउट दी आइदर हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग इफ इट इज प्रेजेंट और द पोलर नेचर, एंड आफ्टर इफ बोथ ऑफ देम आर नॉट प्रेजेंट देन वी आर गोइंग टू गो फॉर द वन डबल फोर्स ऑफ अट्रैक्शन. ओके, अंडरस्टूड रोहित? सो दिस इज अबाउट द क्वेश्चन नंबर 70 here. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 81. The question number 81 is the compound which gives blue coloration in Victor-Meyer test. They are talking about Victor-Meyer test over here. Okay. So why do we use the Victor-Meyer test? Victor-Meyer test is used to distinguish between primary, secondary and tertiary alcohol. Primary, secondary और tertiary alcohol के बीच में distinguish करने के लिए Victor-Meyer test use होता है. Okay. So let us see how the Victor-Meyer test is going to be performed. Over here, in case of Victor-Meyer test, alcohol, it is made to react with phosphorus in presence of I2. Phosphorus और I2 के साथ react करेगा and it is going to be converted to alkyl iodide, Ri. Now this alkyl iodide will further react with AgNO2. AgNO2 से react करेगा and it is going to make the alkyl nitroalkane, and this nitroalkane will further react with HNO2. Okay, some product we are going to get and these product are going to be added with base. यहाँ पे base add किया जाएगा. Okay, and we get some color over here. कुछ colors आएंगे and on the basis of those color we are going to decide whether our alcohol is primary, secondary or tertiary. In case of primary alcohol we get red color. In case of secondary we get the blue color. In case of tertiary we don't get any color. Okay, so this is about this is about the Victor-Meyer test. चलिए Victor-Meyer test के बारे में बात करते हैं. So if we talk about the primary alcohol, if we have the primary alcohol 1 degree alcohol, so in that case let us say it is RCH2OH. It is going to react with phosphorus in presence of iodine. It will be converted to RCH2I. Further it will react with AgNO2. In case of reaction with AgNO2 with any alkyl halide, we get nitro compound. यहीं पर अगर मैं AgNO2 की जगह KNO2 यूज करता है, ये आप लोगों के लिए क्वेश्चन है, अगर AgNO2 की जगह KNO2 यूज होता है तो क्या प्रोडक्ट बनता? रिएक्शन ऑफ एल्काइल हैलाइड विथ KNO2, जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, आंसर मिल जाए तो पुट इट इन द कमेंट बॉक्स. ओके, if an alkyl iodide is reacting with KNO2, what will be obtained over here? But in case of AgNO2, we are going to get the nitroalkane, we will get R bond CH2 NO2, and this nitroalkane will further react with HNO2. It is going to react with HNO2. Now, the getting HNO2 is very difficult. Practically अगर सोच देखा जाए तो getting the HNO2 is very difficult. So what do? We do in situ formation of HNO2. So in some time, instead of HNO2, what we use over here, we use NaNO2 plus HCl. इन दोनों के रिएक्शन से HNO2 ही बनेगा. Okay, the reaction with HNO2 is going to give us here R bond C, double bond NO, bond NO2. Okay, so over here we are going to get this one. This is the product. This is we are going to obtain in case of primary alcohol, and further reaction with NaOH. Sorry, it is going to give us NOH over here. And further reaction with NaOH, since we have the acidic hydrogen present here, reaction with NaOH is going to give us certain product, and that product will be red in color. We are going to get the red color. The we are getting nitrolic acid over here. This is nitrolic acid. Okay, and the nitrolic acid is reacting with NaOH, giving a red color. This is in case of primary alcohol. If we talk about the secondary alcohol over here, in case of secondary alcohol, R bond CH, bond R and OH. In case of secondary alcohol, it is going to react with phosphorus and I2. phosphorus I2 से रिएक्शन होने के बाद ये बनेगा R bond CH, bond R and I. It will react again with AgNO2. It will give us alkyl. It will give us nitroalkane, bond CH, bond R, bond NO2, and further reaction of this one with HNO2 is going to give us R bond C, bond R, bond N double bond O, bond NO2. It is pseudonitrol. Okay, since it does not have any acidic hydrogen, it will not further react with NaOH. Addition of NaOH will not give any product. So over here, blue color of pseudonitrol will be obtained. So this blue is going to be obtained over here. So in case of primary alcohol, we have the red coloration. In case of secondary alcohol, we are going to have blue coloration. If we have tertiary alcohol, अगर tertiary alcohol आ गया तो क्या होगा? R bond C, bond R, OH. In this case, if it is reacting with phosphorus I2, we are going to get the alkyl halide, R bond C, bond R and iodine. Further reaction with AgNO2 is going to give us nitroalkane. A colorless nitroalkane will be obtained over here, and this nitroalkane will not further react with HNO2. यहाँ पर HNO2 से further reaction नहीं हो पाएगी. क्यों नहीं हो पाएगी? Because we do not have any species left with this carbon. This is a tertiary carbon. इसका कोई हाइड्रोजन लेफ्ट नहीं है. जब तक कार्बन के बाद हाइड्रोजन था तब तक वो फर्दर रिएक्ट कर रहा था. Okay, so there is no reaction, so it is going to be colorless. यहाँ पे colorless nitroalkane मिलेंगे. So this is about the Victor-Meyer test. Primary alcohol red color देंगे, secondary alcohol will give blue, and tertiary alcohol will give colorless. So this is whole about the Victor-Meyer test. ठीक है, तो ये तो थी process. We have discussed the process over here, the whole process of Victor-Meyer test. अब अगली आती है चाणक्य नीति, the trick. जिसे आप लोग ट्रिक कहते हो, मैं चाणक्य नीति कहता हूँ. तो ट्रिक क्या कहती है? यहाँ पर मिलेगी आरबीसी आप बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जानते हो, बहुत बार नाम सुना, रेड ब्लड सेल, वही आरबीसी यहाँ पे हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं. प्राइमरी को दे दो आर, secondary is going to be B, and C is going to be tertiary is going to be colorless C. Okay, so it is going to be red, blue, and colorless. Okay, so you just need to think about this one. This is the trick. नहीं पता है विक्टर-मेयर टेस्ट में क्या हो रहा है, क्या चल रहा है, we do not need to know. It's all right. If you know, that is very good for you. But if you don't know, don't get demotivated. You can solve the question. चाणक्य नीति यूज करनी है आरबीसी. विक्टर मेयर टेस्ट, आरबीसी, दैट्स ऑल। ओके, तो चलो भाई देखते हैं आरबीसी कहाँ है। फर्स्ट वन, वी व्हाट कलर वी वांट ब्लू कलर, मतलब हमें बी चाहिए, मतलब हमें सेकेंडरी अल्कोहल चाहिए। तो वेयर इज सेकेंडरी अल्कोहल? डू वी हैव फर्स्ट वन इज CH2, दिस इज प्राइमरी अल्कोहल, so this can be ruled out. Second one is a secondary alcohol, yes, this is our answer. Third one is a tertiary alcohol, this could be ruled out. Fourth one, it cannot be either primary, secondary or tertiary, although there is a phenolic, this will not give the reaction over here, it will not even give the alkyl iodide, ये first step में reaction नहीं देगा, so this is going to be ruled out. So answer is going to be option number 2. आई बात समझ में? So this is about the question number 81. Let us look for the yellow flash over here. Where is it? It is in option number 2. So yes, it is our answer. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं for the next question. Question number 59. Maximum number of spectral line in visible region when an electron jumps from 5th orbit to the ground state or in hydrogen atom is. ठीक है. So over here we are talking about the number of spectral line. तो हमें पता है if electron is present in some higher energy level, it comes down to the lower energy level, कहीं lower energy level में वापस आता है, and by emitting certain electrons. Okay? तो या तो वो higher energy level से directly नीचे आ सकता है, या फिर वो step by step नीचे आ सकता है कुछ इस तरीके से. Okay? And due to this particular different emissions, we have different types of series. Okay? The series are Lyman series, Balmer series, Paschen series, Brackett series and P-Fund series. ये तरह तरह की सीरीज हमें मिलती है. ओके, सो हाउ टू डिसाइड वेदर लाइमन सीरीज और बामर सीरीज, पास्चन सीरीज? ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ लोअर एनर्जी लेवल, कहाँ इलेक्ट्रॉन पहुंच रहा है, द एनर्जी लेवल वेयर इलेक्ट्रॉन इज रीचिंग, इट डिसाइड्स द सीरीज. ओके, लेट अस से दिस इज n number, n equal to 1, फर्स्ट एनर्जी लेवल, दिस सेकंड एनर्जी लेवल, दिस इज थर्ड एनर्जी लेवल, फोर्थ एनर्जी लेवल एंड फिफ्थ एनर्जी लेवल. ऊपर चलो सिक्स्थ को भी ले लेते हैं, दिस इज सिक्स्थ एनर्जी लेवल. ये तरह तरह के एनर्जी लेवल है. सो इफ इलेक्ट्रॉन इज रीचिंग टू एनर्जी लेवल 1, द सीरीज विल बी नोन एज लाइमन. मतलब लाइमन के लिए लोअर एनर्जी लेवल क्या है? लाइमन के लिए लोअर एनर्जी लेवल, लेट अस से हायर को हम लोग N2 बोल देते हैं और लोअर को N1 बोल देते हैं. N2 से N1 का जंप हो रहा है N2 से N1 की तरफ. तो हायर लोअर एनर्जी लेवल फॉर लाइमन N1 इज गोइंग टू बी 1. फॉर बामर energy level is going to be 2, lower energy level N1 is going to be 2. For Paschen, lower energy level N1 is going to be 3. For similarly bracket, lower energy level N1 is going to be 4, and for P-Fund it is going to be similarly 5 and 6. This P-Fund and Humphrey, different energy level are going to be there. So इस तरीके से हम लोग different energy level define करते हैं. अब यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है? The electron is coming from 5th orbit. तो चलो 5th orbit के लिए spectrum बनाते हैं. If we talk about the spectrum of 5th orbit, we have these 5 orbits over here. This is lower energy level n equal to 1, this is n equal to 2, this is n equal to 3, this is n equal to 4, this is n equal to 5. Electron is coming from this 5th energy level over here. Okay? Let us say electron is coming from the 5th energy level and it is coming to the ground state, to the n equal to 1. So when it will come to the n equal to 1, we will call it Lyman series. We will call it Lyman series and it is going to come something like this. It can directly come from n equal to 5 to 1, okay, or it can come to 5 to 4, then 4 to 1. Then it could come, it somehow it can reach to the third state and it can come from 3 to 1, or it can come to 2 to 1. So these 4 lines will be observed in the Lyman series. Lyman series exists in the ultraviolet region. ये UV region में होती है, ultraviolet region में. Similarly, if it is coming to the second energy level, the series will be called as Balmer series, which is present in visible region. जो भी इलेक्ट्रॉन यहाँ पे इवॉल्व हो रहे हैं, एमिट हो रहे हैं, दैट लाई इन द विजिबल रेंज 360 नैनोमीटर टू 720 नैनोमीटर के रेंज में आ रहा है. ओके, सो दिस इज हाउ इज गोइंग टू बी बामर सीरीज. एंड द इलेक्ट्रॉन इससे इट कैन कम फ्रॉम 5 to 2 और 4 to 2 और 3 to 2. यहाँ पे 3 लाइन्स मिली. लाइमन में वी गॉट 4 लाइन्स, बामर वी हैव गॉट 3 लाइन्स. दीज आर विजिबल. नेक्स्ट इज गोइंग टू बी पास्चन. In case of Paschen, we can get 2 lines over here, which one will come from 5 to 3 and another will come to 4 to 3. This is Paschen series. Next, we are going to get the bracket. In case of bracket, we will get only 1 line. We are not getting any P-Fund or Humphrey lines over here. So this is how the spectrum of this hydrogen atom is going to look. And what they are asking about they are asking about the lines present in the visible region. They are talking about the visible region over here. So visible region कौन सा है? Balmer. So it is going to be 3 lines present in the Balmer series. So our answer is going to be 3 lines in the Balmer series. ठीक है? So this is about the process. ये हुई normal technique. अब चलते हैं चाणक्य नीति के पास. Let us talk about the trick over here. And what is the trick? Line in any series. Lines in any series is equal to n2 minus n1. किसी भी सीरीज में आपको लाइंस निकालनी हो, फॉर एनी सीरीज नंबर ऑफ लाइंस आर गोइंग टू बी n2 minus n1. नंबर ऑफ लाइंस इज गोइंग टू बी n2 minus n1, where n2 is higher energy level, and n1 is lower energy level. It is lower energy level. Now what do they want to ask? They want to ask about the visible series. Visible के लिए क्या है? Visible के लिए lower energy, it is Balmer. Visible means Balmer. Visible is Balmer. और Balmer के लिए lower energy level हमें पता है, इसके लिए n1 की वैल्यू हो गई 2. Higher energy level क्या है? It is given in question. Higher energy level n2 is given as 5. So number of line in Balmer क्या हो जाएंगी? Number of line in Balmer, it is going to be n2 minus 7, 5 minus 2, that is equal to 3. Without even designing the spectrum, कुछ भी डिजाइन के बिना we can answer the question. Number of line in any series equal to n2 minus n1. तुम्हें lower energy level उस पता होना चाहिए for that series. Okay, यहीं पे लाइमन पूछा होता तो 5 minus 1 4, ब्रैकेट पार्शियल पूछा 5 minus 3 2. So this is how we can answer this type of question. So answer is going to be option number 3, that is 3 lines. So this will be your answer. Not option 2, it is option number 3, bacha. 3 visible lines are going to be there. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 61. Which of the following salts will give the highest pH in water? Salt pH in water. मतलब यहाँ पे they are talking about the salt hydrolysis. They are talking about the salt hydrolysis. Salt hydrolysis का question है ये. Okay, so how to solve this one? Over here in this case we need to think about salt hydrolysis. Means salt is going to break water. Water कैसे break होता है? Hydrolysis means breaking of water. This HOH will be broken and one of these ion will be taken by the ion of salt. Okay, यहाँ पे breaking हो रही है. Lysis means breaking. Breaking तोड़ना फोड़ना कौन करता है? मजदूर. Like whenever a construction is taking place, worker does the hard work. They do the breaking and all. Okay, while supervisor just give the order. The same worker and supervisor ions are there in salt. किसी भी salt की अगर हम बात करें तो salt has ions and these ions are classified into 2 parts. One is worker, other is spectator. Okay, वर्कर आयंस होंगे, स्पेक्टेटर आयंस होंगे. अब वर्कर कहाँ से आएंगे? वर्कर आर जनरली वीक. सो ओवर हियर मतलब ऐसे नहीं बोलते, इट इज लाइक जस्ट सेइंग वर्कर, W फॉर वीक. तो दे विल कम फ्रॉम वीक एसिड और बेस. वर्कर विल W फॉर वीक एसिड और बेस. वो सारे आयन जो वीक एसिड या बेस से दे विल बी कॉल्ड वर्कर, दे विल डू हाइड्रोलिसिस. स्पेक्टेटर कम्स फ्रॉम स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड और बेस. So all the ions which are coming from strong acid and base, they will be called as spectator. They won't do any working. They won't do the hydrolysis. तो hydrolysis कौन करेगा? Ions which are coming from weak. Okay. So weak acid or weak base if are present in the salt, they will do the hydrolysis. Strong ions, the ions coming from the strong acid or strong base will not do any kind of hydrolysis. Over here, let us check the different options over here. तो सबसे पहले हम ये पता कर रहे हैं कि whether hydrolysis will take place or not. Okay, so in case of salt, we can have different conditions. We can have either salt made by strong acid, strong base, या फिर हो सकता है salt made by weak acid and strong base, or salt could be strong acid and weak base, or salt could be weak acid and weak base. यही 4 possibilities हैं. Now in for these four possibilities we are talking about the whether hydrolysis is taking place or not. Whether hydrolysis is taking place or not. So if we talk about the hydrolysis of a strong acid, strong base, so in that case since both are strong, both are spectator, दोनों spectator है, कोई hydrolysis नहीं होगी, there is no hydrolysis. Okay. In case of weak acid and weak base type of salt, in case of weak acid and strong base type of salt, acid is weak. Acid gives anion. Acid से anion आता है. So over here anionic hydrolysis will take place. Anionic hydrolysis will take place. If anionic hydrolysis will take place, then nature of solution. What will be the nature of solution? In case of anionic hydrolysis, anion will take some ion from water. अब देखो water की तरफ. Water है H and OH. H पॉजिटिव OH नेगेटिव. Okay? अब अगर anion hydrolysis कर रहा है, if anion is doing hydrolysis, it will take the cation from water. It will take this H positive away. That means OH negative will be left behind. OH negative is left behind means solution will be basic. The solution will be basic, and if we talk about the pH, pH will be less than 7. Sorry, more than 7. It's my bad. It is more than 7. If we talk about the other one, if we talk about the strong acid weak base type of salt, this time weak is base. That means base gives the cation, base gives cation. So cationic hydrolysis will take place. Cationic hydrolysis will take place. Cation will take the anionic part of water. It will take the OH negative. That means H positive will be left behind. Solution will be acidic, and pH will be less than 7. pH is going to be less than 7 this time. So this is about the cationic hydrolysis. And if we talk about the weak acid, weak base, both are going to be hydrolysis. In case of weak acid, weak base, maximum hydrolysis because both ions are doing the hydrolysis. Maximum hydrolysis and the solution cannot be judged directly. यहाँ पे हमें pK और pKb की वैल्यू पता होनी चाहिए. So basically for the first three we can judge the nature of solution very easily whether it will be acidic or basic over here. ठीक है? So that we need to do. अब यहाँ क्वेश्चन में क्या पूछा गया है? In question they are talking about the highest pH. Highest pH means they are talking about the basic solution. मतलब ये बेसिक सॉल्यूशन के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं. बेसिक कौन दे रहा है? बेसिक इज गिवन बाय द WASB टाइप ऑफ सॉल्ट. Weak acid, strong base type of salts are going to give us the basic solution. So let us check the salts over here. First one NaNO3. This comes from NaOH plus HNO3. दोनों strong है. This is SASB type of salt. यहाँ पे pH 7 होगा. तो ये तो भैया कोई solution नहीं बनाए. ये this is not giving the solution of high pH. pH is 7 over here. This one is coming from CH3 COOH plus NH4OH. This is weak acid weak base type of salt. So its pH will be almost 7. ये 7 के पास ही होते हैं. These are nearly neutral because दोनों hydrolysis कर रहे हैं. दोनों ion from water are going to be snatched away. There is nothing left behind. So pH will be nearly 7. If we talk about HCO, it comes from HCOH plus NaOH. Here it is weak acid strong base type of salt. So over here pH is going to be more than 7. Solution will be basic because here anionic hydrolysis is going to take place. Anion will take away cation. OH negative will be left behind in the solution. Okay. आखिरी वाला क्या? It is NH4OH plus HCl. It is a strong acid weak base. So over here pH is going to be less than 7. Solution will be acidic. So the one which is giving the highest pH is option number 3. So this will be your answer. फिर से, this was the proper concept. This is how we are going to solve the questions. Okay, this is how we are going to solve the question in the broader way. अब आते हैं ट्रिक के पास. अब देखते हैं इसकी चाणक्य नीति क्या है. तो बस ये ट्रिक सिर्फ समझने के लिए है. Over here, the stronger part of salt will decide the nature of solution. स्ट्रॉन्गर पार्ट की तरफ देखो. देखो SASB में कुछ नहीं होने वाला. SASB में pH हमेशा 7 होगा, न्यूट्रल होगा. अगर SAWB है, स्ट्रॉन्ग एसिड वीक बेस है, तो स्ट्रॉन्ग कौन है? एसिड. तो दिस विल डिसाइड द नेचर. एसिड इज स्ट्रॉन्ग, pH विल बी लेस देन 7. दैट्स ऑल. इफ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट वीक एसिड स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस, WASB strong कौन है? Base, तो pH is going to be more than 7, solution will be basic. So this is how we can use the trick. A stronger part will decide the nature. Okay, so strong कौन है over here? We want the highest pH, we want the basic solution. So you just need to look for the stronger one. Stronger base, strong base कहाँ है? NaNO3 नहीं, over here HCO है ना, यहाँ पे NaOH strong base है. This will give the basic solution. So this is about the question over here. Answer is option number 3. Let us check the answer slide here. Answer slide says that yes, it is 3. So this is our answer. So I hope you understood this one. चलिए देखते हैं क्या कुछ comment आए क्या. Okay, SA and SB will not occur. Yes, SA and SB hydrolysis will not take place. Very good sign. So over here, this is about the question number 61. Now if you have any other doubts or any other queries, you can put on the comment box, or अगर कुछ भी if you are not understanding anything, you can put it in the comment box. I will explain it again. I don't have any problem. I will explain it again and again. Don't worry about it. So now let us move to the next one. Question number 53. Fat soluble vitamin among are. This is just information based question. Over here we have the two different categories of vitamin. One is fat soluble, other is water soluble. Water soluble vitamins are this group B vitamin and vitamin C. This group B vitamin and vitamin C are water soluble, while the other vitamin are fat soluble, that means water insoluble. Fat soluble vitamin are vitamin K, vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, something like this. So these are fat soluble, there are water soluble. So over here they are talking about the fat soluble vitamin, it will be vitamin D. So ये था question. Okay. So चलो, this was the memory based question, and whenever memory based question comes, we have a trick. Let us talk about the trick of this question. And what is trick of this question? Trick is कीड़ा. KEDA. कीड़ा means insect. Do you believe that insects are soluble in water? क्या कीड़े water में soluble हैं? Are the insects soluble in water? Tell me yes or no. कोई तो बोलो. If insects are soluble in water or not? कीड़ा is insoluble in water. Since कीड़ा is insoluble in water, they are water insoluble. They are water insoluble. तो कीड़ा के अलावा सारे के सारे water soluble हो गए. कीड़ा is water insoluble, so that we need to keep in mind. कीड़ा water insoluble था, so they are fat soluble vitamins. So this is about the vitamins here. They are either fat soluble. Okay, no, very good. So over here we can keep this one in mind that कीड़ा is water insoluble. सारे क्वेश्चन हो रहे, कीड़ा के अलावा सारे वाटर सॉल्युबल है. विटामिन डी आंसर है. और बाकी ऑप्शन भी चेक लेते हैं. थायमिन, थायमिन इज विटामिन B1, ये ग्रुप बी का विटामिन है. राइबोफ्लेविन, इट इज विटामिन B2, दिस इज आल्सो ग्रुप बी विटामिन. विटामिन डी, विटामिन सी, आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी ऑप्शन नंबर 3. सो दिस इज अबाउट द क्वेश्चन. ओके, so let us check the answer slide here, and if you look at the answer slide, it is option number 3. So I hope you got this one. We are having a comment. Shashank is asking, sir, AIATS Plus is different from AIATS. No, it is over here. These test paper are basically designed according to your whole NEET examination. क्योंकि last year में जितने भी questions पूछे गए for same concepts we have designed certain questions कि सारे के सारे concept दोबारा से revise हो जाएं and you do not make any kind of mistakes. So this is basically more and more inclined towards your exam previous year exam preparations. Okay, so this is about the question number 53. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. Question number 55. The rate constant for a chemical reaction taking place at 500 Kelvin is expressed as K is equal to A e raised to minus 1000. The activation energy of the reaction is. यहाँ पर activation energy के बारे में बात चल रही है. क्या होती है activation energy? Activation energy is the minimum energy required to cross the energy barrier for any chemical reaction. Or in other words, activation energy is minimum energy required that should be given to the reactant molecule so that they will be converted to the product by crossing the energy barrier of threshold energy. चलिए देख लेते हैं इसको graph wise. So over here if we talk about the graph here, it is something like this. This is potential energy and this is progress of reaction. So if we plot a graph here, let us say reactant are somewhere here, product is somewhere here, and this is how the reaction is going to proceed. Okay. So in order to convert the reactant, this is the reactant, this is the product, and over here this is somewhere, this is the transition state. We know very well transition state is a very less stable state, that means it is a very high energy state. So in order to send this reactant to the transition state, इसे transition state तक पहुंचाने के लिए जो extra energy चाहिए, this much, this is energy of activation or activation energy EA. So it is the minimum energy required to send this reactant molecule to the transition state so that it will reach the product. Okay, जो extra push required है, ठीक है, एक breaker है, एक transition energy का breaker है, कि इस ब्रेकर को पार करने के लिए टू क्रॉस दिस बैरियर वट एवर एक्स्ट्रा एनर्जी इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द रिएक्टेंट मॉलिक्यूल, इट इज कॉल्ड एज एक्टिवेशन एनर्जी. तो अब जैसा वर्ड बोला मैंने, दिस इज रिक्वायर्ड एनर्जी, दैट मीन्स दिस एनर्जी विल ऑलवेज बी एब्जॉर्ब, दिस एनर्जी विल ऑलवेज बी गिवन, एंड एनर्जी गिवन टू द सिस्टम इज एंडोथर्मिक, दैट मीन्स एक्टिवेशन एनर्जी विल ऑलवेज बी एंडोथर्मिक. ठीक है ना, इसको ध्यान रखना है. एक्टिवेशन एनर्जी हमेशा गिवन रहेगी. वर्क डन ऑन द सिस्टम, एनर्जी गिवन टू द सिस्टम, दे आर पॉजिटिव. Work done by the system, energy evolved from the system, they are negative. ये चीजें ध्यान में रखना है हमें. So over here this is the activation energy. Now this we need to calculate. अब they have been given us a relationship between K and activation energy, and it is given by the Arrhenius. Arrhenius ने एक relationship दिया था यहाँ पर, and that relationship was K is equal to A e raised to the power minus EA upon RT. Okay, where K is the rate constant, A is a pre-exponential factor, E is exponent obviously, and E is activation energy, R and T other are the gas constant and ideal gas constant, T is temperature. Okay, अब इसे हम relate करते हैं, whatever expression is given to us, it is given K is equal to A e raised to the power minus 1000, so it is given as K A e raised to the power minus 1000. This expression is given to us. अब इन दोनों को अगर हम लोग कंपेयर करें तो K इज देयर एज इट इज, A इज देयर एज इट इज, E इज देयर एज इट इज, दिस minus 1000 corresponds to minus EA upon RT. That means I can say minus EA upon RT is going to be minus 1000. This minus minus will be cancelled. EA is going to be 1000 RT. Okay, over here अब R और T की वैल्यू रखनी है. So over here we have been given Ts 500 Kelvin, so it is going to be 1000 into R into 500. So ये it is going to be the value here. This is going to be our answer, but we need to put the value of R. Now we know very well we have three different values of R. R can have these three different values. R could be 0.0821, it is liter atmosphere mole inverse Kelvin inverse, while this R could be 8.314 joule mole inverse Kelvin inverse. Similarly, this R could be 2 calorie mole inverse Kelvin inverse. Now, according to our need, we are going to put the different value of R. Although these all three values are same, बस unit change हो रही है, unit conversion की वजह से value change हो रही है. Okay? Actually, R is same. It is a universal gas constant. तो चलिए देखते हैं हमारे ऑप्शंस में क्या पूछा गया है. यूनिट्स in options we have the asked with the calorie, so that means we are going to put the value with calorie, and it is 2, so we are going to put the value 2 over it. Is going to be 1000 into 2 into 500 calorie, it will be 10 raised to the power 6 calorie. अगर इसे कैलो में कन्वर्ट करें तो will be 1000 kilo calorie. That will be your activation energy, and it is given in option number 2. So option number 2 will be your answer. And if we look at the other slide here, on the slide is going to tell us that you are absolutely right. Okay, so yes, as always we are right. Answer is going to be option number 2. And yes, GN gamer, असली नाम से हो यार, ओरिजिनल आईडी से आओ. आंसर इज 2, यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट. सही कर रहे हो, ओरिजिनल आईडी से आओ यार. You need to be promoted here. So this is about the question number 55. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 71. If we talk about the question number 71, complexes CONH3 whole 5 SO4 Br and CONH3 whole 5 Br SO4 are the example of. We are talking about these two complexes and they are talking about the example. Example में option देख लेते हैं. They are talking about the isomerisms. So this is the different isomerism of coordination compound. Linkage isomerism, coordination isomerism, ionization isomerism, solvate isomerism. Okay, so these are structural isomerism of the complex compound. Now how to decide which type of isomerism it is? So all of these are structural isomers. Structural isomerism. Okay, so in order to understand this structural isomerism, I am going to give you different ways by which you can understand isomerisms. So first one is linkage isomerism. So linkage isomerism is going to be obtained if we have ambidentate ligand present. Okay, यदि कोई ambidentate ligand present होगा, then we are going to have the linkage isomerism over here, and that ambidentate ligand means they have two different donating sites, and at a time only one donating site is going to donate the ligand. For example, it is going to be present in presence of ambidentate ligand like cyanide, NO2, NCS, etc. So these type of monodentate ligand, presence of these type of monodentate ligand is going to give us the linkage isomerism. Coordination isomerism is going to be obtained if the ligands are shared between two different coordination spheres. Okay, so coordination isomerism are going to be shown by the compound in which two different spheres are there. For example, अगर CrNH3 whole 6 CrCl6 इस टाइप का कोई कंपाउंड है, तो इन दैट टाइप ऑफ कंपाउंड वी आर गोइंग टू गेट द कोऑर्डिनेशन आइसोमेरिज्म. इन दीज टू द let us say it is CoCl6, and if another compound is CrCl6 CONH36, these two will be coordination isomers. तो ट्रिक क्या कहती है कोऑर्डिनेशन आइसोमर्स की, कि दो बक्से होने चाहिए. इफ वी हैव टू डिफरेंट बॉक्सेस प्रेजेंट, देन वी विल कॉल इट कोऑर्डिनेशन आइसोमर्स. नेक्स्ट इज आयनाइजेशन आइसोमर. आयनाइजेशन आइसोमर्स आर द वन इन विच वी गेट द डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ आयन ऑन डिसोल्यूशन इन वाटर. जब हम इसको पानी में डालेंगे तो वी आर गोइंग टू गेट डिफरेंट आयंस, एंड वी नो वेरी वेल व्हेन वी पुट एनी कॉम्प्लेक्स कंपाउंड इन वाटर द बॉक्स नेवर ब्रेक्स. बक्सा नहीं टूटता है. सो ओवर हियर बॉक्स विल नॉट ब्रेक. सो इफ वी पुट द फर्स्ट वन इन वाटर, वी आर गोइंग टू गेट आयन CONH3 whole 5 SO4 positive plus Br negative, and the other one is going to give us CONH3 whole 5 Br and SO4 2 negative. So this is going to be the this is going to be different ions. So you can clearly see we are having two different ions here. That means it is the ionization isomers. So over here answer is going to be ionization isomerism. We do not have any ambidentate ligands, so no linkage. We do not have two boxes, so no coordination isomers. We do not have any, we have two different ions present, so it is going to be ionization isomers. Solvate isomerism are going to be obtained if we have the different number of hydrogen of water present outside. For example, let us say if you have a compound CO H2O whole 6 Cl3 and CO H2O whole 4 Cl2 Cl dot 2 H2O and CO H2O whole 5 Cl Cl2 dot H2O. So in that case you can see number of water outside the coordination sphere, these are called hydration water. They are different, so they will be the hydration isomers or solvate isomers. So for this one our answer is going to be option number 3, that is the ionization isomers. And if you look at the answer slide here, answer slide says that yes, it is option number 3. So we are absolutely right. Now let us move to the next question. Question number 64. Question number 64 is, which among the following metals will not give hydrogen on the reaction with HCl? Okay, this is a very important question, very important question. Which among the following metal will not give the hydrogen gas with HCl? So this is a displacement reaction. This is a question of displacement reaction. Displacement redox reaction is a displacement redox reaction, and to understand this reaction you need to understand the displacement. अब यहाँ displacement क्या होता है? Displacement is something will be displaced by some other thing. किसी को किसी ने displace कर दिया, and we know very well nature तो यही कहता है कि ज़्यादा ताकतवर इंसान कम को displace कर देता है. Survival of fittest. Now, so more effective, more reactive compound, more reactive element is going to displace the less reactive element from the solution, and this is the crux of this particular reaction. More reactive element is going to displace the less reactive element from the solution, and over here we have the solution is HCl. Okay. So over here HCl means we have H positive and Cl negative. So whatever metal is more reactive than H positive is going to displace this hydrogen from the solution. So we want a metal more reactive than the hydrogen. अब ये reactivity कैसे पता चलेगी? To understand the reactivity of any metal, we need to know about the electrochemical series. We know very well, as the SRP, standard reduction potential of metal cation increases, its reactivity decreases. सीधी सी बात है, रिडक्शन, मेटल हैज टेंडेंसी टू गेट ऑक्सीडाइज्ड, सबको पता है मेटल टेंड टू लूज इलेक्ट्रॉन. अब if reduction potential is increased, that means their tendency to get reduced is increasing. That means their nature is it is opposite from their nature. That means their reactivity will decrease. So metal with higher SRP will have less reactivity, and metal with low SRP will have high reactivity. So you just need to think about the order of SRP over here. The one which has the highest SRP, the one which have a higher SRP than the hydrogen will be the more less reactive than hydrogen. So we know very well about the SRP of hydrogen. SRP of hydrogen, this is E naught of H positive to H2 is 0. तो हाइड्रोजन का SRP 0 है. So metal with SRP more than H is 0. The metal, whichever metal has E naught Mn positive to M more than 0 are going to displace hydrogen from their solution. Will be less reactive than hydrogen, and they will not be able to displace hydrogen from the solution. Okay, so जिनका भी SRP पॉजिटिव होगा, they will not be able to displace hydrogen from their solution. अब किनका पॉजिटिव होता है? So for that you need to memorize whole electrochemical series. सभी के SRP याद होने चाहिए, तभी तुम आंसर कर पाओगे. You are expecting this? No, this is not the case. You don't need to memorize whole electrochemical series. You just need to memorize this thing, chapa. CHAPA. These are the metal which have SRP more than hydrogen. C stands for copper, H stands for mercury, A stands for silver, P stands for platinum, and other A stands for gold. ये है छापा. तो जब भी छापा मेटल लिखेंगे, whenever छापा metal comes, they cannot replace the hydrogen. They are more reactive than they are less reactive than hydrogen. So छापा metals are less reactive than hydrogen. They cannot replace hydrogen from their solution. While all the metal other than छापा are more reactive than hydrogen, they will displace hydrogen from the solution. So छापा are less reactive than hydrogen. They have positive SRP. Okay, तो चलिए देखते हैं यहाँ पे छापा है क्या? एल्यूमिनियम नहीं है छापा. Iron, this is not chapa. Copper is chapa. So yes, this cannot displace hydrogen from its solution from HCl. So our answer is going to be option number 3. This will be our answer. While zinc can replace hydrogen from its solution. So our answer is going to be copper. Copper will not give hydrogen with dilute HCl. Copper has positive SRP. So this is about the question number 64. Now from let us check the answer slide, and on the slide, yes, green flash is in option number 3. We are correct. So this is how we are going to solve the question, and so many of you gave the correct answer here. Okay, 3 very good. श्रद्धा फिर GN gamer है, तुम अपनी असली आईडी से आओ ना. GN gamer सही आंसर दे रहे हो हर बार तुम. Okay, so this is about some questions. Now for the discussion of the rest of the question, I'll call my colleague Ishita ma'am. She is a very good chemistry teacher and she will take over for the further. Okay, please Ishita ma'am. Okay. So I am going now and Ishita ma'am will take over. Ishita ma'am, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Hello everyone, I am Ishita and I welcome you to today's live session. I hope you are enjoying the live session, right? And one advice from my side will be to remain active throughout the session, because it will help not only for the questions that you have marked incorrect and identifying their solutions and the concept behind them, but also for the questions that you have marked correct. So in a way, revision of those questions will be done, okay? And I hope that you remain active in the comment section as well. So let's just start with the first question. So the first question says, the ion which has the highest enthalpy of hydration is, and we have 4 options, that is titanium 2 plus, chromium 2 plus, iron 2 plus and copper 2 plus, right? So this question is about enthalpy of hydration, and I'm guessing the students who have marked it as incorrect or left the question to say, they must have done it because they thought that this is a data based question from D&F blog, right? But what I tell you is, this is indeed a data based question, but the question has, the data has a concept behind that. This is definitely from NCERT, and if you want then you can find a table in NCERT given on page number 255. There is a table and it shows the enthalpy of B atomization or enthalpy of hydration. So let's just start. Okay. So what do you understand by enthalpy of hydration? अगर मैं किसी कैटाइन की बात करूं, जैसे ऑप्शंस में हमें 4 कैटाइन्स गिवन थे 3D सीरीज के, तो अगर उस कैटाइन की बात करें, सपोज X is that cation with N plus positive charge, right? Now it is surrounded by water molecules. Surrounded by some water molecules. So now the amount of energy that will be released when this cation is surrounding by water molecules to increase or enhance its stability, that amount of energy will be known as the enthalpy of hydration. Okay, so as I said, that amount of energy will be released, so it is going to be negative, enthalpy change is going to be negative. That is why enthalpy of hydration is always negative. And if we talk about 3D series that is given in our question, that is titanium 2 plus, chromium 2 plus, iron 2 plus and copper 2 plus, that table also mentions all the elements in +2 oxidation state. So the order that is observed by reading that data we get is, the highest enthalpy of hydration is of nickel and copper in +2 oxidation state. They possess the highest negative enthalpy of hydration, right? And then followed by cobalt in 2 plus oxidation state, then zinc in 2 plus oxidation state, then iron lies somewhere in the middle, and then all the elements that are present left to the iron have actually very less enthalpy of hydration. So chromium 2 plus, vanadium 2 plus, titanium 2 plus, and then lastly we have manganese 2 plus. So this is the observation that we get from the data given in the table in NCERT. Okay. अब इसमें जो निकल और कॉपर की एंथैल्पी ऑफ हाइड्रेशन है, दैट इज समवेयर अराउंड -2121 kilojoules per mole, हाईएस्ट, और we can say that most negative among the 3D series. उसके बाद as we move towards the left of the 3D series, then enthalpy of hydration keeps on decreasing. Okay, so this is that, and the reason behind this high negative enthalpy of hydration is high charge density. So if we talk about copper or nickel, then high enthalpy of hydration is because of the high charge density. So what is charge density? Charge density is basically total charge per unit volume, and as we move from left to right, we know that effective nuclear charge increases, right, and size decreases. So if the charge is increasing and size is decreasing, then it's very well said that charge density is going to be increased. And as the charge density will increase, so it will attract more number of water molecules, so therefore increasing increasing the amount of energy that is released, and therefore high enthalpy of hydration. So from this here we can conclude that in first option we have titanium 2 plus, which has less enthalpy of hydration, then chromium 2 plus, then iron, whose enthalpy of hydration lies somewhere in the middle, and then highest will be for copper 2 plus. Okay, and I would advise all of you to mention your answers in the comment section side by side, so that we will be able to understand किसने कितना correct answer mark किया है. Okay, now let's just move on to the answer slide and verify our answer. And the answer slide also confirms that option 4 is the correct answer. Actually, in NCERT, we have to follow NCERT, and in NCERT, the enthalpy of hydration has been given for only +2 oxidation state. So, just do try to remember the order of that. Okay. So, now let's just move on to the next question. And the next question is, correct order of increasing oxidizing power among MnO4 minus, Cr2O7 2 minus and VO2 plus is. So, this is also from NCERT. That's why I recommend you people to be thorough with NCERT, every line of NCERT, because both of these questions are directly from NCERT, and this question is instead, in fact, a solved example of NCERT, 8th solved example of NCERT, and present on the page number 256, just next to the enthalpy of hydration, right? So, the correct increasing order of oxidizing power for these species is going to be in the first half session, as sir must have told you about electrochemical series. So, oxidizing power is basically related to the standard reduction potential. How? Let's just see that first. We know electrochemical series, lithium has the most negative standard reduction potential. So, standard reduction potential is most negative for lithium. So, lithium is basically the strongest reducing agent. Okay. So, strongest reducing agent is lithium. And if we talk about, as we move further and the standard reduction potential keeps on increasing, so F2, that is fluorine, has the highest or most positive standard reduction potential, which makes it as strongest oxidizing agent. So, fluorine is the strongest oxidizing agent, and as sir told you that if the standard reduction potential is positive, then that means it is a better and stronger oxidizing agent, and if something is a stronger oxidizing agent, acting as a stronger oxidizing agent, then it will have higher oxidizing power. Whereas if we talk about an element like lithium which has more negative standard reduction potential, तो उस case में it will act as a stronger reducing agent. Now a stronger reducing agent will have a higher reducing power. So high reducing power, and something which has higher, something which is acting as a stronger oxidizing agent will have a higher oxidizing power. And similarly, if something is having higher oxidizing power, then that element will have low reducing power, right? So, if we get back to our question, we are asked about MnO4 minus, Cr2O7 2 minus and VO2 plus. So, standard reduction potential of MnO4 minus is more positive than Cr2O7 2 minus or VO2 plus. So, Cr2O7 2 minus or VO2 plus, the standard reduction potential order will be highest for MnO4 minus, then Cr2O7 2 minus and then VO2 plus. So, this suggests that their reduced form will be stable in the order that MnO4 minus, when it will get reduced to Mn2 plus, since it is present in +7 oxidation state. So, when it will get reduced to +2 oxidation state, then that reduced form will be very much stable. So, that concludes that it's higher oxidizing power. And if we talk about Cr2O7 2 minus, which has +6 oxidation state, when it will get reduced to Cr3 plus, so it will have a reduced form, and VO2 plus will get reduced to V plus 4. Okay, am I clear? So, comment down your answers and then we'll see what our answers come. Okay, so SRP से तो हमने देख लिया. अब एक और मेथड होता है इसकी ऑक्सीडाइजिंग पावर को कैलकुलेट करने का. दैट इज द हायर द ऑक्सीडेशन स्टेट ऑफ द स्पीशीज, द मोर विल बी इट्स ऑक्सीडाइजिंग पावर. तो अब ऑक्सीडेशन स्टेट किसका ज़्यादा है? MnO4 minus has +7 oxidation state and Cr2O7 2 minus has +6 oxidation state, and if I talk about VO2 plus, it has +5 oxidation state, and we know that vanadium has a very stable oxidation state of +5. So, ये जब ये reduce होगा, then that reduced species will not be that stable. That's why its oxidizing power is not that great as that of MnO4 minus and Cr2O7 2 minus. I hope I'm clear with this. And so जैसे मैंने बताया कि oxidation state से भी हम ये कर सकते हैं, तो higher the oxidation state, higher will be the oxidizing power. This concept will also justify the order that we have got for oxidizing power, that MnO4 minus will have the highest oxidizing power. And if we look at the options, so among the 4 options, MnO4 minus, there is only one option which says that MnO4 minus will have the highest oxidizing power, and that is option number 2. And I can see that Rohan Karthik has commented that option number 2 is the correct answer. So kudos to Roshan Karthik, sorry. Yeah, so that is the correct answer. And now let's just verify it with our answer slide. And the answer slide also says that option 2 is the correct answer. I know most of you have answered option number 3, but option 2 is the correct answer. You can do it by oxidation state, or you can do it by standard reduction potential as well. By either of the methods, you will get option 2 as the right answer. Okay? Am I clear? And it is basically because the higher or stronger the oxidizing agent, the higher will be its oxidizing power. Because VO2 plus will have its standard reduction potential less positive than CO2O7 2 minus or MnO4 minus. Am I clear now? Okay, so let's move on to the next question. Question number 60. Which of the following species will not show hyperconjugation? Okay, so in GOC, that is General Organic Chemistry, we are taught 4 types of effects. And what are those 4 types of effects? They are inductive effect, they are electromeric effect, then hyperconjugation effect and mesomeric effect. अब इन चारों में से there is an effect which is a temporary effect. Now comment down in the comment section below which is the temporary effect among these 4. So electromeric effect is the temporary effect, okay. Whereas if we talk about hyperconjugation, hyperconjugation is a permanent effect. And what is hyperconjugation? So hyperconjugation is basically, comment down your answers for this question and further we will explain and find out the answer. So hyperconjugation is basically delocalization of sigma electrons. Delocalization of sigma electrons. Okay. अब इसके hyperconjugation is basically have 3 cases. Okay. 3 cases कौन कौन से होते हैं? Hyperconjugation is basically found in the case of free radicals, right? Carbocations and also in the case of alkenes. So do we observe hyperconjugation in the case of carbanions? We don't. So alkenes, carbocations and in case of free radicals hyperconjugation is observed. And if we talk about the conditions for hyperconjugation to occur, then conditions are, firstly, whichever be the intermediate, be it the free radical, be it the carbocation, the alpha carbon or the adjacent carbon attached to your intermediate must be sp3 hybridized. So alpha carbon must be sp3 hybridized. And what do you understand by sp3 hybridization? sp3 hybridized atom should have 4 sigma bonds, right? Then only it will be sp3 hybridized. And the second condition is that alpha carbon must contain at least 1 hydrogen. The alpha carbon must contain at least 1 hydrogen. Okay. So at least 1 hydrogen must be present on the alpha carbon, and the key feature of hyperconjugation is number of, I am sure you all must be knowing about this, that number of alpha hydrogens present in the molecule is equals to number of hyperconjugating structures. Okay. So now let's move on to our question. Keep answering in the comment section. Okay. So the first molecule that we have is this. So this is the alpha carbon that we have, and does it have alpha hydrogens? Alpha hydrogens. How many alpha hydrogens are present in the first option? 2. So since 2 alpha hydrogens are present and it is an sp3 hybridized carbon, so it is fulfilling all the conditions for hyperconjugation, and hyperconjugation will take place in option number 1. And how many hyperconjugating structures will be formed? 2 hyperconjugating structures will be formed because it has 2 alpha hydrogens. Okay. And if we see the option 3, then option 3, the carbon adjacent to the carbocation is again sp3 hybridized and has 1 alpha hydrogen, right? So since it has 1 alpha hydrogen, so therefore it will have 1 or form 1 hyperconjugating structure. So it will also possess hyperconjugation. And if we talk about option 2, so option 2 has the adjacent carbon to intermediate carbocation is basically sp3 hybridized or sp2 hybridized. I can see some of you are answering option 1. We have done option 1 and it shows hyperconjugation. Okay. So in option 2 we have sp2 hybridized carbon, right? So do sp2 hybridized fulfill the condition of hyperconjugation? No. So no alpha hydrogen is present on this carbon, therefore hyperconjugation is not possible in option 2. Whereas if we talk about option 4, I would want all of you to pay your close attention to this topic, because A, hyperconjugation is an important topic in itself, and B, the option that we are going to discuss now is a special case of hyperconjugation. So if we talk about the alpha carbon, then they are sp2 hybridized in either of the case, right? sp2 hybridized and sp2 hybridized, and the beta carbons are also sp2 hybridized. sp2 and sp2 hybridized, right? And if we talk about the gamma carbon, does the gamma carbon here have hydrogens? Not alpha hydrogens obviously. Does the gamma carbon here has hydrogen? Yes, it does have hydrogen and it has 2 hydrogen. Okay, so can these electrons be delocalized into the vacant p orbital of this carbocation? Obviously yes. So these electrons will get delocalized and form a hyperconjugating structure, and since this is a case of hyperconjugation, since the sigma electrons are being delocalized, so this comes in under the case of hyperconjugation. So option 4 also shows hyperconjugation and option 2 does not show hyperconjugation. So option 2 is the correct answer, and I can see again option 2 as the right answer, yes. And let's just verify it with our answer slide. And the answer slide also mentions that option 2 is the correct answer. Okay. So again Roshan Karthik has marked the answer correct. Yes. So I hope it's clear to all of you. Now let's just move on to the next question. Okay. So the next question is, major product of the given reaction is. Firstly, you must have studied this reaction mechanism or this name reaction in hydrocarbons in class 11th, and then you also must have studied this reaction. Yes, of course, gamma can be used for hyperconjugation, but only in some special cases when alpha carbon does not have any alpha hydrogen. Then we can see gamma carbon atom if it has hydrogen atoms. Okay. So now question number 97. This is a name reaction which you must have studied in class 11th in hydrocarbons in the properties of alkenes and also in alcohols, phenols, ethers chapter. Okay. So if we talk about this reaction, then that is hydroboration oxidation reaction. And how does it perform, or what are the key features? Exactly, this is hydroboration reaction. So what are the key features of hydroboration reaction? In hydroboration oxidation reaction, is basically known for the conversion of alkenes to alcohols. Okay. So suppose we have this alkene CH2. Since it is a two-step reaction happening in the presence of diborane, and THF is taken as a solvent, and the second step involves oxidation reaction happening in the presence of peroxide in an alkaline medium. So the product, the desired product is found to be 3 moles. 3 moles of the desired product we find, and it goes as hydrogen and CH2OH. Okay, so we obtain an alcohol in hydroboration oxidation reaction. So अब इस reaction में basically I feel students are more confused about anti-Markovnikov and Markovnikov, because oxymercuration demercuration में we follow Markovnikov rule and it is more so similar like that of hydroboration oxidation reaction, whereas in here hydroboration oxidation we follow anti-Markovnikov rule. So this is one of the key features that we follow, anti-Markovnikov. And what is anti-Markovnikov's rule? In anti-Markovnikov's rule, it is that the negative species, here the OH is the negative species, so the negative species will get attached to the carbon which has more number of hydrogens or which is less sterically hindered. So OH, as we can see in our answer, the desired product, that OH is getting attached to the terminal carbon of alkene, right? And whereas the hydrogen is getting attached to more sterically hindered carbon, right? So anti-Markovnikov rule is followed. Second, there is no rearrangement whatsoever in hydroboration oxidation reaction. Why? Because no reaction intermediate is formed. Instead, a transition state is formed in the first step of hydroboration, where it is very much the transition state that we will be forming here as well. That transition state is very short-lived and highly unstable. So it is said that no rearrangement will take place. So no rearrangement will take place. And third, since in this question no stereochemistry has been involved, but when hydroboration is considered and if a question regarding the stereochemistry is asked, then it is very much to be remembered that this reaction follows syn addition. So the product will be formed as a syn product. And the last and the most important key feature of hydroboration oxidation is that the hydrogen which is present in the alcohol is coming, it is donated by BH3 group, whereas the alcoholic group, the OH, is coming from H2O2 peroxide in alkaline medium. Okay, so this is something which is to be remembered. And अगर हम इसके mechanism की बात करें तो mechanism कुछ इस तरीके से होगा. Suppose we have RCH double bond CH2, first step में we will have B2H6 and THF. So why do we use THF? Tetrahydrofuran, we know this is furan. This is the structure of furan. It is an aromatic structure, right? And इसी से ही we derive tetrahydrofuran. This is THF. And this THF is used as a solvent here because we know BH3 dimerizes into diborane, right? So when this tetrahydrofuran coordinates with BH3, then it restricts its dimerization so that this BH3 will be able to give hydride ion to the reactant. Am I clear with this? Okay. So this is why we use tetrahydrofuran in this reaction, and since the reaction will go as BH2 delta positive, delta negative, and then this hydride will be given to more sterically hindered carbon, and BH2 will come here, hydride will come here. Now again this BH2 has 2 more hydrides which it can donate. So 2 more alkyl groups will get attached and form the product as RCH, CH2, and forming a trialkyl borate product, R3, RCHH, CH2 whole thrice borane. This is the trialkyl borate which is formed, and when in the second step we do its oxidation in the presence of H2O2 and OH minus, then the product that we obtain is RCH2 CH2 OH. So this is how the alcohol is formed in this reaction. Okay. Now let's just see our question. Our question had a terminal alkyne. So this CH was more sterically hindered and the terminal alkene was, so terminal carbon was basically less sterically hindered. So since this reaction follows anti-Markovnikov rule, so the product will be OH will get attached on the terminal carbon, whereas the hydride which will be donated by BH3 group will be attaching to the more sterically hindered carbon, right? So the product which can be formed is CH3 CHH CH2 OH. Okay. So as we can see that option 1 is the desired product that we have obtained. So option 1 is the right answer, and I can see that students have marked option 1 as the right answer. So kudos to those students, and let's just verify it with our answer slide. I hope this concept of hydroboration oxidation reaction is clear to all of you, because this question is repeatedly asked in NEET, and not in terms of not even without stereochemistry. Even stereochemistry is also asked of hydroboration oxidation reaction. So it should be very much clear to all of you. And now let's just move on to the next question. So the next question is, under what conditions a reaction is spontaneous at all temperatures? So we know a reaction the equation of spontaneity in terms of Gibbs free energy, that is delta G is equals to delta H minus T delta S, and we know the condition for spontaneity that Gibbs free energy should be negative. For a reaction to be spontaneous, delta G must be negative. So now let's just see among the options which of the following condition follows and makes the reaction spontaneous at all temperatures. Okay. So the first option says delta G is equals to delta H minus T delta S. Okay. So it should be negative. In first option we have, mark your answers in the comment section. Okay. So the first option, the first condition that we have is if delta H is more than 0. That is, if delta H is positive minus T and delta S is also positive. So in this reaction, this is a positive value and this is minus, plus this is a negative value. So for this situation to be a spontaneous reaction, for this reaction to be a spontaneous reaction, the temperature should be high or low. The temperature should definitely be high, only then the value will come out to be negative, right? So temperature should be high. So this is not the reaction, this is not the situation in which the reaction will be spontaneous at all temperatures. So the reaction to be spontaneous here, the temperature must be higher than the value of enthalpy. Okay. And if we see the next option, तो next option में हमें दिया है कि enthalpy is negative. Enthalpy is negative and entropy is also negative, minus T negative. So this value in total comes out to be positive and enthalpy is negative. So here in this situation, temperature has to be low than the enthalpy, only then the reaction will be spontaneous. Whereas अगर temperature को हम enthalpy से ज़्यादा increase कर देंगे तो जो reaction होगी, जो हमारा delta G होगा, that will come out to be positive, और वो positive आएगा तो reaction non spontaneous हो जाएगी, right? So I can see most of you have answered 4. Let's just see if that's the answer. So अगर हम temperature को low रखेंगे ऑप्शन नंबर 2 में, तभी जो हमारी रिएक्शन होगी, ओनली देन द रिएक्शन विल बी स्पॉन्टेनियस. ओके. एंड इफ वी सी द ऑप्शन 3, देन इन ऑप्शन 3 डेल्टा H इज पॉजिटिव and delta S is negative, minus T, this is negative. So this value comes out to be positive and this is already positive. So such a situation determines that no matter the temperature, be it high or be it low, the reaction is going to be non-spontaneous at all temperatures. So this is a non-spontaneous reaction, and if we see option 4, I'm guessing option 4 is the right option. So in enthalpy, option 4 is negative and delta S is a positive value. So minus plus minus, this is a negative value and this is also a negative value. So in this situation, no matter what the temperature, be it high or be it low, reaction हमेशा spontaneous होगी, because दोनों ही negative values हैं, and Gibbs free energy, change in Gibbs free energy is going to be negative also. So the reaction is going to be spontaneous at all temperatures. So option 4 is the right answer, and yes, most of you have answered the question correctly. So let's just verify it with our answer slide. And the answer slide indeed says that option 4 is the right answer. Okay. Now let's just move on to the next question. The next question says, we have been given a molecule and we have a reagent NaBH4 and we have to find out the desired product P. Okay. So I'm sure you must have seen NaBH4, LiAlH4 and all the other reducing and oxidizing agents in reagent chemistry. Okay. So what I find is that students get confused between LiAlH4 and NaBH4 and the functional groups that they are capable of reducing. So let's just see NaBH4 and LiAlH4. Okay. So NaBH4 is basically Na plus BH4 minus, and LiAlH4 is Li plus AlH4 minus. Comment down your answers in the comment section, and we are discussing the question side by side. So we know aluminium is what? A metal or a non-metal? Aluminium is a metal. So if electron density is getting increased on a metal, then is it destabilizing the species or is it stabilizing the species more? अगर एक मेटल के ऊपर हम इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी बढ़ा देंगे तो सिंस मेटल हैव द टेंडेंसी टू डोनेट इलेक्ट्रॉन्स, राइट, तो ये क्या करेगा, इस स्पीशीज़ को अनस्टेबल बना देगा, राइट. सिंस इट इज़ एन अनस्टेबल स्पीशीज़, तो ये क्या करेगा, उस स्पीशीज़ को स्टेबल बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे एंड इट विल ट्राई टू डोनेट इट्स हाइड्राइड, राइट. सो इट विल ईजिली डोनेट its hydride. Okay. And if we talk about NaBH4, so NaBH4 में boron is a non-metal. Boron is a non-metal, so higher electron density on a non-metal is rather what? A stable species. So this is a stable species. So since it is a stable species, so as a reducing agent, it won't be such a strong reducing agent. It won't be giving its hydride ions to many of the functional groups. Okay. So this is a weak reducing agent as compared to LiAlH4. Okay. Whereas LiAlH4 is indeed a very strong reducing agent. Why? Because the species in itself is unstable. So this is a strong reducing agent. Okay. And now if we talk about some of the functional groups, because इसी paper में there were two questions. First question was question number 58 and there was another question where LiAlH4 was given and reduction of carboxylic acid was to be done. So that's why I am discussing both of these reagents here. अगर हम aldehyde की reduction की बात करें, so NaBH4 is capable of reducing aldehyde and ketones to primary alcohols, aldehydes to primary alcohols and ketones to secondary alcohols, primary alcohols and to secondary alcohols. Whereas if we talk about LiAlH4, then they are also able to reduce aldehyde and ketones, both of them, into primary and secondary alcohols respectively. Okay. So primary alcohol and ketones to secondary alcohols. Whereas if we talk about acids, carboxylic acids or esters or amides or nitriles, then acids can get reduced by LiAlH4 into primary alcohols. Esters can also be reduced by LiAlH4. Amides and nitriles can also be reduced by LiAlH4 into their respective amines, whereas acids, esters, amides and nitriles cannot be reduced by NABH4 since it is a weak reducing agent as compared to LiAlH4. So all these will not be reduced. Okay, and if we talk about, there is a special case, if we talk about acid halides, then acid halides are indeed reduced by NABH4 and LiAlH4 both. So if we get back to our question, and the question says that question number 58, molecule has been given to us and the two functional groups that we have in this question are esters and ketones. So we saw that NABH4 is unable to reduce esters, so ester will be present just like that at ortho position, whereas if we talk about ketones, so ketones will get reduced by NABH4 into primary alcohols. So then, sorry, the ketones will get reduced to secondary alcohols by NABH4. Okay, so the option that justifies our observation should be option number 2, and I see most of you have answered option number 4 as the correct answer, and some of you have also answered option number 1. I'm curious, how can someone get option number 1? Okay, so option number 1 cannot be the answer, but I hope I'm clear with the concept of NABH4 and difference between NABH4 and LiAlH4, and those of you who have answered option number 4, I'm guessing that you have reduced both esters and alcohols. That is not the case, because esters will not be able to get reduced by NABH4, they will only be getting reduced by LiAlH4, which is a stronger reducing agent. I am repeating that again and again, and option 2 is the right answer because ketone is getting reduced but ester is not getting reduced. Okay, so I am hoping this is clear, and yes, option number 2 is the right answer. Let's just see at the and verify with the answer slide. And the answer slide also confirms that option 2 is the right answer. Okay, so now let's just move on to the next question. And the next question is, given below are two statements, one is labeled as assertion A and other is labeled as reason R. So I'm telling you that assertion and reason based questions are repetitively coming in NEET and their number is also increasing. So it's very necessary for you to be thorough with the concept of assertion and reason. So assertion here says that benzyl chloride and chlorobenzene can be distinguished by using alcoholic AgNO3 solution, alcoholic silver nitrate solution. And the reason is chlorobenzene gives white precipitate of AgCl but benzyl chloride does not give any precipitate. Okay, in the light of above statements, choose the correct answer. This is the basic format of assertion reason, that we have to find out whether assertion is true and reason is also true, and whether reason is the correct explanation of assertion or it is not the correct explanation of assertion, or if either of the assertion and reason are true, or if both of the statements are false. Okay, so let's just see. First of all, you have to mark your answers in the comment section. I still advise all of you to be active throughout the session, because even if you have marked the answers correct in the paper, then even then the concept that is being discussed here is getting revised. So be active in the comment section. So the question was, first molecule was that of benzyl chloride, CH2Cl, and other was chlorobenzene. Okay. So if we talk about chlorobenzene first, then this is the halogen atom, and the halogen atom has been attached to a carbon atom which is sp2 hybridized. This is sp2 hybridized, and if we talk about the halogen atom in benzyl chloride, then halogen atom is attached to a carbon atom which is sp3 hybridized. So this is sp3 hybridized, and this carbon is sp2 hybridized. So if we talk about chlorobenzene, we all know that the bond between chlorine and the carbon atom adjacent to this halogen atom, which is sp2 hybridized, the bond has a partial double bond character, right? Let's just see how it is. Because chlorine has lone pair of electrons, right? So it will donate its electron and further delocalization will take place and electron density will increase on the ortho position, right? This is how it's gonna be. And if we talk about further delocalization of these electrons, then electron density will increase on the para position. Okay. So since it is activating the benzene ring by increasing the electron density on ortho and para position and gaining the partial double bond character, so the bond between the halogen and the sp2 hybridized atom is getting stable. So due to partial double bond character, chlorobenzene has a more stable bond between halogen and sp2 hybridized atom. Okay, let's just make the resonance hybrid of this delta minus 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 and chlorine. Okay, so this is the resonance hybrid of chlorobenzene. On the other hand, we have benzyl chloride, which does not have a partial double bond character, so which is not as stable of a bond between chlorine and the sp3 hybridized atom as that present in chlorobenzene. So here we have CH2Cl. Okay, so since this is a more stable bond, so when it reacts with silver nitrate in the presence of an alcohol, that is C2H5OH, it does not give any PPT. Whereas when benzyl chloride reacts with AgNO3, silver nitrate, in alcoholic solution, it forms a white PPT. White PPT, that is of AgCl. Okay, and along with AgCl we get CH2, an ether, OC2H5, and what else? HNO3. So if we get back to our question and see the reason and the assertion again, then assertion says that benzyl chloride and chlorobenzene can be distinguished by using alcoholic silver nitrate solution. This is a correct statement, right? And if we see the reason to it, which says that chlorobenzene gives white precipitate of AgCl, whereas benzyl chloride does not give. Whereas when we saw in our explanation that chlorobenzene did not give any precipitate, let alone white, and if we talk about benzyl chloride, so it does give a white precipitate. Okay, so that makes the reason to be a wrong statement. So the option that follows should be assertion is true statement but reason is a false statement. Okay, so I've marked option 3 as the right answer, and I'm amazed that none of you have answered option 3 as the correct answer. But I hope this concept is clear to all of you now, and I hope the difference between benzyl chloride and chlorobenzene is clear to you all in terms of silver nitrate solution test. Okay, now let's just verify it with our answer slide, and the answer slide confirms that option 3 is the right answer. Okay, now let's just move on to the next question. The next question is, 1 mole of a symmetrical alkene A with molecular formula C8H16. So C8H16 is said to be a symmetrical alkene, undergoes reductive ozonolysis to form 2 moles of a ketone B. Okay, so for ozonolysis we know that ozonolysis, reductive ozonolysis instead also takes place in 2 steps. Suppose reductive ozonolysis takes place in 2 steps in converting alkenes into aldehydes or ketones. Okay, so suppose we have this alkene. In first step we have ozone, And in second step, when reductive ozonolysis is to happen, then for reductive hydrolysis we take zinc and water. Okay, and the product that will be formed here will be RCHO plus HCHO. And how does that happen? So the alkene first forms in the first step. When it undergoes ozonolysis, it forms a ozonoid. Okay, and the ozonoid is formed as, so this is the ozonoid, and it is highly unstable and very short lived. So on reductive hydrolysis in the presence of zinc and water, the bonds break such that we get aldehyde RCHO and formaldehyde HCHO. Okay, I hope this is clear to all of you. Now let's just see the options. Keep answering in the comment section, remain active, and A and B respectively are. So first option is oct-4-ene, and it is giving on reductive ozonolysis, it is forming 2 moles of propane 2-on. So let's just see if that is correct. So for oct-4-ene, first option we have oct-4-ene. So this should be oct-4-ene. Upon ozonolysis, the bonds will be broken, and the molecules that we will form will be not ketones but instead aldehydes, and they will be 2 moles of butanol, right? And if we see the next option, which has 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene. So 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene will form this is 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene. When it will undergo ozonolysis, it will form, let's just break the bond, and oxygens will come so, and we will get 2 moles of butane 2-on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 2 moles of butane 2-on. So this should be the product, right? Now let's just verify it with our options. And the first option says that oct-4-ene on reductive ozonolysis will give propane 2-on. So that was the wrong, because what we found was butanol. 2 moles of butanol when were formed on reductive ozonolysis of oct-4-ene. Okay, so this marks as the wrong option, and option 2 says 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene on reductive ozonolysis forms propane 2-on, whereas what did we get? We got butane 2-on. 2 moles of butane 2-on were obtained, right? So this is also a wrong option. And if we see third option, that oct-4-ene and butane 2-on, oct-4-ene is not forming any ketone, it is instead forming aldehyde. 2 moles of butanol were formed. So this is also a wrong option. And we see 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene forming butane 2-on. So 2 moles of butane 2-on were formed when 3,4-dimethyl hex-3-ene undergoes reductive ozonolysis, right? So option 4 is the correct answer. And I can see Priyanka Vats have answered the question or marked the question correct. So very well, very good, Priyanka Vats, yeah. So let's just verify it with our answer slide. I hope reductive ozonolysis is clear to all of you now. And the answer slide also says that option 4 is the right answer. Okay, so now let's just move on to the next question. Next question says match the following. We have been given geometry and we have been given the hybridization of the respective geometries. So we have to match. And if we talk about octahedral, this is a question of chemical bonding, and this is also a recurring question. Hybridization, geometry and shape is, I tell you, the USP of chemical bonding. So you have to be very thorough and very clear with the geometry of molecules, the shape of molecules, the hybridization of molecules. Okay, so now let's just see. First is octahedral. We know octahedral has how many bonds? How many sigma bonds does octahedral have? 6. So 6 will give rise to a hybridization of sp3d2. So A matches with 3. A matches with 3 with hybridization sp3d2. And if we talk about trigonal bipyramidal, then it has how many sigma bonds? 5 sigma bonds. I am not making the shapes here. I am hoping that you know the shapes of octahedral, trigonal and the other geometries for now, but trigonal bipyramidal hybridization will lead to be sp3d, since it will have 4 sigma bonds, right? And if we talk about tetrahedral, then it has 4 sigma bonds and it will lead to a hybridization of sp3. And if we talk about linear, then it will have only 1 bond and will lead to a hybridization sp. So let's just match it with the options A3, B4, C2 and D1. Yeah, those of you who have marked option 2 as the right answer, yes, it is definitely the right answer. And Roshan Karthik and Annoyed Dolphins and Captain Lucky Bhardwaj have answered marked the question right. So kudos to those students, and let's just verify it with our answer slide. And the answer slide also confirms that option 2 is the correct answer. Okay, so the next question is mass percentage of urea in 0.5 molar aqueous solution of urea is. So I am guessing that you are thorough and you have clear concepts of the concentration terms. This is basically a part of 2 chapters. You study concentration terms in solution chapter, right, in 12th, and you have studied it in the very first chapter of chemistry, that is some basic concepts of chemistry, right, there in mole concept and in concentration terms. So let's just start with the question. We have been given 0.5 molar aqueous solution. So molality has been given to us as 0.5 molar. Okay, so molality means moles of solute in 1 kg of solvent or 1000 grams of solvent. So this means that 0.5 moles of solute are present in 1000 grams of aqueous solution, so water, right. We have 0.5 moles of solute and the solute here is urea, and the molar mass of urea is 60 grams per mole. Okay, so we have to calculate the mass percentage of urea. First we will calculate the mass of urea present in the solution. So it will come out to be 0.5 into 60 grams per mole. So mass will come out to be gram per mole, and this is in moles. So this will come out to be 30 grams. Okay, and if we talk about the total mass of solution, why? Because we know that mass percent is basically equal to mass of solute by total mass of solution. I am sure those of you who have marked it as a wrong answer, they must have taken total mass of solution to be 1000 grams and not added the mass of urea into that solution. Okay, so now total mass of solution will come out to be 1000 plus 30 grams, right. So this will come out to be 1030 grams. And if we talk about the mass percent of this solution, then mass percent will come out to be 30 by 1030 grams into 100. So if you divide it, this will come out to be around 300 by 103. This will come out to be around 2.91%. It will come out to be around 2.91%. And if we see the options, then yes, we have option 2. It is 2.9%, and I can see most of you have marked it as option 2 the correct answer. So congratulations, your answer is right. And this is all for the chemistry part, and I hope it is clear to all of you. And now I will call our zoology faculty Anuradha for the zoology part of the session. All the best for your preparations. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So hello students, I am Dr. Anuradha Mishra and I will be taking your further zoology session. So till now you must have completed your physics, your chemistry and botany and have understood all your doubts are cleared, I hope. And now let's start with our zoology. So let's go to the next, that is question number 171. So 171 question is, testes in humans can be distinguished from the ovary on the basis of which of the following options? First, you have to understand that what is the demand of the question. Question is demanding the differences between the testis and the ovary. So let's do this. So first we have testis, which is a primary, I hope it is visible to you, primary sex organ. So yes, testis is the primary sex organ in the males, whereas in females, ovary is the primary sex organ. So students, first you should be aware ki what is a primary sex organ. So primary sex organ is the organ which produces the gametes, whether it be male gamete or the female gamete, and also produces the sex hormones. So yes, gamete plus hormones. So next, our next part is ki where is it located? So first, testis is located in human males outside the abdominal cavity. Now what is this structure called? And you have to remember this, where it is located outside. First, wait a second. So where it is located outside the structure, outside the abdominal cavity, which is the scrotal sac. Alright, so it is located in the scrotal sac. Now in females, where is the primary sex organ is? There it is located in the intra-abdominal region. That is inside the abdomen. Alright kids, you have to understand, inside the abdomen. Now further, this has obviously, if you have understood this, ma'am, it is, so someone is commenting, ma'am, it is not visible. So it's okay kids, let me do this here, okay, so maybe it will be more visible to you. So we go back a little bit. So first again, what is the difference between the testis and the ovary? First, both of them are primary sex organs. I hope it is clear to you now. Now both are, then second is where are they location, and the location of testis is in the extra abdominal region. This is our testis and this is our ovary. Yes, so testis is located in extra abdominal sac, which is known as the scrotal sac. Kids, you have to remember that this descent in the extra abdominal sac happens prior to the birth. Alright, and if this does not happen, if the testis is not descended into the scrotal sac, then it leads to a disease which is known as the cryptorchidism. So now we come to the ovary, then yes, it is also a primary sex organ. Primary sex organ. And where is it? Where is this located? This is located intra-abdominally. Alright, so you have to remember this difference. Now we go to the next point. Okay? What do they do, or what they do have inside? So yes, testis contains testicular stroma as the main connective tissue, whereas the ovaries, they contain the ovarian stroma. Alright, now what other things they have? Then the testis possesses, you must remember that the testicular lobules are there, and in those lobules there are the presence of seminiferous tubules. In those tubules we have presence of Leydig cells, we have presence of Sertoli cells and our immature spermatogonia, or further spermatids and spermatozoa. Whereas on the outside space you have presence of Leydig cells. Whereas if we come to the again ovary part, then they have presence of, obviously with these also there is the presence of blood vessels and arteries and nerves. Now in ovaries we have the presence of follicles in different stage, from primary to Graafian follicles or the mature follicles. Now next, let's look at the options. Alright, so first the option states they are composed of the stromal tissues. If we are considering the distinguished part, sorry about this. Now, let's look at the first option. They are composed of stromal tissues. Then yes, as you can see, and I have discussed that they do possess the stromal tissue. Second point, second option, they function as primary sex organs. Then yes, this is also true. Testis and ovary both functions as primary sex organ in the males and the females respectively. Third, they produce steroids that regulate the secondary sex organs. So let's discuss this, that yes, in the testis there are present certain cells known as the Leydig cells. These Leydig cells secrete a hormone known as the androgens. Now what do these androgens, what are these androgens? These are male sex hormones, alright, and the most important one of them is testosterone. So yes, they do secrete steroid hormones, alright. If we come to the ovaries, do they secrete steroid hormones? Please comment in the comment box, alright, so that I can understand that you are also understanding this and we can have a interactive session. Alright, then yes, our ovaries do secrete certain steroid hormones known as the estrogen and progesterone. Now you must be asking that are these only these hormones which are secreted by the both testes and ovaries? Then no, there are some protein hormones which are also secreted. In testes there is a hormone known as inhibin which is also secreted, and in ovaries also there are hormones known as the inhibin and relaxin. Alright, with this we look at our option number 3. So they produce steroids. So yes, they produce steroids that regulate the secondary sex organs. Then yes, this is also true. Now what are the secondary sex organs, you must be thinking? So secondary sex organs are known as the accessory ducts or accessory glands which are present in the reproductive system. So yes, these steroids do influence the secondary sex organs. So this is also the common between both the testis and the ovary. And our last part, these are paired structures. So yes, these are paired structures located outside the abdomen in males. Then yes, this is our correct answer, that testis is located outside the abdomen, whereas ovaries are located inside the abdomen. So let's confirm this with our answer slide, and yes, option number 4 is our correct answer. So let's move to the next question, that is question number 197. So please students, you need to comment in the comment box if you still have any doubts or you want to ask any questions. Let's go to the next question, 197. In the life cycle of Plasmodium, which of the following is the infective stage for female Anopheles mosquito? So first of all, what is Plasmodium? So Plasmodium is a protozoan. Alright, this is a protozoan. What does it causes? What? Please comment in the comment box. What does it causes? Then yes, protozoan, this protozoan causes a disease which is known as malaria. Alright, now how does it causes this disease? Causes through a vector which is known as the female Anopheles mosquito. You have to remember, it's always the female mosquitoes which do this. Alright, so this Plasmodium causes malaria. Now which of the following is the infective stage for female Anopheles mosquito? First you have to remember that this Plasmodium, it occurs in 2 phases. Now what are the phases? There are the sexual phase and the asexual phase. Now if we are talking about the sexual phase, so where does this happens? So this sexual phase happens inside the female Anopheles mosquito, that is an invertebrate. And where does the asexual phase of its life cycle occurs? And that is in the humans. Alright, so now let's look at this diagram from NCERT. Alright, so here you can see from the start, here you can see from the start that when the mosquito bites another human, sporozoites are injected with the bite. So first you have to remember this point, that whenever an infected students, you have to pay attention, when an infected female Anopheles bites a human, it injects what stage? The sporozoites inside the humans. Alright, these sporozoites are motile and spindle in, now these are spindle in shape. Now these sporozoites enter the blood of the human and they reach the liver, where in liver, in hepatocytes, they start to divide. Alright, when they divide they produce daughter cells which are known as the merozoites. You have to realize that here in the liver, they also form a stage which is known as the trophozoite, which is a feeding stage, and further they go into the schizony, and after this schizony, with this division, they lead to the formation of these merozoites. Now what is the fate of this merozoite? This merozoite can go two ways. First, it can either again infect the hepatocytes, or it can come out in the blood circulation and affect the RBCs. Alright, so here you can see these parasites, these sporozoites have entered the liver. This happens whenever Anopheles bites, it can enter into the liver within 2 hours. Alright, then after that it leads to the formation of merozoites. Now these merozoites will again either come out or again infect the hepatocytes. Now here you can see in the liver cells, they have led to the formation of their daughter cells, which we have understood are known as the merozoites. Now these merozoites will again go out and infect what? These will infect the RBCs. Alright. Now these, when they will enter the RBCs, they will again start process of consuming the consuming not the RBC itself, but the hemoglobin part mostly, which will lead to the hypertrophy of the RBCs. Now further in this RBC also they will produce their daughter cells, and then they will come out again in the form of second generation merozoites. Alright. Now these merozoites again have two different fates. First, they can either further infect the RBCs, and further they can keep this division, erythrocytic division with them, or second, they can go and lead to the formation of gametocytes. Alright, there are two gametocytes which are formed, one is male and one is female. Now these gametocytes can be now picked up by a new Anopheles. Alright, and when this is picked up by the gametocytes, now they enter the gut of the mosquito or this female mosquito. Now when they will enter the gut of the female mosquito, what will happen? All other forms will be abolished, or all other forms will die due to the acidic pH of the gut. But these gametocytes will survive. Now these gametocytes, we have two gametocytes, one is male and one is female. Now the female will not go for the division and lead to the formation of female gametes. Alright, while the male gametocyte will further lead to the formation by exflagellation. Alright, it will become a flagellated like structure, and this will known as the male gametes. Alright kids, you have to understand that by gametocytes were formed inside the humans, and they were picked up at this stage, at gametocyte stage, they were picked up by the mosquito. Then in the gut of the mosquito, gametocytes further divided into the female and the male gametes. Alright, then this, after the formation of female and male gametes, they will fuse and lead to the formation of zygote. Alright, now this zygote will further grow and will try to penetrate the wall of the digestive tract, where it will lead to the formation of a ookinete, which will further form the oocyst, and then in this cyst like structure there will be the formation of sporozoites. Now these sporozoites will again be very motile. They will penetrate the wall of the mosquito and travel through the hemolymph to the salivary gland. Okay, they will reach the salivary glands. Now again this mosquito will be again ready for infecting the next human. As you can see this again, let's look at little bit this diagram also. Here this lead to the formation of gametocytes in RBCs, where further it lead to the formation of gametocytes were picked up by the Anopheles mosquito here, and further when they were picked by the mosquito, then in the gut itself the fertilization happened, the fertilization where this formation of zygote happened. Further this penetrated this zygote further matured into kinete, penetrated the wall of the mosquito digestive tract and then entered into the salivary glands again, okay, and ready to infect other mosquito. So let's look at our, after hopefully you have, so Srinath Mishra has commented, which hormone is responsible for descent of testes from abdomen to scrotal sac? So the answer is testosterone, okay, which is responsible for descending of testes from abdomen to the scrotal sac. I hope you are understanding this, and if you have any other problems, please comment in the comment box. So let's go to our question again, which states, now again let's study which of the following is the infective stage for female Anopheles mosquito. So we have learned, alright. So is it the merozoites? No. Merozoites were infecting what? They were infecting either the RBCs or the hepatocytes, alright. Then sporozoites, no, these are the infective stage for humans itself. Gametes, no, these are not the infective stage, alright. And last is gametocytes, which is our correct answer, alright. So let's go to our answer slide and confirm, then yes, this is our correct answer. Now let's go to the next question, which is question number 162. So let's read the question. As the glomerular filtrate crosses the tubules, its composition and osmotic concentration changes due to tubular reabsorption. Which of the following is a mismatch? बच्चों आपको ध्यान देना है कि क्वेश्चन की डिमांड क्या है. Is the question is asking the mismatch, is asking the incorrect or the correct, all right. So by practicing more and more, by doing more and more questions, only you will understand, all right. With revision you need to practice also very much, all right. So let's look at again back to the question. Mismatch regarding the segment of nephrons and osmotic concentration of the filtrate, all right. So first in a nephron, let's discuss. We have, first we start with the glomerulus plus, all right, glomerulus plus Bowman capsule, all right. Where are these located? These are located in the renal cortex region, all right. Further this we have formation, we have PCT. Now where is PCT located? Also located in the renal cortex. After this we have what? We have loop of Henle. Now where is this loop of Henle located? So you have to understand that this loop of Henle is mostly located in the medullary region, all right. So this will come into the medullary region, all right. Further we'll have DCT, all right, which is again will be in the renal cortex, and you have at last this, which is not the part of the nephron but collecting duct, and this collecting duct is located in again in the medulla, all right. So why I am putting this where they are located and where they are not located? So first of all you have to understand, in the renal cortical region the osmotic concentration is same as that of the blood plasma. So what is the concentration, what is the osmotic concentration of blood plasma? That is 300 milliosmol per liter, all right. So in the cortical, so whatever the located in the cortex region mostly have this 300 milliosmol, all right. And as we go in deeper into the medulla, to make the urine more concentrated, the osmotic concentration increases. It goes from 300 to 400 to 600, 1000, 1200 to 1400 milliosmol per liter, all right. So here you can see a diagram which is taken from NCERT, all right. There your Bowman capsule, glomerulus, which together, Bowman capsule and glomerulus together form the Malpighian corpuscles, all right. Malpighian corpuscles or Malpighian body, all right. So these, whatever the what is the osmotic concentration in these two? That is 300 milliosmol per liter. Now as the filtrate, so the untold one asks the question, ma'am, this question from which chapter? So student, this question is from your excretory chapter. All right. So let's get back to the question. Okay. So in PCT, what is the osmotic concentration in PCT? So in PCT also, which is located in the cortical region, will have a osmotic concentration of 300 milliosmol. So what is it isotonic, is it hypertonic, is it hypotonic? So this is isotonic to blood plasma. So as we go down into the medullary region, you can see from 300 से हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं 600 पे. तो जैसे कि वो नीचे गया 600 पे गया, तो again the inside of the filtrate, the inside of the tubule actually, it got more concentrated, the filtrate inside it. Alright, from 400 to 600 to 800, 1000, 12,000, and what is this? It is becoming hypertonic. So what is going down? The down limb, which is known as your descending limb. So filtrate in descending limb is getting hypertonic. Alright, now it will again go back to the up, which is the ascending limb. Alright, as it will go up, this will again what? It will start diluting. Why? The NaCl will go out. The electrolytes will move outward now. Alright. So this will lead to the hypotonic. Okay? Now this will be hypotonic to start getting hypotonic. Alright. And as it will as it will reach the DCT and all, it will become hypotonic to the blood plasma. Again, if we will look at the collecting duct, then what will happen? As the part will reach inside the collecting duct, which is located into the medulla, our concentration of the filtrate will become also hypertonic. So let's look at the question again. Alright. So first, proximal convoluted tubule is isotonic to blood plasma, which is true, which is correct. Alright. Second, descending limb of Henle's loop, is it hypertonic? Alright, is this hypertonic? Then yes, this is also correct. As it will go down, filtrate will go down, it will become more hypertonic. Ascending limb of Henle's loop, yes, as it will go upward into the ascending limb, it will again go hypertonic. This is also correct. And in Bowman's capsule, ma'am, can class A students attend these classes? I mean, if you think it will help you out in some way, this yes, you are also allowed to attend it. Alright. Now fourth. Let's get back to our question, that is fourth, Bowman's capsule hypotonic. Then no, this is not, the filtrate inside this is not hypertonic, but it is isotonic. It is isotonic to the blood plasma. So what will be the answer? No, not 1, not 2, not 3, and it will be the fourth. And as I can see, the annoyed dolphin has already answered correctly. Then yes, option 4 is our correct answer, and let's confirm it on our answer slide. And yes, it is. Alright. I hope you are understanding this very well, and if you have any kind of doubts, then kids, please comment in the comment box. Alright. Now let's go to the next question, that is question number 184. So, how many statements is or are correct about frog? Alright, first, in males, sound producing vocal sacs are present. So first of all, you have to understand that in frog there is a property which is known as the sexual dimorphism. Alright, sexual dimorphism means that you can actually differentiate the males and the females. Okay? Now by their external morphology. Now first, in males, in males, sound producing vocal sacs are found. So yes, this is actually a correct statement. In males, there are vocal sacs are present in below the buccal cavity. Now what does this vocal sac do? What it does, it amplifies the sound. Okay? What does it do? It amplifies the sound of a male frog. Okay? Which happens to attract the female part. Alright. So yes, this is a very correct statement. Second, in males, copulatory pads are found. So this is still now, this is very correct. Alright, that copulatory pads are present only in the males, not in the females. Alright, this is a distinguishing character found on the first digit of the hind limb. Now this is incorrect as this is located in the 4 limbs. Alright. So copulatory pads are found on the first digit of the 4 limbs. So yes, this is our wrong statement. Let's go to the next statement. Tongue of the frog is bilobed. This is very correct. Tongue of a frog is bilobed to easily catch a live prey. Alright. So this is also our correct statement. Let's go to the next. Emulsification does not occur during digestion of fat. So kids, you must have studied that in the digestive tract, alright, there is a duct which enters in the frog, which is known as the common bile duct. Now what does this bile duct brings? So this brings your pancreatic juices plus the bile, and you must remember that bile, what does it do? It emulsifies the fat. It breaks down into small pieces. Alright. Now as it responsible for the breakdown of the small pieces, so that the lipase or enzyme which acts on the fat can actually work easily. Alright. So yes, emulsification does occur, alright, during digestion of fat. So this is a wrong, so this not makes it a wrong statement. So let's count over the correct answer, that is first, in males vocal sacs are found, this is a correct statement. Third, tongue of the frog is bilobed, this is also a correct statement. Alright, so our answer is 2. Alright, we will immediately deny all the other options. So let's go to the answer slide, and yes, answer is correct. Answer, so as Deepika has answered, answer 1, very correct, very true. So Srinath has added, which region of female gut of Anopheles is responsible for sexual cycle? That is the midgut which is responsible for the sexual cycle. And Snehal has asked, vocal sacs also indicate sexual dimorphism? Then yes, the presence of vocal sacs in most of the frogs it is a feature of sexual dimorphism. Alright, because in males it is only found, in females vocal sacs are not found. Alright. So now let's go to our next question, which is question number 155. Now it states, read the following statements and select the correct option. Alright. So statement 1 states, in the structure of a glycogen molecule, a free aldehyde group is present at the left end of the polysaccharide chain. So first of all students, here the glycogen, what is glycogen? Alright. So you must remember this glycogen is a part of polysaccharide. Okay, it is a biomolecule found in the living organisms. So what is a polysaccharide? First of all, polysaccharide is a polymer of आपके sugars. All right. So here the glycogen is the polymer of glucose. All right. It is a polymer of glucose. Now what does it do? All right. It is a storage unit. It is a storage unit found in the animals. Alright, as well as you must remember, it is also found in the humans itself. Alright, so it is a long chain polymer. Right? Let's assume we have first glucose, then we have attachment with second glucose, then with third, and like this it will go on. So what are the bonds which are present between these glucose molecules? These are the glycosidic bonds. So students, you must remember that for the formation of glycosidic bond between the first and the second glucose molecule, the linkage is 1,4 glycosidic linkage. So if we are talking about this molecule, so the functional group which is present in this molecule is forming the bond with the next molecule. So do we have a free functional group here? Then the answer is no. Alright, why? Because it is involved in the formation of linkage. Now if we'll consider the last molecule, so the last molecule where it is present, will it has a free structure? Then yes, here the functional group will be free. Functional group will be free. Alright, so that's why the left end, so this left end is known as your non-reducing side. Alright, and your right side, this is known as the reducing site. All right, so let's so Ritik Ranjan has said why not in Hindi. Okay, so beta let me explain you कि जो पॉलीमर है ग्लूकोज का, ठीक है ना, ये बना हुआ है छोटे छोटे यूनिट से जिसे हम बोलते हैं मोनोमर. ऑलराइट, सो इस मोनोमर जो है वो ग्लूकोज का है. अब एक ग्लूकोज जब दूसरे के साथ अटैच है तो वो फॉर्म कर रहा है ग्लाइकोसाइडिक लिंकेज. अब इस ग्लाइकोसाइडिक लिंकेज बनती चली जा रही है, एक लॉन्ग चेन बनती चली जा रही है. अगर हम देखेंगे कि तो जो सबसे पहले या जो लेफ्ट साइड में जो आपके आ रहे हैं ग्लूकोज, उनका जो फंक्शनल ग्रुप है वो अटैच है. ऑलराइट, वो फॉर्मेशन, बॉन्ड की फॉर्मेशन में हेल्प कर रहा है, और जो लास्ट है आपका वो फ्री है. दैट्स वाई हम जो लेफ्ट साइड का जो मोनोमर होता है या फिर हम जो लेफ्ट साइड बोलते हैं, दैट बिकम्स योर नॉन रिड्यूसिंग साइड, एंड द राइट साइड जो है वो आपकी बन जाती है रिड्यूसिंग साइड. सो लेट्स लुक एट दिस स्टेटमेंट अगेन. इन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ ग्लाइकोजन मॉलिक्यूल अ फ्री एल्डिहाइड ग्रुप इज प्रेजेंट एट लेफ्ट end of the polysaccharide chain. So this is wrong. Why? Because free aldehyde group is present at the right end of the polysaccharide chain. So this is your wrong. Now let's go to the next statement, which is starch and cellulose can be distinguished on the basis of iodine test, as cellulose gives blue color and starch gives red color with iodine. All right, so let's go to this slide and let's see here. First of all, what is starch? All right, and cellulose. All right, so first of all, you must remember this, both of these are polymers. All right, polymers of what? Comment down in the section. These are the polymers of glucose. All right, glucose and glucose. Now the starch, what does it do? What is the function of the starch? Okay, this is the storage unit. All right, storage unit in plants of energy storage unit of plants. All right, and this cellulose, this is the structural unit. All right, this is present in the cell walls. Now the starch, what does it have? It also divides further into the amylose and amylopectin. So what does it forms? It's so Iram has written, ma'am, Telugu please. I'm sorry Iram, I do not know Telugu. So I hope you must understand English and this is clear to you. All right. So the starch is the storage unit and the cellulose is the structural. All right. So starch, it leads to the into division into amylose and amylopectin, and with that it forms helical secondary structures. All right, it forms helical secondary structures. So what we can do is, if we do a iodine test, so what does happens? These iodine molecules get trapped in the structure of starch. All right, and this leads to a color. All right, what is this color? This is a blue color. All right, so that's why we say that starch gives the positive iodine test. Now let's look at the cellulose. What happens in cellulose? So cellulose is a linear polymer. What is it? It is a linear polymer, and it does not lead to the formation of any helical structure. So as it does not lead to formation of a helical structure, so no iodine is trapped. Okay, so as no iodine gets trapped in its structure, so it leads to no color. All right, I hope this was clear to you all. So let's again look at the question. So our second statement is starch and cellulose can be distinguished on the basis of iodine test. So this statement is very true till here, that they can be distinguished. The starch gives a positive iodine test, which is blue color, whereas cellulose does not. All right. So as, let's go further, read the statement, as cellulose gives blue color. So here the statement became wrong. All right kids, you have to read the whole statement properly. All right, भूलना नहीं है, ध्यान से पढ़ना है. All right. So does the cellulose gives blue color? Then no, this is incorrect. It does not impart any color. And starch gives red color with iodine. Then no, the starch gives blue color with the iodine. So you must be wondering what does give the red color with the iodine. So remember this students, or it can maybe somehow can be included in the statements जैसा कि आजकल नीट में हो रहा है, that it can be asked. All right, so yes, the glycogen leads to the formation of reddish browny structure, or sorry, reddish browny color with the iodine test. So now let's look at our options. So first, so as we have derived that statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is also incorrect. So both statements 1 and 2 are correct, which is wrong obviously. Second, only statement 1 is correct, then this is also wrong. Only statement 2 is correct, this is also very wrong. And fourth, both statements are 1 and 2 correct. So this is our correct option. And let's look at our answer slide. Then yes, both statements are 1 and 2 correct. So I hope this was clear to all of you, and please comment in the comment section so that we can interact. All right, and let's go to the next question, which is question number 170. All right, among the following statements, choose the correct statement with respect to cockroach. All right, so let's look at the structure here, which is taken from NCERT. All right, here we have a female reproductive structure, and here we have a male reproductive structure. All right, so let's start with the male reproductive structure. Here we have a testis. Now where is this testis located? In which region it is located? It is located from 4th to 6th abdominal segments. All right, first, for segments you have to understand that in a cockroach, body is segmented. Why is its body segmented? Okay, because it belongs to the phylum Arthropoda. All right, and in arthropods you can see segmentation. So if you are in the comment, then please answer in which other phylum you can also see metamerism or segmentation. All right, so let's go further. From testis there comes a duct which is known as the vas deferens, and this vas deferens, okay, it will enter into the ejaculatory duct through another duct which is known as the seminal vesicle. And in this seminal vesicles you have the storage of sperms. Here the sperms are glued together with the help of a glue and are known as the spermatophores. And yes, Roshan Kartik has commented, yes, phylum in annelids you can see metamerism segmentation, and yes, Snehil has also answered, that is chordates. Very good. I hope you guys are paying attention. All right, so let's go. Seminal vesicles, and through the ejaculatory duct the sperms comes out. All right, through ejaculatory duct it is coming out. Now here you can see a gland which is known as the mushroom gland. All right, which is known as the mushroom gland, this white colored gland. All right, this gland is located where? This mushroom shaped gland is located into the 6th to 7th abdominal segment. All right, now after from the ejaculatory duct, what happens? The spermatophores come outside. There are also the presence of a phallic gland, as you can see, phallic gland which is also known as the conglobate gland. All right, it also contributes in the formation of layers in the spermatophores. All right, so after this they will release the spermatophores from the male gonopore, which is surrounded by the 3 chitinous asymmetrical phelomeres. All right, so let's now go to the female section, female reproductive part. Here is the presence of ovary. Now first of all you have to understand, where is this located? Where is the ovary located? Then this ovary is located from the second to 6th abdominal segment. All right, in this ovaries there are present of 8 ovarioles. All right, from this the ova is entering into the common oviduct, also known as the vagina, and this opens into the genital chamber of the females. All right, this opens into the genital chamber of the females. Now here you can see presence of spermatheca. Where is it? The spermatheca is present in the females. And where is it located? It is located in the 6th abdominal segment. All right, So in this genital chamber, you can see first of all the opening of spermatheca from the 6th abdominal segment. You have to remember one point also, students, that is the spermatheca is never single. It is a paired structure. It is an asymmetrical paired structure, as you can see in the figure itself. Alright, so as the ovum enters from the oviduct into the genital chamber, in the spermatheca what happens is the sperms are stored. Alright, so what can you also tell me what other openings are present also in the genital chamber? So it is the collateral glands. Alright, so what does collateral glands do? Collateral glands produce the ootheca. It is a chamber, it is a case chamber, brown colored chamber, in which all the fertilized eggs are deposited by a female. Alright, and when the female finds a humid place, a very dark place near a food location, what does it do? It drops the ootheca. Alright, so I hope this was clear to all of you, and let's go back to the question again. So first, let's read the options. First, male reproductive system consists of a pair of testes, which is true. It is a pair of testes, one lying on each lateral side. Yes, lying on lateral side in the 8th to 10th abdominal segments. So यहाँ पे ये गलत हो जाता है, ठीक है ना, कि 8th से 10th abdominal segment में ये नहीं present होगा, बल्कि present होगा 4th to 6th abdominal segment में. So Shrinath has asked why filtrate becomes hypotonic in descending limb of loop of Henle. It becomes hypotonic because the electrolytes are moving out from this area. Alright, as the filtrate is moving in the descending limb, the water is coming out. Alright, but when it is going upwards in your ascending limb, the electrolytes are moving out. That's why it gets hypotonic. Alright, let's go back to the question again. So our first statement is obviously wrong. Now let's go to the second statement. Second option, mushroom shaped gland. Yes, mushroom shaped gland we have just studied is present in the 4th to 6th abdominal segments in male. So yes, it is present in males, but it is not present in 4th to 6th abdominal segments. It is present in the 6th to 7th abdominal segments. And kids, you are not writing the correct answer. Please do comment in the correct answer so that I can understand that you are also understanding this. Okay, so let's move to the next option. So the development of Periplaneta americana, which is the scientific name of the cockroach, is porometabolous. Then yes, their development is indirect. Alright, and it goes through a different nymphal stages, and that's why it is known as the porometabolous. Nymph grows by molting about 18 times. And here it is wrong. It does not molts 18 times, it molts 13 times and reaches the adult form in which the proper reproductive organs and wings are present, okay, which are missing in the nymphal stages. Now so this is also our incorrect statement, and second was also incorrect statement. Now let's go to the last option, which is in female a pair of spermatheca are present. जैसा कि मैंने अभी बताया कि हाँ स्पर्मेथिका प्रेजेंट होती हैं, पर व्हाट इज द फंक्शन ऑफ द स्पर्मेथिका? इट स्टोर्स द स्पर्मेटोफोर्स. ऑलराइट, इट स्टोर्स द स्पर्म्स. In the 6th abdominal segment, this is also correct, in the 6th abdominal segment which opens into the genital chamber. And yes, it does open into the genital chamber with what? With collateral glands, with opening of collateral glands, which is also opens into genital chamber, and our common oviduct or vagina also opens. So yes, this is our correct option. So let's look at our answer slide and confirm this. Yes, this is also correct. I hope you all are understanding this, and if you still have any doubts, then please comment in the comment box. All right, let's go to the next question, which is 180. Assertion here is the assertion and reason based questions. These are very important questions. All right, from many years the NEET is giving these type of questions where the assertion is there and you have to first understand whether it is correct, and then there are the reasons, and then you have to also understand whether it is false and true, and whether finally the reason is the correct explanation of the assertion. So yes, you need to practice these kind of questions as much as possible. Alright, so assertion states plasmid carries all genes providing vital information of bacteria. So first of all, students, what is plasmid? Okay, so plasmid is a extra chromosomal DNA. Alright, extra chromosomal DNA. Where it is found? It is found mostly in the bacteria, alright, but it can be found in some eukaryotes also. Alright, so it is an extra chromosomal DNA which is double stranded, circular, alright, in nature. Now this plasmid is extra to the chromosomal DNA, alright, which I have already written in the first point, that is extra. So does it contains all the vital information, all the vital genetic information? So no, it does not contains all the vital information, as that information is stored in the chromosomal DNA itself, alright. And one more point we have to remember about the plasmid, which is that it is self-replicating, alright. So this is self-replicating. So yes, it is extra to the chromosomal DNA, it is a double stranded, it is a circular structure, and it does have the information how to replicate by itself, alright. Now what does it do? Now it can actually carry many bacteria it can carry the genes for antibiotic resistance, alright. It can also carry the genes for heavy metal resistance, it can also carry the more virulence genes, alright. So these are the qualities of the plasmid. So let's look at the assertion again. Plasmid carries all genes providing vital genetic information of bacteria. Then no, this vital information is carried by the chromosome itself. Now reason, it is a self-replicating. Then yes, this is very correct. It is a self-replicating, linear, and here we are wrong. This is not linear. This is a circular DNA, chromosomal DNA. So no, this is an extra chromosomal DNA, alright. So is reason correct? So no, it is not correct. So in the light of above statements, choose the correct option. So we have already derived to this that assertion is wrong, and so is our reason, alright. So the last option, which is both assertion and reason are false statements, is our correct option. Okay. Now let's look at the answer slide. Then yes, this is also true that both assertion and reason are the false statements. Now let's go to the next question of ours, which is 169. So which of the following pairs of animals are similar to each other pertaining to the features stated against them? Let's go to first pavo and rena. Alright, students, you need to, first of all start reading, alright, and if you have any doubts then please start commenting in the comment box. Now first, pavo. What is pavo? Okay. What is the common name of the pavo? Alright, this is peacock. Alright, so students who are still listening, who are still live, please answer me to which class do peacock belongs to. Alright, and rana is our frog. Alright, so what is the feature which is pertaining against them? The peacock and frog show external fertilization. Then this is wrong. That rana does show external fertilization, but in peacock you have to remember there is internal fertilization. So Shiva Dubey has answered Aves. Yes, you are correct. The peacock belongs to the class Aves. Alright, now Himanshi Panchal and Ravina has also answered, and yes, it belongs to the class Aves. Okay, so second, let's go to the second option, that is testudo and crocodilus. Alright students, so what are these? Alright, these are the reptiles. Crocodilus is our crocodile, as you must remember. So what is testudo? Testudo is tortoise. Alright, so do they possess a 4-chambered heart? Then no, only crocodile or alligators possess a 4-chambered heart, while other reptiles such as the tortoises or turtles, lizards, they do not possess. Alright, so this is also wrong statement. Next, hippocampus and hyla. So first of all, what is hippocampus? Hippocampus is also known as seahorse. So if you are still listening, then please answer me, does a hippocampus is also present in human brain? Please answer that question. And hippocampus here is known as the seahorse. And to which class does it belong to? It belongs to our osteichthyes, that is bony fishes. They are the bony fishes. And hyla Hyla is what? It is a tree frog. Alright. So are they picleotherms? This is a tree frog. So are they picleotherms? Then yes, this is true. Alright. Only aves and your mammals possess a feature which is known as the homeotherms, as they can maintain their internal body temperature, while all other gnathostomes do not possess this feature and they are picleotherms. As we know, as I have already told you, that hippocampus is osteichthyes, is a fish, so it cannot maintain, and again with the hyla, which is an amphibian, cannot maintain their temperature. So yes, this is our answer, but let's discuss our option number 4. So columba, which is our pigeon, alright, and Celotes, which is garden lizard, alright. Do they possess lungs with air sacs? Then yes, pigeon belongs to the class aves and they do have air sacs which supplements the respiration. But do the reptiles have this? Then no, the reptiles do not have air sacs. Alright, so this is also an incorrect statement, and let's confirm this all with our answer slide. That is, yes, option 3 is correct answer. So let's go to the next question, which is question number 194. Alright, the stimulatory reflex. Alright, first let me see that Vinod Kumar has already answered C is correct. Yes, Vinod, you are correct. C is our correct answer, and for the many students, yes, Roshan, Study Gang have answered this. So let's go to the next question. The stimulatory reflex between the uterine contractions during childbirth and egg secretion continues, resulting in positive feedback until parturition. First of all, what we are talking about here is parturition. Alright, so parturition, what is parturition? Frankly, parturition is the birth of a child. Alright, so during this, first of all, you have to understand there is a thing which first starts is the reflex, alright, which comes from the fetal stress. So what this reflex do is it leads to the formation of, it leads to the release of prostaglandins. Alright, now these prostaglandins will cause the mild contractions. Mild contractions of what? Mild contractions of the uterus. Alright, so as the mild contraction of the uterus will happen, this will send a signal, alright, to the mother's neurohypophysis. Neurohypophysis. Now what is neurohypophysis? Neurohypophysis is posterior pituitary, from in what is present in neurohypophysis. So it stores and releases a hormone known as oxytocin. Alright. Now further, if you'll ask where is this oxytocin is synthesized? So this oxytocin is actually synthesized in hypothalamus. Alright students. So released from the posterior pituitary, but it is synthesized in the hypothalamus. So when this oxytocin will be released, this oxytocin will bind to the receptors present in uterus. Alright. So as it will bind to the receptors, it will lead to more contractions. The more contractions will happen, then it will lead to the more contractions and they will go into a positive feedback loop. This will positively affect the release of more oxytocin. This more oxytocin will lead to the more contraction. Then a cycle will continue until the child is born. Alright, until this child is born. So let's go back to our question, which states, which we have already read. So first, select the option that identifies X and its site of. Remember, it is asking about the site of synthesis, not asking about the where it is from released from. So first, oxytocin, then yes, we have already studied, we have already saw that it is the hormone which is oxytocin which is responsible for it, and it is secreting from the hypothalamus. So yes, first is our answer. Oxytocin from placenta, then it is wrong. Oxytocin is not secreted from the placenta, but it is being released from the maternal maternal neurohypophysis. Alright, then third, estrogen, and then no. Alright, these contractions are not happening under the favor or under the hormone, that is estrogen, but yes, estrogen is released from placenta. So this cancels out our third. And fourth, oxytocin, which is actually synthesized in the posterior pituitary. Then this is also wrong because it is synthesized in the hypothalamus. So as you can see, our answer is first. Let's confirm it with the slide, and yes, first is our correct answer. So already some students have answered, like Shiva and Vinod has answered that yes, first A is our correct answer. So positive feedback loop bolte hai na ma'am? Yes, study gang. Positive feedback loop is the term which is used, alright, as the oxytocin is released and it attaches or it affects the contraction in the uterus. This goes and again leads to the increased release of oxytocin, and this cycle keeps on repeating until the placenta is also detached and is out of the female's or out of the mother's body, alright. So this keeps on going. So with this we go to our next question, that is question number 195. Regression of a well-developed corpus luteum and its involution in a healthy non-pregnant female is caused by decrease in the concentration of dash which occurs in phase of menstrual cycle. Okay, so for this let's look at this our diagram which is taken from the NCERT. Here you can see different stages in the menstrual cycle. First we have to understand this can occur in different places. First, in pituitary we have the release of gonadotropins. We have LH and FSH which are increasing and decreasing in different phases of menstrual cycle. Then we have ovarian events which in the start you can see the follicles is maturing. So this first event is known as the follicular phase. Alright. Now when in this phase the follicles grow and become your Graafian or mature follicle. Now then comes the middle of the menstrual cycle where the Graafian follicle ruptures and releases the ovum, and this is known as the ovulatory phase. After this, after the ovum has gone and whether it will get fertilized or not depends on its fate, the rest of the Graafian follicle will further mature into and lead to the formation of corpus luteum which is known as the luteal, which will be called as a luteal phase. Alright. Now here the hormones released will be the estrogen and the progesterone. Alright. Which will control this event. Now first and last we go to the uterine event, where in uterus you can see first there is release of menses where it is known as the menstrual phase, and because of the high presence of estrogen there will be the again after the see what happens in menses is endometrium is shedding off. Alright. Now in the next month, now in the next phase of the cycle when you need again endometrium for the attachment of maybe the next fertilized ovum, so again the endometrium wall will proliferate and this will happen under the effect of the estrogen. So this will be our proliferative phase. And last, when the ovulation has occurred, now the corpus luteum is active. So Snehil has asked, ma'am, is ovarian cycle independent of the uterine cycle? Then no, these all cycles are actually dependent on each other. Alright, they are affecting their natures. Now after the proliferative phase, what occurs is the last phase, that is secretory phase. Now what will happen in the secretory phase? As the remaining the glands will secrete their secretions, which is also known as the uterine milk, for the fertilized ovum, for the growth of the zygote further into the stages up to the blastocyst where it can implant. Alright. So here I hope this is well understood. Now we can see that the corpus luteum, first it is developing in the beginning of your luteal phase, and as the level of LH and FSH are dropping, mainly the LH is responsible for the ovulation. Alright. So LH is responsible for the ovulation, but with the formation of corpus luteum, the progesterone and estrogen, they give now the negative feedback. Alright. They provide a negative feedback to the gonadotrophins. Alright. So as the progesterone or estrogen amount is increasing, it is giving the negative feedback effect to the LH and FSH. So that's why their level are dropping. So if the ovum here is fertilized, then release of a hormone known as the HCG will sustain this corpus luteum till the 3 months until the placenta is formed. But if the ovum is not fertilized, then this corpus luteum will degrade within 2 weeks. Alright, and why this will degrade? Because LH is continuously decreasing. Alright, you can see here the LH is continuously decreasing due to the negative feedback from the आपके steroid hormones. So let's go back to the question again. Oh sorry, you have already seen the answer, but it's okay. Let's read the question back again. So regression of a well developed corpus luteum. So regress हो रहा है corpus luteum and its involution. Involution का मतलब और कुछ नहीं होता, it's just shrinkage. Shrinkage in a healthy non-pregnant female. एक healthy non-pregnant female है तो is caused by the decrease in the concentration of what? क्या decrease हो रहा है? तो corpus luteum को support कर रहा था क्या? हमारा LH, which occurs in which phase of the menstrual cycle? Which occurs in the secretory phase of the menstrual cycle. Either the secretory phase or the luteal phase. Both can be the correct answer. So choose the option which fills the blanks correctly. Then LH, comma secretory. First option is our correct option. Second, FSH, comma luteal. Then no, this is incorrect. FH not FSH and neither the luteal. The LH and proliferative again wrong, and the last LH and menstrual phase, this is also incorrect. You have to understand again kids that LH so you have to understand kids that the secretion of LH is important for the sustenance of corpus luteum. Alright, and if someone asks, if the same question asked in certain way, that what is actually sustaining or what leads to the regression of the or the shedding off of the endometrium, then the answer will be progesterone. Alright, so let's look at our answer slide. And yes, first is our correct answer. I hope this was understood by all of you, and we can proceed to our next question, which is 185. Alright, which states, read the following statements. Progestogen alone can be used by females as injections or implants under the skin for contraception. Then as we have already studied in our previous question, that the progesterone and estrogen can give negative feedback to the gonadotropins. So yes, they are also utilized. For what? For contraception, alright, to stop the conception. So they can be used in the way of injections also and in the way of implants. Like you have a diagram in your NCERT which is norplanon in nature, which is the implants, and then you have injections such as your Depo-Provera, which can also be used for this contraceptive method. Now you will be asking why the estrogen. Is not used alone, because the estrogen has because using alone estrogen can cause cancer. All right. Then second, so this is our correct answer. Progesterone alone can be used by females as injections or plants under the skin. Second statement, implants act by preventing ovulation as well as implantation. This is also correct. All right, students, what it will cause? It will lead to the it will stop the ovulation. Why? Because gonadotropins are not getting released, and when gonadotropins are not getting released, we do not have a new cycle beginning. We do not have a new follicular ovum present. So yes, this is also a correct statement. So choose the correct option. Let's go with the options. Both the statements A and B are correct. This is our correct answer. Second, only statement A is correct. Wrong. Only statement B is correct. Also wrong. And fourth, both the statements A and B are incorrect. This is also wrong. And let's look at our slide. Then yes, first is our correct answer. So annoyed dolphin has answered option number 3. No student, no, this is not correct. The first option is correct, as the both statements are correct. So I hope this has helped you all out. So Deepa Manikaran has asked, estrogen alone cannot be used. No, it is not recommended. Why it is not recommended? Because it can cause cancer in females. Alright, so there always will be a combination, whether it will be estrogen plus progesterone or it will be only progesterone. Okay, so I hope this has cleared all of your doubts, and we are at the end of our session, and I hope you will keep practicing. Kindly teach in Hindi, ma'am. ओके, सो आई होप ये सब कुछ आपके समझ में आया हो, और अब इसके साथ हम ख़त्म करते हैं और आपके नेक्स्ट मॉक में और अच्छा आप एग्ज़ाम दे पाएँ, ऑलराइट, और आपके जो डाउट्स हैं ये ख़त्म हो जाएं, और मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट उसमें. सो बाय, स्टे हेल्दी, कीप हाइड्रेटेड, सी यू.